Okay.
The first 15 minutes, we will talk together about the data, maybe your background, but also some other like non that technical stuff, because I'm also really interested in living in Venice and that kind of stuff, and what pasta is your favorite. But that's in a second. And then there will be a 60 minutes just for you for the technical presentation, and then we will have more or less 15 minutes to answer all of the questions, and maybe to follow up on some areas we might have some more discussions. But yeah, before we will start with the conversation, we have created a very small video made just for you and just about you. I mean,
wow.
a few pictures of you. So I will share that one first.
Okay.
Let me just find the file. What was one of the biggest shock was that even the paramedics, they were using the boats.
The history of Venice. Okay, so it is not an official guide, but it maybe is better than an official guide because they told you joking things and so on, or very, very deep traditions. So very, very good place to live in this period also.
But I think because I was in Venice, I believe twice, like a couple of years ago, and then when I was here much younger. And what was one of the biggest shock was that even the paramedics, they were using the boats over the canals. So that was really like a big surprise.
Yes, postal mailing, use boats, or markets, market, and so warehouse management. Okay, that is a sort of IoT. It is very, very difficult to do the IoT when you have a boat. Okay.
Yes, so, exactly. So
or your
that's
maps are full of streets, but not full of rivers. Okay, so Venice is a very, very challenging to be managed with IoT, for example.
And how about the carnivals? Like everyone is going crazy about them. And did you attend any of them?
Absolutely. Every year we dress in the typical way. Okay, so but is a common usage for people that lives around Venice. And yeah, there are many parties, obviously with your dress, and You can have, even if you are an adult, you can have some joke with your friends, okay? And all this is permitted, okay?
Wow, that's amazing. And yeah, like you are Italian, so probably I also had some Italian friends, and you love food a lot.
Yeah.
So can you suggest anything if I will go to Venice next time, or any of our attendees? Any particular dish I would need to try that is like a speciality of that region?
Yes. I'm searching for the translation because I can tell you in Italian, okay? You know spaghetti, yes, absolutely, but spaghetti with the let me double check with translate.
Sure. Yeah, my Italian is not that great.
Yeah. Yeah. Squid ink. Okay, so you can eat spaghetti with squid ink.
So and then it becomes black, right? Because
yes,
the ink,
yes,
okay?
Yes, and they are very, very delicious, and everyone can eat this dish. It is a preferred dish for my children, so you can adult children can eat it. And so the squid ink paella or squid spaghetti with squid ink are very, very special dish. Okay.
Okay, so for example, you or your friends, if you would go to the parents' dinner or the grandmother's dinner, then probably that would be the dish that they would create, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, then it's great. So next time I will try that.
Okay.
Try that for sure. Yeah. So yeah, what we talk about Venice and Italy a bit. So what happened that you not end up like a chef at the restaurant?
Because I'm not very good cooking. My wife is still good, but
that's why mainly you have chosen to be an IT guy and especially a data guy, or what was your
my specialization
to choose the IT?
Yeah, I choose the IT because it was the unique discipline in which I was good at school. No, I love mathematics and physics, but the IT problems, in order to be solved, especially when you deal with many data, it's my pleasure to make solutions around data analysis, okay, but from the developer side. So I'm not a data analyst, I'm not a data engineer, even if now I have a managerial role in my company, but my past was about developing, okay. So when you develop a solution that must scale out massively, and so when you deal with arguments like telemetry or process control in manufacturing, you have to think about other ways, okay, not standard ways to solve problems. So in my world, there is not SQL Server with an ER model and a web application, and that's enough. Okay, it is impossible to manage all the throughput that we have usually every second, and so we have to find out solutions with the desired architecture that is the right architecture for this kind of problems. That's why I use ADX.
Okay, we will see that in a second. And yeah, maybe last question, if we are also like using about the IoTs and the telemetry, that kind of stuff, do you have any advice to someone who perhaps would like to start the journey and start learning that particular topic? Because of course, if you are in large organization, a big company that is producing a big number of data, then you can easily start and you have the tools and the data as well.
Yes.
But what can you suggest, if that should be a Raspberry Pi or something else, or there are some other places that we can get the data, and where to start? What's your advice?
Start with the imagination first, because you have to deal with the situation. Okay, the telemetry for telemetry, it is not a good argument, because you have to manage, for example, geographical data associated, so joined with telemetry. In my session, for example, I will make an example using generic time series, okay, with sensors, and a map of hotels, and I simulate the room management, okay, of the okay. So you can use auto-generated data, or there are many projects on GitHub, or you can go to kaggle.com and download a data set, clean it for your usage, and then you can start importing that. But the main concept is that when you want to deal with the big data, you have to deal with many streams of data that comes with many temperatures, okay, so different temperatures, so stream and batch, and you have to use your imagination in order to enrich the telemetry, that can be generic telemetry, with your context data, so reference data. Okay, this is my first advice, because for example, when you want to start to make some query in KQL with the ADX, the first need is okay, which is the data? I have no data, no query. So okay, first start to think about the situation. So smart cities are full of situations. Okay, in Venice, for example, water management and telemetry of smart meters regarding waters, or flood management around Venice. Okay, so for example, we have many open data sets, and you can use them, for example, associating them with the other GPS points, but you can imagine many situations.
Yeah, I believe that's a great advice. And yeah, I was also I want, for example, regarding the IoT, like to clarify that we don't need to always like buy the Raspberry Pi if we don't want to go that way. So I believe that's a great advice. And yeah, then I believe that's the time. So you made a small introduction to your session. Probably everyone is keen to see that in action then.
Yes, I can share my screen. Okay,
yes.
Can I? Okay.
Let me only see if that will appear
right
away.
I have to share the audio? No. Or I have to double check share audio or not?
No, probably not.
Okay,
just share the screen, I believe. Unless you want to show like a video or something, but
okay.
I will
can you see? Okay, right.
Yes, I have added to the stream.
Okay,
I can see that, so it should be fine. Then I will also like hide. I will change the camera.
Do we want I have to stop the camera, or can I have to leave it?
You can leave. What I did, I have changed the background. So actually, right now we can see only the slides. Like your face is not visible at this moment. But then I believe that the content will speak for themselves, and later on we can switch the layout again.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So 60 minutes from now.
Yeah. Maybe last question. Do you want me to show you the questions right away, or we will take them at the end of the presentation?
I prefer to have all the questions at the end,
sure.
if it is possible.
Yes. Okay. Sure. Okay. Then. Good luck, and yeah, stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay. So 1 hour in order to make an overview of ADX. ADX, we will talk about several things about ADX. So we will start with basics, so which is the goal of the service, which are the capabilities, which is the pricing. And after that, we will travel all along the data flow. So regarding acquisition, ingestion, querying, and visualize data. If there will be sufficient time, we will go on with the ecosystem. So the capabilities of ADX in terms of integration and orchestrations within the whole Azure set of services. And if there is time, we can talk about security management and monitoring. And if you want to have some example, we can deal with the use cases and best practices. First of all, I would like to thank the sponsors, so RedGame, and the beautiful Malta Microsoft Data Platform User Group. I discovered this fantastic group of people a few weeks ago. I'm smashed. You guys are great. Okay, so first chapter, ADX basics. This is ADX in a sentence. So it is a big data. Okay, so imagine that big data, when you speak about ADX, it is a sort of append-only stream of records. Okay. So Azure Data Explorer, code name Kusto, so Kusto. It is a sort of low latency big data append-only analytical database. Okay, so high volume, velocity, variance, and so on. You can deal with it speaking SQL, so you can start with the SQL dialect, and then you can migrate to the KQL dialect, but you will deal with filtering, aggregation, joins, calculated columns, projection, and so on. This is important, is fully managed, because think about big data. One of the most problem with big data is the capacity to maintain the SLA, because when you lose data, you've lost data. There are many services on Azure, okay, that deals with data. This is optimized for interactive querying. Imagine that I would like to ensure that ADX is mature and heavily used internally at Microsoft, because if you think about Azure Sentinel, time series insights, log analytics, Azure Monitor, all of them are managed by ADX from many years. Okay, so which are the best use cases when we talk about ADX? The first one is my preferred. So IoT applications. Okay, what I mean with IoT, IoT stands for very huge amount of throughput. Okay, because sometimes I listen to the word IoT, but after some minutes I discovered that the devices send one data, one JSON or one byte stream per day. Yes, it's IoT because you can have the bidirectional the bidirectional communication, but if you have that kind of throughput, use a simple SQL. Okay, when you have to deal with real-time controllers, okay, so you have many sensors, and you have billions of readings, and you have to acquire telemetry and synthesize all the data and materialize the data into a data warehouse, please use ADX in order to filter, enrich, and aggregate data dynamically, and then export to a data warehouse. This is the data flow in which you can have ADX as your main actor, okay? Even if you don't deal with the stream ingestion, you can deal with the batch ingestion. So supporting big data solutions, okay? So Azure Purviews or Azure Data Factories or many kinds of file imports can be managed by a sort of big bucket of data that ingest data, rematerialize data or reprocess data into other morphologies in real time. And you can query all the, not the source table, okay, but the refined table. So in a typical data lake environment, so you can have the three magical layers, so bronze, silver, and gold. Imagine that you can use one unique tool to transform data from bronze layer to gold layer. There is another tool, another usage. When you have software as a service application, so you are an ISV that deliver solutions, you can use for your backend ADX. And with the ADX, you can have monitoring of the performance of your application, for example, and you can have insights from your users, okay? A sort of custom application insight. So 3 important factors: fully managed for efficiency, optimized for streaming data also, designed for data exploration. The third, I'm not agree with the third one, because it's fundamentally, it's designed to solve the entire problem. But in order to have the right placement of this tool near the other tool, okay, Synapse and so on, we had to say designed for data exploration. Why I said that? Because it is not a database. It is a data infrastructure, okay, capable of acquiring using configuration many active data connections. So within the service, you can link to other sources in order to actively acquire data. Within the platform, you can manage several ways to cache data, and so you can organize your data in partitions and so on. So the classical big data database. But you can use it in order to analyze the data, materialize using formulas, other tables, in order to find out updated KPIs. And you are inside only ADX. And if you want, you can instantiate visualizations. But there are no Power BIs, there are no Graphanas and so on. You can use the ADX dashboards. But if you want, you can use ADX connectors in order to be consumed by other tools, such as Power BI, APIs, okay, from applications, Grafana, and many other tools. So you can place it in a certain point, or you can place only that service in your table and do all with it. Okay. This is the level 200, okay, part. So in a few minutes we will go deeper. You can use it as a sort of text-based programming, so one line by line, in order to render things, in order to and you can extend it with the inline Python. Okay, so you can have a mix between Python and KQL in your scripts, and you can deal with the data autonomously. It is simple to provision the service. It is not so simple to build up all the connections. You have to pay attention because you are dealing with a database, so you can do the rollback with a button in your screen. And so you can configure it in many ways, many deeper ways. But if you know how to configure it, you can have one database for the life. Because there is an important thing about ADX to be said. With ADX, we are not managing servers, we are managing capacity, okay? And so we can manually and very easily scale up or down as needed, or use auto-scale capabilities. So it is an extreme elastic service. And not only in terms of infrastructure, but in terms of the data redistribution. And think about that no index maintenance is required. I repeat, no index maintenance is required. Okay, because it indexes everything. Multi-temperature data processing paths. So hot in terms of instant results from a continuous data flow. Warm path means analytical approach, not immediate, but full of rough data to be modeled. And the third is cold, but when we say cold doesn't mean unreachable data, okay? And doesn't mean every query performance is about 5 minutes. Now we have to manage it with a good response time. So the question is, in a multi-temperature situation, is there any Azure service that can be the answer of all the 3 data paths? Yes, and that's the role of the ADX. Because with ADX, we start from the raw data and we end probably exporting the data towards the data warehouse. But you can do all the things you want in the middle. And ADX is a good tool for 3 key users, because me as a IoT developer, I want to ingest fastly and have a sort of help from this service in order to dispatch data into the right tables, convert the data into the right format, and materialize the data progressively in order to have the right interpolation or the down sizing of the data without make ETLs. And data engineers can compare data, because you can have long-term storage with good performances in order to find out similarity or seasonalities when you have years of data, okay? And years of data, it is not so easy, okay, to manage. The third one is data scientists, because you using exploration methodology, you can have many plugins within ADX, for example, auto clustering or anomaly or basketing, and so you can speed up your your script planning. So which are the steps in order to clean the data, in order to materialize the data bucket in order to be compliant with the MLOps tools and so on. All of these kind of works within one service. How is it organized? You have an instance, such as a SQL Server, and such as a SQL Server, you can have many databases. Every database can be a unique database, and every database has got separated querying URL and ingestion URL. Ingestion, I mean streaming ingestion URL. And separated storage and separated cache. Imagine that the data flow is the data is initially put into the cache, and after internally the data is organized and moved into blobs. Okay, you can have many sources, Azure native or not, IoT Hub, Event Hub, and storage, but you can have many destinations. Okay, it is a sort of transit instrument for the data flow, because the data comes into ADX in a RAF format and is exported with a cleaned format towards Azure Data Lake Store or SQL Server. Okay, the ingestion. As we said, ingestion can be made with several instruments. Azure Data Explorer is a rich connector ecosystem for batch and near real-time ingestion. And it supports open source integration systems and aggregator connector frameworks. So, for example, Kafka, using certified by Microsoft Kafka connector, and Logstash for Elasticsearch stack. You can use it with a particular library, KQL Magic, in your Spark scripts, in order to delegate to him, read, persist, and transform the data, leaving data frames for other things. Okay, so all the data preparation, data cleaning can be made within the DKX cluster computational. For a streaming perspective, we support IoT, Event Hub, and Kafka, as we said, but for bulk ingestion, it is integrated with Azure Storage, with a sort of queued ingestion functionality. And you can have many SDKs and so on. Streaming ingestion, batch ingestion. So imagine that you can have many IoT Hub connected, many storage connected, and all the actions are made by ADX. You can use, for example, for data exploration, inline ingestion. So you can provide query inline and import data inline. And you can have, for example, you can use your Azure Storage Explorer to put the data into a blob storage, and then you have your data. After some minutes, you can have your data already indexed into ADX. Last thing, you can use many formats, also compressed. Imagine that the data ingestion is the process by which data is added to a table, okay? And it's made available for querying. For all the ingestion methods, rather than ingest from query, we will see it, the data must be in one of the supported formats. pay attention to have, especially in CSVs, to have the correct format of timestamps. This is my advice for you, because many times you can have some dirty things into your data, but and are okay, but not in the timestamps columns, or null cells within your CSV. Okay, especially in the last column. So when we deal with the formats, we have to map them, obviously, and the mapping can be made. It is a sort of mandatory attribute for many kind of formats, for example JSON, but is optional, for example, within CSV. If you or for example, you can pre-create the table with the mapping, and after that you can ingest data without having to deal with it another time. I prefer to go on with the demonstration. So let me, okay, when you go to Data Explorer, you have your instance. For example, this is mine. I have my test databases, and I have my databases. You can add a database with for every database. You have to say which is the retention period and which is the cache period. Look at it. 10 years is the default. So they deal with the such numbers. Okay. I will make a new database. The instance process is very long, more or less 13 minutes. The database creation is some seconds. When you talk about data connection, it means that we can simply configure all the data connection. Make order in your data, so please use correct names, but pay attention to that. You can't use that. You have first to create the table explicitly with the same format, and then you have to declare a file that is a sort of JSON converted to string. And the mapping file says this column is located with this new table column, and the data type is that. For example, it is a bit different when you deal with the JSON, because you have to use a JSON format, JSON path, so $, and navigate the JSON. For example, I put you through. Okay. For example, .create table. I want to create into this, and for example IoT, and after that stamp daytime temperature real. Okay, for example. But after that I have to say create table IoT sample. It is not good. And ingestion format JSON mapping IoT sample underscore mapping, and then here I have to place a sort of JSON. It is more or less yeah, path dot. Imagine that you have a sort of plain JSON, and that is the ingress, and so okay, and column path data type, obviously. Anytime. Qua I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. That's it. So run. I've made it. And after that, oops, sorry. Something not clear. Path, timestamp, data type, date time, timestamp. Oh, yeah. More or less, this is I don't know. Last. Okay. I can review it, but this is the good way to do that. Let me double check with my, in order to make you the right concern about. I'm curious. So spaces, 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 spaces. Spaces. Or declaration. Oh, okay, sorry. Stupid error. Right. And that's it. You can create tables. After that, it is simple to ingest data manually, for example, because you can have, for example, you are a process engineer and you want to drill through a problem, and in this way you can declare your table for a file, a local file. Why not? And after that, you can use a reference to a stream, for example, even if it's in preview, or you can use a blob container. And so in this field, you have to put the SAS URL in order to be authenticated. and you can filter all the files within the storage connection string. But in order to move quickly, I can make you, this morning I made some example. But first of all, I would like to share with you a complete database already configured. For example, this, in which I have an IoT and storage. In order to be clear, I can put all the storage files within using, for example, Azure Storage Explorer, and upload the file. And when the file is uploaded, the cycle is, the file is uploaded. There is an implicit use of event grid that triggers the file creation, compose a JSON, and that JSON is moved to an event hub, implicit event hub. You can't have to manage it. Okay, it is managed by ADX. In the event hub, as you can see in the graph, the event processor 1. Okay, only one file, and it means that in the event hub there is only the reference to the file. In fact, this is the JSON that I can find in the event hub when I put the data into the storage container. And if we use JSON lint, we can see that there is a sort of URL. It is a standard event grid event. Storage diagnostic with the batch ID, okay, of the file. So you can use show failures command, so .show failures, in order to see that if the file is correctly imported or not, or you can simply try to query the file, to query the data corresponding to the file. So creation of the DB is simple. Creation of the table and the table mapping is simple. When you create the connection, you create the automatic import process, and you can do it for the hot data and the cold data. And after that, you can query the data. For example, we can use, okay, this was the correct table. And this was the data imported. If you want, I can share with you my screen in which I have developed a simple simulator. Okay, so there is a machine. The use case. So as I said, use imagination. This is the machine prefix. Use this simple method in order to divide the data. Okay, you have a while through in which you create randomically temperature and humidity, and you have many ways. Okay, this simple way in order to concatenate the machine ID with the prefix and the device ID that change, and send the data to the IoT hub with the simple device client. And this data is automatically ingested by ADX. Okay, look at it. The machine ID is changing. Wonderful. We can use these sample queries. Sorry, mining, room management, first one. Oh, I lose the queries. Okay, not important, but you can view them. You can view them with many sort of classical filters. Okay, so where, count, extend, and so on. But the important thing that you can use reference data in order to enrich the data between IoT and, for example, assets. If you see assets are statical assets, so places, latitude, longitudes, and so on, other information. This is the key in order to join them. And after that, you can have this query. At the moment, we can say that is a query. In a few minutes, we will discover what is the name function. Okay, but you can have IoT data. Okay, the summarization, so a sort of projection of the data, redefining with many formulas the data with this operator, for example, that compress the data every 5 seconds in this case. And so you can have with these two lines a sort of recalculation, dynamic recalculation of the data. After that, you can join them using tabular expression, classical tabular expression, with the asset table. So you have two tables, and the join is on the same attribute. And the last operation is a sort of projection in order to have the last information with the average sensor measurements for every indexed asset. Okay, coming back to the slide, because we have only 20 minutes. You can use other methods, for example, like ingest. It is a sort of command line utility for it is a sort of alternative instead of using the portal, but make the same thing. And the most important thing that when you deal with the telemetry is that all the data in ADX is indexed. Okay, but how is partitioned? Because if you make the wrong partition, it happens that you have a partition with data, recent data, and for some line old data. And so it is important from the cache layer to the storage layer within the ADX to say, hey, ADX, this data must be partitioned, okay, by the correct time attribute. That must be the ingestion, not the creation time, not the ingestion time, because you have many situations in which you can have, for example, delays, or the data, you have a data flood, so the data is blocked before the storage, and after a few days comes into the storage, and in that moment there is a sort of bombing. And in that place, you have to say, hey, all the data must be ingested correctly. So using the creation time, not ingestion time. So when you use, for example, light ingest, but in every time you ingest data, you have to declare this attribute, creation time pattern. Okay. And as we seen before, you have a sort of commodity using the portal to ingest the data. and to create a sort of wizards, okay, in order to ingest and create infrastructures and so on. But the best way is to try it and then try to script and store in your DevOps all the scripts. Half a minute in order to speak about ingestion best experience. As we said, ingestion can be made using streaming and batch. When you have streaming, you can collect the data directly, okay, so with a direct line between IoT Hub and Data Explorer, or you have to manage the initial data with a sort of enrichment or recalculation or other things that can't be possible when the data is into a Data Explorer. So in many cases, you have to put this kind of pattern. So IoT Hub function app that manage the data. So for example, it is a sort of event manager, okay? So thresholds and so on, generates new data and probably convert the data into a JSON format or other things, and or collect the data into a storage and put the data in this pipeline. I don't know, it's up to you. But after that, you have to place the data into Data Explorer. For my experience, it's better to have the configuration. So in this case, I prefer to put the data into Event Hub and permit to ADX to ingest by itself. When you have to deal with the batch ingestion instead, probably you have to declare your storage account, and when you'll make the connection between Data Explorer and your storage account, it will create event grid and Event Hub in order to trigger, okay, the file creation and put a sort of JSON with the event declaration, and then ADX will do the rest of things. But when you deal with data, you know, the source tables in the 99% of the times are not well formatted, and you have to, for example, join the start and the stop of a process. Okay, imagine that you have an asset, an industrial machine that starts and then after 3 hours stops. There are two events, the start event and the stop event, and you have to join with an inner join because probably they are in the same stoppages table, okay, or usage table. And then you have to update, so a sort of refined table when, for example, putting the last attribute with the stop time. You can do it, yes, but it is preferred to be done using ADX policy. Policies are rules that are scripts, okay? And you can manage many kind of updates or many kind of recalculations or materialization in chain, okay? So table A to table B to table C and so on. So when you have the raw data inside, automatically many cascading functions happens, and you can deal only with refined tables. How to use it? It is simple. This is an example. So you have to create a sort of macro, okay, sort of query, okay, that is embedded, and there is you can use it many times, calling it as a sort of method in code. And so you have to create function with a name. Within, you have to put the query. You have to create the derived or the refined, as you want, table. And this will be created with the results initially of the functions. So will be the results of the query will be placed into the derived table. After that, you can declare this policy in order to say, hey, ADX, every time in my initial table comes new data, please run the function. And the function results will be added to the target table. Pay attention to failures, because in general, when you ingest files, you have a trouble because you click and everything seems to be okay, but nothing happens. And so you have to deal with this command. So show ingestion failures in order to trigger out which are the batches that are blocked, for example, and in order to repeat them, for example. So before another short demo, you have to learn this kind of approach. So source table, so the source data, okay, using connection, declared connection within ADX, use a source table to be the input for update policies to fill the real tables. Some example, when you use telemetry, one of the goals is to provide ML-oriented data in order to be analyzed after ADX. And so when the data comes vertically, so signal by signal, probably you have to pivot the table or make a sort of columnar approach in which you have your timestamp and then using the same timestamp or a timestamp bucket, all the parameters that are inside that window or have the same timestamp. But you can, when you deal with telemetry, probably you have time slots, okay, with IDs, and the columns are the offsets of the data. This is more efficient. It is a wide approach too, but is more efficient. Table. Well, okay, we can well, I have only 13 minutes. This is the example.
Riccardo, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, if you want to like prolong the session a bit, then no worries. We still have this 15 minutes extra, so like no worries. And yeah, take your time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So for example, you have your function in which we have the join between IoT data and asset. And this can be a function that can be used to create a new target table, so room management, with this policy update. You know, the IoT data is coming into, okay? So we can use it. And so you have many data, okay? And so starting from here, you can go on with your filtering in order to have the more recent data. But this table is updated by this rule. And in one table, you can have time slots, so inner joins between the same table in order to collect, in order to correlate start and stop events, for example. Applying statistical approaches to values and applying, for example, geographical information added to it. And after that, you can place in a sort of materialized way other fields. In order to go on with this example, I would like to show you another piece of the cake. Okay, so declare the data. Okay, ingest the data. Okay, query the data. Okay, if you have time, if we have more time, we can deal with practical queries, but going deeper into this example, we can say, hey, we have functions. Remember that you can call a function in another function, and so on. So you can have multiple function labels, and you can use update policy to fill out refined tables progressively. Going on, you can do your dashboards. I've already done one. This is a map with the average temperature, for example, of every asset. In order to do that, it is simple because, for example, the dashboard test, new data source, declare the URI, select the database, and after that you can place your query. Or more simpler, right click here, share, pinning it to a dashboard, query name, my query name, data source is Lambda demo, that is the already defined database, and I want to create a new dashboard, test 1, 2, 3, pin, and this is the result. After that, you can go over into the query, save, and so you can jump from one tab to the other. But if you want to stay here, you can declare edit, and then use all the potential formulas, plugins, and other things in order to build up your own tiles. Okay, exactly. And so you have to, for example, you can use rules in order to format data and to color all the text or the background. And you can make visuals. So render, sorry, line chart. Okay, visual table, sorry, line chart. So this is not one. And you can do, this is not the good example, but you can do your works. I can show you how. For example, I made this. So it is a sort of projection in which I have to declare 4 fields, so string, longitude, latitude, and bubble size, that are needed in order to play this with this visual. But in other cases, we can have other things. For example, this is another data set. We can explore it now. May, okay, and July. This is a huge data set. This is a pump with many sensors. Okay, I put it into 2 limits, and as you see, I can navigate the data. How to do that? It is simple. Sorry, something is going wrong with my browser. I don't know, it's the first time. Let me double check. Why? Inside it, you can use as a sort of parameters, so you can declare. Wait. Okay. For example, in this query, I have declared two parameters. Okay. After that, I can use this defaults parameter in order to say, hey, I want to have the temporal queries. Probably I have to shut down some process, sorry. After that, you can use these parameters in order to build up a dynamic query. And after that, you can configure so line values, labels, and so on. But in order to have, for example, in industry, we use lower limits and upper limits of every process variable. And when you have to investigate about some problem, it is better to put it manually or choosing it from a list. Hoping that it will be good now. I don't know why this morning. We can go on the moment with the slide in order to go deeper with the query. If you want to be trained by ADX when you use KQL, you can start using simple SQL. So think into the table in the same way, and prepend the explain magical word, and the result will be the translation of the query in the native format. You have many ways to learn how to code inside ADX. For example, if you have to deal with many data, okay, pay attention to the difference between two important things. So the contains magic word, okay, in order to investigate about a particular word within your data, or for example, the word has, contains, and has have two completely different meanings, because, for example, has use indexes, contains doesn't use indexes, and so pay attention when we deal with it, because it is dangerous for you if you use contains, for example, with a deeper search, and you have many terabytes of data or gigabytes of data. Another interesting approach is to use materialized and variable stepping in order to materialize results, and then use them as a sort of temporary table to be queried in the tabular way. As we see before, bin operator can be used in order to summarize data, in order so to aggregate data to slots. And with using it, you can view data even if you have a huge amount of them. Time series. Oh, okay. I make you an example. It is more easy. Let me try to find it. Okay. Yes, this is. For example, I have a pump. So many sensors. Okay, 60 minutes. Many sensors. I do this in order to explore the data initially. And in order to find out which are the limit, I can compose these short queries, okay? After that, I can put them into stored values. Yes, obviously. And after that, I can use them, okay? I can use them to project data in a timeline, defined timeline, and render in a line chart. Wait some second. I hope that will be okay. There are 200,000 of records, okay? And this is a micro instance, okay? The cheapest instance of ADX. After that, okay, as you can see, we have some spike down and absence of data. But in order to use it, we can, for example, make a series from time to time with an average sensor value with a step of 1 minute in order to be more readable. Trust in him. I don't know why this morning is bad. I would like to show you anomaly, for example, in this line chart. And after that, we can, okay, exit the page. Too many tabs. If you want to use it without using the browser, you can do that, because you can use the Azure Data Studio. Probably I will use it because in the plugins you can find out QStock, KQL, and so you can add SQL Server, Postgre, and ADX to the same to the same way. Okay. For example, I can okay. Probably there is something bad with my connection, because it is very strange to me, this kind of things. I don't know why. Okay, leaving it, I will share with you all the queries and all the scripts in order to make your own copy of this data. The data is free, and the scripts also, obviously. And let me double check one last thing. Yes, the database is a source pump. So this. We will come back to him. Many slides, but okay. So we saw the update policy, right? We are trying to do the best with the functions and all the time series analytics. plugins that are Beam, for example, and Make Syria, and another example. But for example, Anomaly plugin, and other two important things that are basketing. Okay, so frequent patterns, using all the records, and using a sort of clustering in terms of percentage that the same record happens. So the 5 per second, the 5% of the data has got this value. This is very, very important when you do statistics. And auto clustering, for example, another thing that is similar but not the same. Within ADX, you can do your functions, okay, and you build up your own sort of store procedures, and you can build up many layers of them. The materialized views are another important thing to know, because you can materialize, so use all the tables. An important thing, let me double check. Yes. Okay. Anomalies. Okay. These are obvious anomalies, but these not. You can configure many things within this formula. The important thing is that your query must produce, before the extend, a sort of dynamic list made of timestamp and the series. Okay, you can have many series, and so you can have many extend with the comma. Okay, and render will show you with a particular column name all the anomalies. Within the examples I will give you, you will find many things, okay, interesting things applied to real data. This is, for example, is data generated. Okay, this is it is a sort of cycle, okay, that generates data, and you can apply, without having data, all the extension in order to build up the series, the dynamic types, and decompose anomalies, as you can see. Okay. 1 minute again. The cycle of the data is not finished, because you have to export data, and you export manually, or you can have continuous export to SQL Server, or better, to Azure Data Lake Store. Why? Because when you export data to Azure Data Lake Store, you can query the exported data using it as a sort of external table. So you declared a sort of table that is external, so it is referenced to a path. After that, you can create your continuous export policy, and after that, you can query the long term, or the data after the TTL. 30 seconds again, in order to view this global recipe. So yeah, you can have streaming also, but this is the main design. Blob storage, batch ingestion configured within the databases. You fill up all the queries, all the raw tables with update policies. You generate refined tables. All the refined tables can have external table that comes from SQL or data lake in terms of file. You can use them in order to make the joins, and you can use them in order to make materialized view. You can use other things in order to check queries. For example, logic apps. You will find in the slides many examples of them. One example is, it was good to see this mail with graph, with chart, 3 simple steps, 1 query custo, a trigger, and an email block. But in order to come back to the recipe, you can generate new data, triggering queries using, for example, Logic Apps or C# or MyPython scripts or everything you want, in order to have new data that can be exported with the continuous export way to data lake and be referenced to the same database using the external table approach. Imagine that with this approach, and on top of it, using this kind of approach, and you can use obviously facts and dimensions table, probably there are many use cases in which you need only ADX. My personal approach, and this is my final example, is to clean better the better I can the data, apply many function layers. When I have the function, so for example, from production data, have all the KPIs, extract the KPI and fill them into a dashboard. Obviously, you can use Grafana, other things, but with this approach, I have only to configure things within ADX. No code is needed, only scripts within ADX. Make you the example. If it will be a good database. This is an example. Let me check the data. It was a real production. And so you can have statistics, so single values or multiplied values. You can use also static assets, so photos or HTML, okay? And you can have many graphs, many charts. But the problem is that which is availability by day. Availability by day is not a table, it's a function. The function is, for example, OE. Okay. OE is a formula. This is a function. This is a function. So you can have availability. Availability keeps data from another function, total duration by day. Sorry. Total duration by day is a sort of inner join between the same table in order to put in the same record start and stop of production. And performance run is the table. So backing from the bottom, this is the state 101010 and the run ID. After that, you can use this. To have the total duration and the date and the run ID. After that, you can go up with formulas, and you will discover your KPIs. After that, you can use KPIs in your dashboard. I would like to say probably there are other 2 hours of good things to say, but the time is finished. This is a wool architecture. in which you have the field, so the edge environment that can speak with in a particular private network with only the storage account and the IoT hub. This level is decoupled from the infrastructure, the real infrastructure, and the earth within the infrastructure is ADX that brings data from many sources and gives data to SQL Server and storage in this case. Okay. This my apologize for the demos, because I don't know exactly which is the motivation, but don't mind about that. I will I will share with you all the queries, all the scripts, all the data overall, so you can reproduce all the demo. Okay.
Wow, well done. What
is your opinion about that? Even if the demo is a demo.
No, I mean, of course, the things might happen, and also if that is inside the browser, like my trust to like any tool inside the browser is a bit lower than like a standard Pascal application, because many things might happen because of the browser, for example, itself, right? But yeah, I need to say there will be one question from the chat, so I will take that in a second. But I need to say that the tool looks really impressive, although this is yet another language and that we need to learn, but it is what it is. But the tool looks really impressive, and also like your knowledge looks really impressive. I mean, I have seen a lot of great things, and not only the like a technical showcase, but also a lot of different thoughts and like I would say real life advices that we could use. So that's really great. And yeah, looking at the slide deck, we probably would spend not only 2 hours, but probably 8 hours, including some more discussions. So yeah, I'm really impressed. Yeah, you did really great, and yeah, well done.
Thank you.
I might have some more. Yes. So I will try to use the StreamYard. So we should see the question on the screen.
It is possible to check the most expensive queries or ingestion pipelines. Yes. Can I show you half a minute, because it is very simple. I share the screen.
Okay, I will take off the question for a second so we can see your screen. Yeah, and like right now we just entered the lunch break, so I believe we can stay a bit longer. There is like no rush. We can have discussion. This is even better.
Okay, so you have many ways to see the performances, but the first one is to see this tab. This tab appears every time.
Sorry, I need to.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, right now it is visible.
Okay. Every time you have a query, you can go with the statistics about the query. So the number of hits and misses about disk cache and memory cache, and so the execution time and memory peak per every node. Imagine that ADX it is a scalable architecture. So if you define in the right way all the partitions, it is the environment is similar to Cosmos in some way. So it divided the data into small partitions, and so the memory for every physical partition is slowing down. If you don't put the partition key, the memory will keep up shortly. Okay, and so you will have the first problems. But in order to answer to the question, you have all the monitoring that is outside ADX. So you can use within the portal within Azure portal, you can use all the metrics. CPU, cache utilization, and so on. Okay, blob processed, blobs dropped, and so on. So you have a very, very huge amount of indicators. Okay, for example, for me, it's important just in latency, because when you have latency, probably you have problems with partitioning or partitioning, because the data strategy in input is not correct. Events dropped is critical, because probably imagine that ADX is not a software, is an ecosystem that is wrapped by one icon. Okay, but inside the ecosystem of ADX, you can have some error. Okay, it happens, and so you have to get these messages, and so probably you have to deal with a parallel way to monitor ADX. Which is the way? The way is to connect using, for example, Logic App periodically to log analytics, using Kusto, obviously, to retrieve this kind of event. So, for example, event dropped or blobs dropped or other bad things. Okay. So two ways: one fast for the single query, and one more structured using an external tool. So Log Analytics, queried by Kusto queries. So you have to learn the same language. Using the metrics that are that you can see on the screen now.
Wow, you really know this stuff.
No, I'm trying to do to do that from 2 years. Okay.
Yes. So, but most probably that's how long the ADX is on the market, right? Because
yes,
that's more or less
exactly.
So we are
exactly
on track since the beginning.
Exactly. February 2019, more or less.
Well, great. And did you have already like some productive projects, or more still on the POC phase and investigation?
No, absolutely. We have more than one project, because in the business company where I worked, we deal with industrial IoT and telemetry. And so for example, one of the slides showed a picture that is a real picture, so a real architecture that is exposed to an important Italian customer. So the market landscape is the energy, and the turbine and the electrical production. So the efficiency of the turbines in terms of power and so on. But is only an example, because, for example, another important example is regarding the process control. So you have to monitor the process, because the monitoring the products are too fast. So you can monitor in the dimensions with a camera. You have to monitor only the sensors, and if the sensors are good in the target values, it means that the process is good, so the product will be good. Okay, and in the hygiene, in the COVID period, we have this kind of things on the mouth, and an important producer of these products used for many months in Italy this software, in order to evaluate constantly if the producing of this kind of things was good or not. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So it was an important mission, okay, rather than an important project, because we deal with huge volumes. Okay.
Yeah, but of course that sounds really fascinating, also, like from the project perspective.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, that was actually I was going to ask about some projects, like if you could describe. So I'm really happy that you raised that, and I'm also really happy that this seems to be like really productive tool that we can really use, not only like for POCs, but really to make this productive. And yeah, maybe so it won't be like that sweet. Did you find any like biggest issue you had with working with the ADX, or perhaps some most annoying
most annoying
stuff?
things about ADX? One of the most annoying thing is the level of logging. Okay, so when you try to ingest data, at the moment it is not very deep, complete the information about the meaning of the exception. So many times it happens that your data is malformed, and it took some generical error. And so
sorry to interrupt, but actually we have also seen that on the presentation, right? You had this formula. Yeah, there was a typo, the space, right? And I was trying to figure out what is the error, but the error was like, it could mean anything, right?
Yes, exactly. This is annoying at the moment, but it could help to define well the data, and prior to ingest the data. So it is in my environment is in the edge. Okay, so because we have industrial PCs in the edge level, we define strong strategies in order to validate data, in order to pass all the validated data and not probably dirty data. Okay, so first rule is to clean the data prior to the ingestion phase, because many times you can have strange errors and the investigation is long because the explanation is not well documented. Okay, and this is one. For example, if you have during the one-click ingestion, and you have a file, a CSV, and that has got 2 million of records, and at the end of the line there is a null value in one of the million rows, and you can see with your eye. Okay, it will get you a generic error, and you you will have to investigate. So, for example, an important way is to have the right tools to double check the data. So if you have an error, please write down 100 of C# codes in order to double check if the strings are valid, if the values are corrected, and so on. After that, you can use in the simplest way ADX, because it's very magical, because there are times in which you write down a query with Azure Data Studio, not the browser, and it will it returns millions of data in seconds, and you ask you why. It is not possible, but it is.
Wow.
Okay, so the keep attention to special characters, to formats, or Unix encodings, and so on. This is the more strange level of investigation, because all the other levels are transparent.
Yeah, so that's very good to know. But yeah, also I believe this seems to be like pure, maybe not technical, but maybe yeah, the issue that should be and probably will be solved eventually by the vendor, right? So that's what I would expect, maybe in few months or next year. So yeah, it's good that this is not like a critical issue that might break that data. This is pure development, let's say, improvement that will be eventually done.
Yes, absolutely. But there is a good team of people, and think about that this was an internal instrument. So in less than 2 years, they make a huge shuttle of data. Okay.
Yeah, and that looks really, really great. I mean, the number of possibilities, the number of features is really, really great. So
absolutely
impressive stuff. Yeah. Good. I could talk even longer, but yeah, maybe that's time for lunch, and maybe yeah, next year or in the other conference there will be a chance to meet again, because I have really enjoyed your session, but also I have really enjoyed the discussion. So yeah,
Okay, it was
that's
good
off.
to talk
And
with you. Thank you for
yeah,
the patience, and thank you for the attention. Okay, overall.
it was really great. And yeah, thank you for being with us, and see you hopefully soon.
Okay, bye guys. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Okay, then it's a lunch break, but anyhow, I will in the meantime share the video from our sponsor. So if anyone is still here, we can follow the video together in between. So I will share the video in a second.
which is really to
Welcome everyone. We're going to get started with a demo of the SQL tool belt, and I'm going to leave you with our pre-sales engineer, Chris Randerbeer, to take you through that. Go ahead, Chris.
thank you, Annabelle, and again, thanks everyone here that's on the session today. We're going to talk about the tool belt and what that is, and how people actually use this whole thing. I think when we start talking about the tool belt, really what it is obviously is a conglomerate of different products that we've developed over the years and packaged them all up into this nice licensing model that we call the tool belt. But the biggest component within that tool belt is this product that we call SQL Change Automation. This is where all the magic happens. This is where really the impact of what we're doing here at Redgate all comes together, which is really to introduce the database into a life cycle that no longer impedes software delivery. This has historically always been the challenge, obviously, for a lot of our customers, especially as we become more and more agile with our application code and delivery of that code. Leaving the database behind has always been that challenge. So now what we're trying to do is to have our customers, with using the tools and the features within that tool belt, to really start to include the database along for that transition, and now alleviate the database from being viewed as that bottleneck in terms of software delivery. So I'm going to go through a normal process change here, a day in the life of a developer, and how and call out different tools, I guess you can say, or different features within the tool belt, where they come up and where that value is within delivery. Okay, and we'll take changes, we'll capture changes, we'll go ahead and commit and push those changes, and then talk about what we can do in terms of validation of those changes, and then deployment of those changes. Okay, and those kinds of tools that we can also integrate with along the way. Any questions, folks, as I go through this half-hour session with you, by all means, just go ahead and put that in the chat window or in the QA section there. And as we kind of rope around the back end of this call, I'll try and come into those questions and answer them accordingly. Okay. All right. Let's kind of begin this journey here. So I'm showing on screen Management Studio. This is where we're all making changes and managing our environments, obviously. The first product that I really want to talk about here is more of a foundational tool, which is SQL Source Control. When I talk to customers that are new to this process, new to this journey, if you will, I always begin at the foundation. I always look at this as a house being built, right? I want to first and foremost have a strong foundation. If I have a strong foundation, then I can go ahead and start framing my house and I can start building it accordingly. But that foundation is where everything begins. And in this case here, this is going to have to be viewed as source control. Source control for the database, that is. Okay. I talk to a lot of customers every day. I'll ask that question usually about whether or not you're source controlling your database. I get a 50% yes, 50% no to that question. Those folks that tell me that they are source controlling, as I continue to ask questions there, I'll find out that they're actually not really source controlling the entire database. They might have some selected tables out there. They might have some stored procedures out there. What we're talking about is the entire database. Okay. And we're going to be using some engines that you might be familiar with, SQL Compare, for example. So when I talk about SQL Source Control, this is not to be confused with Git or Azure DevOps or Subversion. Those are version control systems. What SQL Source Control is a plug-in here to Management Studio, and it bridges you over or links you over to that version control system that you might be currently using. Currently, we support everything out there. I think right now most of my customers are pretty strictly in Git or Azure DevOps or Git within Azure DevOps. There's a little sprinkle of Subversion out there, but that is fading away, I think, over the last 12 months in terms of my conversations. I'm going to be using a specific environment here for my demonstration. This is my SQL Server Central environment, okay? And you can see within the licensing, you're going to get an introduction of different tabs now within Management Studio. The Setup tab is going to give you a nice little visual here in terms of what version control system this database is linked to. In this case here, I'm going to be using the old centralized version of TFS. You also notice here that you got some comparison and some filtering options. These are from the comparison tool. If you're familiar with SQL Compare, this is our flagship product here. This is how Redgate was initially established. And if you have no exposure to Compare, do yourselves a favor and take a look at this product. It will save your life in terms of operations. It allows you to just basically look at a source environment and a target environment, compare those two, and then Compare will show me what is different between those two environments. And then I can go ahead and actually take those changes through Compare and deploy to that target environment here. And there's some really nice features in terms of being able to, ignore certain attributes. For example, I might not want to, bring permissions over or users that are present in development to, say, a higher environment where they're not supposed to be. So really nice value add in terms of that functionality. The locking tab here, again, self-explanatory. If I'm in a shared model, obviously I think this is something of a challenge for a lot of my customers, right? I have a shared development database. I've got multiple folks making changes against that database. And oftentimes this causes conflicts, right? I make a change to an object, a colleague makes changes as well. I submit my changes for review. The same can be said for my colleague. And now I'm leaving it to some other entity, usually a DBA or some individual there that has to kind of manage that. Whose change came in first? Whose change actually gets deployed first? This is a problem, obviously, within the life cycle here. So being able to lock an object down is something that I find to be very advantageous in a shared model. I can come into this database, for example, at any time, open up an object, and you can go ahead and lock it down. And what this does here, obviously, is it gives me a nice little visual indicator here in terms of this object being locked. But in terms of just the locking tab here, this UI will give the entire team that visibility here of who has this object locked, most importantly, and the type of object. And again, if I lock this object, this is not the only thing, I'm not the only individual that can unlock it. Anybody within the project can unlock the object. It's just meant for that preventative maintenance aspect here. So this is a nice key here. If I'm not in a shared model, obviously this is not something I need to worry about. I'm now in a dedicated model, very much so like the Git workflow, right? I'm working independently. I don't worry about anybody else conflicting with my work. I'm committing changes locally as well. When I'm ready to expose those changes, I then do a push, and then those changes then become viewable to the rest of the collective out there. If this is the scenario, then the get latest tab will then be something that gets initialized within this workflow. And what the get latest tab does is it does just that. It goes out to that common repository, again, using the comparison engine, looks for any changes. So this is where I would see those commits and pushes from my other teammates now that will be shown here, and then allow for me, obviously, to go ahead and bring those changes down into my local copy of development. And this is really within a dedicated model how the teams stay in consistency with source control. Okay. I'm going to go through this process, kind of show you what I'm talking about here. So when I take a database, for example, and link it over to a source control system, I'm going to open up Azure DevOps here. This is my repository for the project, as you can see. And I've got a couple of folders here that I've established, one for my application code and the other here, obviously, for my database code. And within this folder structure that gets created by SQL Source Control, each of these folders are going to have the current state of those associated objects. For example, I'll take my stored procedures here, and I'll pull up one of these guys here randomly. Okay, all of these are now SQL scripts in source control, all in the form of create scripts, as you guys can see. Okay, these now become the source of comparison. All right, so now as a developer, I can make changes in that database dynamically. I don't have to do a checkout, check in. I don't have to do anything of that nature. Make changes to those objects in the database dynamically and allow SQL Source Control and the engine of compare to constantly look at the state of these create scripts and compare them to the state of those associated objects in the database. And this gives me now as a developer an opportunity to also review those changes, make sure that those changes are in fact the ones that I've made, and then from Management Studio, be able to go ahead and make a very detailed comment as to what those changes are, maybe even associate those to a user story or to some change request, or however those folks are tracking those changes as well. Okay. Let's get kicking off here. I might want to start off with doing some development work here. One of the first tools I want to just quickly call out here, which is a really nice one. This is something called SQL Search. SQL Search is it's a piece of freeware, to be honest with you right now. But in terms of just understanding where everything is, you know, we as developers, we're moving in and out of different database environments constantly here. So this is something that I find to be very advantageous. So I can come into SQL Search, for example, and let's say I might be looking for the contacts table. Okay, so you can see I could put a wildcard search in here. It'll pull up everything with the name, contacts in it, the schema, the database that it's located in, also the type of object here as well. And of course, if this is the exact object in which I want to work with, I could just double click on it and it'll bring me right to where that object lives now within the database. This is a really nice tool. I like that just to keep me honest, if you will. Now that I know where that object is, I'm beginning to go ahead and make some change. Let's just say the business has decided that we're going to engage our customers in a different way. So we might want to start to collect some social media, for example. One of the other nice features about the tool belt that I find very advantageous on both sides of the house, both developers and for operations folks, DBAs as well, is a product called Dependency Tracker. Dependency Tracker is really nice because it gives me a nice visual relationship of how my objects are. So for example, because I've been given some charge to make a change to that contacts table, I can right click on that object here and you can see that I can view this dependency diagram here. This will pull up SQL Dependency Tracker and this will give me a nice overlay, a visual overlay of how that contacts table looks and also all of the associated objects here to it. If I click on this guy here, you can see in the lower right-hand corner, I've got some dependencies. I work with this database all the time, so I already know that I've got a stored procedure, for example, that works with that contacts table. So if I'm making a change to that table, it's safe to say I might want to also take a peek at that stored procedure as well. I can right click on this as well. I can see how the SQL looks for that object in version control. Just a really nice feature to have to really understand what I call the ripple effects of my change, right? I want to make sure that when I do make a change, I'm not going to cause problems elsewhere. Another nice product there within the tool belt. All right, now that I've got that visibility, I think I'm safe to go ahead and start making change, right? So I'm going to go ahead and open up the designer here. And you can see we're already engaging our customers here with grabbing their LinkedIn profiles, grabbing their Twitter IDs here. Let's say TikTok's all the new rage, right? So why not? Let's go ahead and grab their TikTok. I don't know, whatever you call a TikTok, an ID, an account, something of that nature. We'll go ahead and create the TikTok column. Go ahead and save that off. All right, because I saw that in dependency tracker, and I know that I work with this database all the time. I'm going to go ahead and make a modification to that get contact stored procedure as well. We reduce this down here. I don't know why this always opens up with 194%. Now, before I make any modifications, here's another tool. And I say tool lightly. This is a feature. This is another flagship product that I really think most of our customers really know Redgate by. If you do not know about SQL Prompt, then this is going to be your lucky day. Anything that you folks are doing SQL-wise, this tool is meant for you. This is our Auto IntelliSense tool, auto suggestion, auto completion, auto formatting, snippets, tab coloring. I mean, again, this will change your life with respect to making you writing SQL more efficiently. One of the things that I want to call out here, you notice as I bring that stored procedure up here, is that this is underlining here. So this lets you know that we're flagging this for some code analysis sweeps here. For example, as you can see, as I hover over this, my entire procedure body is not enclosed properly with a begin and an end. Got the dreaded select star statement. This would kill me in operations in my day. When this kind of came across and I deployed this into a higher environment and brought that down to a crawl, you can bet your bottom dollar I was trying to get the developer who promoted that change, let them know exactly how to get that a little bit more tightened up here. But this just, again, gives me some really good visibility on how to get that code tightened up here. One of the nice features is particular here. I can put my cursor after that star, press tab. You can see I can expand my wildcards really quickly. This is a nice feature as well. Execute. One last thing before I kick off here, because I do want to show another value add to SQL Prompt. You'll notice one thing that I think a lot of my customers ask about is data. Okay. If you have the need to source control your data, static data, I should say, in development, this is also a feature within the tool belt. If I right click on that database, come down here to other SQL source control tasks, you can see that I can link or unlink static data. This is going to pull up all of my lookup tables here. You can see that I've got RSS feeds, I've got country codes flagged. So now in development, if I'm doing some inserts here into those tables, I'm going to track that change no differently than I can an object change within Management Studio. Let me show you that played out. And I'm going to use snippets here as well. Okay, so I'm going to open up a new query window. And snippets is a shortcut, for example. So I'm going to do an insert into that table here. I already created a snippet where I'm going to do a double line. I'm going to tab. You can see it auto complete into that statement. And then I start typing my table name. You can see it already starting to populate. I tab. And now I have this nice little boilerplate template here for me to start to begin doing some inserts of data. Okay. Very poor data representation here. But in the interest of time, I think we all get what we're doing here. I'll take my nulls out. Give it some value. And execute this as well. Okay. So a couple of normal development changes that you've made. Also a little call out here. You notice over here in Object Explorer, you start seeing these little blue blobs or globes starting to appear. If I open up this folder, it'll actually end up at the actual object in which I've made a change. Okay. I do see the questions in there. I will come back to you in terms of Azure Data Studio for sure. Hang in there. With respect to this change here, you can see, as if I'm a secondary developer now, this table has some changes to commit. So if I needed to make a change, for example, into this object, I want to make sure and go out to whoever made a change. When can I expect to see that actually in source control? Because I'd want to work with the most current state of an object before I actually commit my work. So a nice little speed bump, if you will, preventative maintenance in terms of that conflict. When I'm ready to go ahead and commit that change, I'm going to come into source control and I'm going to hit commit. When I do so, here's that comparison that's going to take place. And again, looking at the state of those scripts out in source control and comparing them over to the database version. So now as a developer here, I can go one by one and inspect and make sure that in fact, yeah, this is actually my change that I've made here. So it's giving me a nice visual delta to show me what is different between those objects all the way down here to my data change. Okay. Now, as a developer, obviously, before I go ahead and commit these changes and talk about the pipeline, visibility is key with respect to the value of source control. At any time, you can right click on an object on a database here, come down to view history. This is always going to show me or the teams, what has gone on with this object from the very moment that I made or committed this initial project, created the baseline, if you will, to all the changes that I might have done since then, right? I can see how that object has changed. I can see who on my team made that change. I can see when that change was committed into source control, right? You want to, of course, have a little bit more robust commenting here. Don't take my example as best practice. But this is really the ability to just by reading those comments, you can get a very good idea as far as what state that object is and how it got to that state. And then down here again, a nice comparison in terms of what revision that database was and what that revision went to based on that change as well. Okay. The idea between SQL source control or behind SQL source control is everything that you should be doing via version control should be able to be managed here. This is where you as developers are the most performing, the highest productive. All right. I don't want you to move out of this environment to do anything else from a version control standpoint. And as you can see up top here, you can also now make a very detailed comment as to what those changes are. If you are working within Azure DevOps or TFS, as you can see, hopefully in the background, and you need to associate this with a work item or a user story, whatever that number was provided to you, just put a #A and then that item number and then your comment. And this way that can all be correlated over in Azure DevOps/TFS. Made a change. Okay, again, stay consistent with my poor commenting and go ahead and commit that change in there. I'm just pushing the object changes in now. I'm going to keep the data change back for a little bit. And now that I push that change, I move on to my next piece of work, whatever that might be. Okay. But now that I have that in place, this allows for me to dynamically capture changes and keep everybody visible to those changes. But now that I have that in place, what's the next piece of this equation? And that is really, I want to validate those changes, right? I want to make sure that, in fact, these changes aren't going to cause me problems as I move that closer and closer to production. The nice thing about Azure DevOps for a lot of my customers is this is all within that product, this family of products. So I can have a repository version control, and I can also create a nice build and release pipeline here as well. You can see based off of my commit, I already have a validation process kicking off now where we're doing things now like automated builds, I should say, for the database, where I'm going to validate the consistency of your schema. We're going to be looking for things like valid objects or broken dependencies, anything obviously that would not allow me to recreate that database successfully based off of the create scripts that I have in version control. Testing, as you can see now running through this process here. This is a little bit of an area that we didn't take a flyby on here. SQL test is another feature within the tool belt. I always talk about this with my customers. A robust testing function within the life cycle, I think, is imperative to really adopt. Okay, SQL test, if you're not familiar with this, this application has a couple of different frameworks here. T-SQL-T, if you're familiar with that organization, we support those folks here at Redgate. They are familiar and popular with a lot of the unit tests that you can run for SQL Server. And then SQL Comp is the other framework, more for code analysis, looking for example, these SP underscores. This would kill me as well in operations, looking for these kinds of things, those select star statements and those stored procedures as well. So you can create, we give you a lot of great tests out of box with SQL tests, but there's no limit to the amount of tests in which you can create there. And you can run these at any time during the life cycle as well to get that feedback, right? The feedback loop needs to be hopefully as close to development as possible here. Also get some code coverage, right? How much of my application code is actually being covered by a SQL test? Okay, so again, really good stuff there. Where my customers go, obviously, is as I'm creating those tests, let's go ahead and introduce that into this automated workflow here. The build has already completed. I just want to quickly show this on screen to you folks on how that got created. What I'm showing here are build and release extensions that we have provided for, in this case, TFS Azure DevOps. One of the value adds to the Redgate workflow is that we're completely agnostic to whatever might be in your environment now, okay? You might be using other tools like Jenkins, for example, or TeamCity, or Bamboo, Octopus Deploy, really popular release management tool, Urban Code Deploy, Excel Deploy, you fill in the blank, okay? We have the ability to plug into whatever that looks like there. We're not going to ask you to retool everything in order to receive the benefit of this workflow here. This build extension is really primarily for Azure DevOps. As you can see, a couple of things you guys need to do in terms of configuration of those extensions. In this case here, I'm building a source control project. I'm going to map out to where that database folder is that I created out in version control. And what do I want that package to be labeled as? So after a build is hopefully successful, we're going to package that up into a deployable artifact, which is called a NuGet, glorified zip file, to be honest with you. Also Microsoft technology. And then also, where does that build take place here? Okay, so I have right now pointing it to a temporary SQL server. You can also use local DB here. Local DB recommended, depends on in terms of your environment. I now work with a lot of customers that have cross database references, for example, or linked servers. Local DB wouldn't suffice in that kind of scenario. So I think more customers are using just a temporary SQL server to run those builds on here. I have my database area here blank, and what this is doing is it's actually spinning up a temporary database for the purposes of this validation piece here. And what's going to happen is, again, using the engine of compare, we're going to take those SQL scripts and version control and actually deploy them to that temporary blank database, recreating it from the ground up. This is, again, how we're going to be checking for the consistency of your SQL. You can see here also those tests that we've created in SQL test. I'm running that in an automated fashion as well. Again, feedback instantaneous to the developer. If anything failed here, build failed, some testing has failed, this is immediately known to the developer, right? You're not waiting for some other individual in operations to provide that feedback in about a day or a week's time, okay? Instantly known. You know why that occurred, make the necessary changes, put it through that same life cycle until we get some success here. I've got another product here also that I want to talk about, which is called SQL Clone. If you have an opportunity, please go to Redgate's website. All of these products are available for trials. Take a peek at that. What SQL Clone is very quickly is a product that allows for me to leverage a source database, take an image of that database, anywhere between 1 and 64 terabyte in size, and then provide what we call clones or lightweight copies of that database. And I can do that with a very extreme time savings as well as a disk space savings as well. Just imagine I had a 2 terabyte database, for example, and I've got about 10 developers that all want that environment to work against. The ability to do that with storage is already going to cause me a little concern. But now I can actually give them a clone of that database, and locally that might only take about 50 megabyte in size, okay? So keep that in mind. A nice product for you guys to take a peek at after this session. But what I'm using SQL Clone here in terms of this validation is for example, I'm going to already have an image of my production environment in place. I'm going to create a clone of that production environment and then actually deploy or sync my changes to that clone of production. So what I'm actually doing here is a deployment to my production environment. but not production, if that makes sense. In terms of releases, same thing, okay? I have a release here that I have configured. Let me show this out here as well. This is a mock pipeline here. This, this is not a one size fits all. You can see that I have a database build artifact upon successful generation. I'm going to allow it to automatically deploy all the way up to UAT. And this is where I have a manual intervention step that stops everything for the purposes of just that, allowing for my operation folks, my DBAs, to take a look at everything, review the scripts, and again, give it maybe even a sign off here. From an auditing standpoint, this is best practice as well. We want to make sure that we know who and what has actually deployed this into a higher environment. Okay, and again, all of my environments here are all set up in the same manner to create a release artifact from that build, and then obviously to deploy that release artifact. This is where you can establish, which targets get this change, obviously. But the biggest reason why I have that separated here, let me bring this up really quickly, is this export path that I have created that really gives me a good look at all of the logs and reports that are available to me here. This is how I can get my DBAs on track here. So here you can see I've got an integration environment already released in there and testing as well. Here's what we're going to give you to all of those environments. First, we're going to give you some snapshots as to what that source and what that target environment looked like before we did a deployment. So in case there's any need for maybe a rollback, this is something that will be very advantageous for you guys to have. But within this reports folder here, this changes.html, this is something that I find to be just really just a home run for my operational folks here. So this is where I can come in now. I can see what objects are actually part of this artifact here. And this is how I can kind of track the change. Here, for example, my contacts table. Right? I had a Twitter ID column, I dropped it, hence why it's shaded in red. I re-added it. And then now also my introduction of my TikTok column here. Okay, so I can go through each of those object changes. Any coding issues, okay, those same things that we saw way back in development with SQL prompt. I'm also given another opportunity now as a DBA to take a look at that and be given a heads up at potential areas of concern there. And because we're using the comparison tool to do that progression, all we're doing is doing those compares. Any kind of warnings would be presented to me here as well. Maybe I dropped a column by mistake and we forgot to take adherence to that data that might also be lost. And then lastly, this is the script. Okay, this is what SQL Compare is doing for me automatically. This is where you're going to see your alter statements. Okay, my alter for my table, my alter for my stored procedure. You should see a little bit of a highlighted area here. These are going to be where the coding issues are. So I'm not wasting a lot of time looking through this script, trying to find what those issues that we're complaining about. So it just brings my eye right to it. This is now the source of deployment. As I take this script and I keep moving this all the way onwards and upwards into production. We're at the top, or I should say, yeah, we're at the top of the hour here, folks. I've given you, I think, as much as I can within that 30-minute time. I want to thank you for giving me the time today. I hope you're enjoying PASS. Ideally, if there's something else that you might want to come away with, or there's a little bit more of a deeper dive, by all means, please reach out to the account teams here at Redgate. Make an appointment with myself or one of my colleagues in pre-sales. We'll be more than happy to do webinars where we can really get into the nitty-gritty of this tool, the value add that it brings to the entire process. This will be something of a pleasure for me to do so. But thank you again for the time, and again, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day there. There are a couple of questions there, if Annabelle, you don't mind.
Of course, yeah, a few questions for you, Chris. So the first one is, do we support the latest version of SSMS?
We do. We are in lockstep with Microsoft, folks, so just keep that in mind.
And will these plug into Azure Data Studio?
Azure Data Studio. So right now I know we have SQL Prompt available within Azure Data Studio. As far as SQL change automation, this is something that we are working very diligently to get support for. So I think this is going to be something within the first quarter of 2021. This will definitely be something supported within Azure Data Studio.
Great. Well, thanks for answering those, Chris, and thanks everybody for attending. Like Chris said, if you want to reach out to us for more info, you can visit us at the virtual booth throughout the day, today, tomorrow. Chris will be on tomorrow. And also just drop us an email. You can do that via the virtual booth, send a request, and we will be right back in touch with you. Thanks again for your time today, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks all.
Hello.
How are you?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good.
Perfect.
And you?
Yeah, all good. All good. Thanks.
All prepared?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, but also like this is many of your sessions, so that's not your first.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we will wait a few minutes. Maybe I will right now play a video like marketing stuff, and then we will continue in a couple of seconds. But I think everything is working. Like we can see and hear each other, so that's good.
Okay,
And I hope also that people will come back from the lunch.
Yeah, hopefully.
You managed to eat something?
Yeah, I just took a few snacks, and yeah, because I'm alone with kids, I need to put the little one to bed to sleep, and yeah,
Okay.
so yeah, but all good.
That's great. That's great. Okay, so I will play the short video, and we'll be
Cool.
back in a second.
Great.
Okay, maybe I will pause for a second. Yeah, we still have a few minutes. Yeah, I believe Dennis has explained that earlier, but yeah, this will be like 90 minutes. I mean, the session will be 60 minutes, so the standard slot, I believe. But at the very beginning, we'll have like 15 minutes for a discussion. It might be a bit more technical or a bit less technical. We will see how it goes. And yeah, after the presentation, yeah, if, for example, you will have something more, then there is no rush because we have these 15 minutes. And we will also can consume these 15 minutes later on for the question and answers, and maybe some more discussions.
Yeah,
and
cool.
Yeah, maybe I will have some discussions because I am also the BI guy. So I am also working with the Power BI, and yeah, that's also like my tool. So
perfect. Yeah.
I'm also, like me personally, I'm looking for this session because hopefully I will also get some more knowledge.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Cool, great to hear. Are you located in Malta also, or?
I was on Malta a couple of years ago, a few years ago, actually, right now, because the time flies. I was on Malta like maybe not entire 2 years, and then I have moved back, and currently I am in Poland, located. Originally from Poland, and I come back to Poland.
In which city? In which city you are?
Katowice. So, like comparing to Vienna, because we are located in Vienna, right?
No, I'm in Salzburg.
Salzburg. Yeah, but still, like it's not that far away, right?
Yeah, it's 300 kilometers.
Yeah, more or less.
It's closer to Munich than to Vienna.
Yeah, actually, yes. But I have never been to Salzburg, actually. I would need to check.
Yeah, it's a nice city. Really, really nice city. Smaller, much smaller than Vienna, but yeah, the nature is beautiful here. Are the Alps and a lot of lakes. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's a famous city. I would go there for sure.
Yeah, then ping me when you're here. We can meet or have a beer or something like that. If Corona is finished, of course.
Yes, of course.
Because everything is still closed.
The time is really, really bad. Even for the conferences, right? Because in the past we could travel and meet, have some more activities and discussions. That was really great.
Yeah, last year in January, it was SQL Saturday in Vienna. That was the last in-person event that I went to end of January last year.
Yeah, and then everything collapsed, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit different online, but
completely.
But yeah, it is what it is, right? Hopefully,
what should we do? Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, 2 more minutes, and we will start. Okay, last verification. Okay, it's one. That the first 15 minutes we will talk. So I hope that people late from lunch will join us. But the very beginning, let's say we have a very small gift for you. I mean, we have created a very short video like about you with some pictures of you inside the conference. So actually, I would like to start first of all with the small video, and then we will continue with the conversation. So I will just need to find the file and we'll see. Okay, hopefully that's the one, and I will play it right away.
Okay.
Okay, that was the first part, the short video. Actually, you spend a lot of time on the conferences, but actually on the internet it's not that easy to find a lot of pictures of you. You hide a bit, so it was a bit of the effort. But yeah, I really enjoy like checking your profiles and so on. And yeah, tell me more. Why Barcelona? Like, don't you have any other club in Salzburg or any
Yeah.
particular reason?
First of all, thanks for the video. It was really great and really looked cool. Yeah, regarding Barcelona, I'm originally from Belgrade and I'm Red Star fan since I was a kid. But yeah, I fell in love with Barcelona during 90s. So 90s of the
Okay.
previous century when Cruyff was coach, and then my favorite player Romario used to play for Barcelona, and then I fell in love with
It
Barcelona
was
and
the
all
Brazilian one, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. He was my favorite player at that time, and he played for Barcelona and started to watch Barcelona and fell in love with this, whole thing, philosophy and yeah, the way of playing football and everything else. So that's why Barcelona. So it's not since last 10 years or when Guardiola became a coach, it's much more, so almost 30 years.
Okay. I
yeah.
mean, that's great to know, because yeah, there is of course many supporters that are like joining when the very big things are happening, and then are leaving when the team is starting to lose some games.
I remember very bad times beginning this century. Yeah, Barcelona were bad. I mean, bad for their standards.
Yeah.
But yeah, so but I still supported them during that period, of course.
And you also like went to the game in
Yeah.
Barcelona? Had you
Yeah,
chance?
like I don't know, 10, 15 times so far.
Oh wow. And like this is really different feeling, right? For myself, I attended only one game, but this was the Polish clubs, and like the level between the Polish clubs
Okay,
and
okay.
Barcelona is like completely different. But like the feeling on the stadium is much different. So I believe on the Barcelona stadium, it's really tremendous.
Yeah, you said well. It's tremendous atmosphere because there are for most of the time there are almost 100,000 people there, and yeah, the atmosphere is great. I went for a few, let's call it smaller games when there was like 50, 60,000 people. It was half full stadium, but yeah, sometimes. One I went to visit Clásico, and once I think against Valencia, I can't remember. It was almost full, or for Clásico it was full, and yeah, it was unbelievable experience, definitely.
Wow, I mean, and you seems to have already good memory to all of those games. I'm not sure how you can remember all of that, but maybe that is also helping you with the like the technical part of your life, the presentations and like keeping the memory, the technical things on memory. So maybe that is also helping you. And
well, yeah, who knows, maybe.
and why you didn't become like a professional football player, and like there might be many reasons, but more like why you pick up the working with the data, being an IT guy.
Yeah, the main reason why I didn't become professional footballer is that I wasn't so talented. Simple as that. Yeah, I used to play, of course, and the highest level I played was like third or fourth Serbian league. So I was not so big talent. Yeah, and after that I also had some knee injury. Had 3 surgeries on my knee, so I had to give up. And yeah, so I focused. My passion is working with data and the numbers. And yeah, so I find myself in that area.
And yeah, so maybe it's good that you have this issue on the field, because currently we have a very great speaker and professional.
Oh, thank you, appreciate.
Yeah, otherwise it would be different. And the other thing that I have seen is the Data Mozart. I would need that's the nickname on Twitter. I really need to say that it's a very great idea to pick up the name. Was there like any other meaning and inspiration about Mozart? Like, do you also like the classical music and Mozart in particular, or like this is more connected to the place where you are living?
Yeah, it's only connected to place where I live. I mean, I don't dislike classic music, but not that I'm a big fan. So it's just connected to place where I live. Yeah, this is Mozart city, so everything is connected in some way to Mozart. So when I was thinking how to choose my nickname, yeah, the first association was like Mozart, data Mozart, and yeah, I think people like that.
Yeah, this is a really great idea. It's unique and also like sounds, and it seems to be a great idea. And also especially for the guy that perhaps is working with the Power BI, because Mozart is also the creative guy, and with the Power BI reports and that kind of stuff, you also need to be very creative and so on.
Well said. Yeah. You said perfectly that. Yeah.
And yeah, like on your daily basis, you are working only with the Power BI, or what is
No.
currently happening on your life, the professional one?
Yeah, I started with SQL Server, so like normal database guy, SQL Server, integration services, reporting services, analysis services,
stuff.
cubes, yeah. And then like 4 years ago, in my company, we implemented Power BI, and then no one didn't want to start working with it, and so I started. Yeah, in the beginning it was quite awkward, because it was completely different than, for example, SQL Server reporting services. And yeah, I started to learn from scratch and, read some books, watch webinars, go to community forums, and then to solve some specific problems. And yeah, I would say today that Power BI is like 70% of my daily job. Other than that, remaining 30% is still SQL Server and other Microsoft BI stack, I would say. So it's still combination.
Yeah, that's great. And yeah, also like, yeah, me personally, I think that the Power BI is yeah, one of the greatest tool, because more or less because apart from the others, because of the many updates that we have like every month. So if we would compare Power BI right now and 4 years ago, it would be completely different. And do you see like any other very big strengths that Power BI has for comparing to, for example, the other tools? Or what do you find in Power BI like the most as a most good thing in Power BI?
Yeah, you absolutely are right. So with all those updates each month, yeah, it's challenging to stay up to date and with all the latest features. So honestly, I haven't tried myself all those features, yeah, because there are like 5-6 per month, so it's hard to keep track of everything. But for me, the biggest thing that happened so far is this, they call it direct query over analysis services, or I don't know the name, but composite models. I called it these composite models. For me, this is the biggest thing that happened, because that opens whole world for data modeling, for data preparation. Yeah, so complete freedom and enormous amount of possibilities to prepare the data and to model data and finally to visualize it. So this is the biggest thing that happened in Power BI so far, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah,
because you also work with Power BI.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. I mean, what I also I mean, in the past I was a bit skeptical, because I also was using the analysis services, the OLAP mode, and I really like that yeah, at the very beginning, I liked it much better than the tabular version. Yeah, but later on, I fall in love with the tabular models as well. And currently, also, the big change probably will be the like Microsoft suggest or is starting suggesting that the tabular server, even Azure Analysis Services, will be a bit discontinued, and it is like more suggested to use the Power BI Premium instead of the Azure Analysis Services. So I believe this will be also a very big step like for us also Power BI developers, because that means that like bigger market for us. Of course, we know that the engine between the Power BI and the Azure Analysis Services is almost the same, but still it will be like more connected to the single product. So also, I believe that's a very valid point. But there is also like a lot of stuff that needs to happen regarding the deployments and so on, like scaling. But I believe this will also make difference. You agree?
Yeah, I agree. I think that Microsoft put their bets high on Power BI generally. So, and with this premium per user for only $20, I think they are trying, like you said, to democratize this approach and attract more people to switch from analysis services to Power BI.
Yeah, but with that being said, I would say that also means that we need like more and more speakers like you that will like teach us how to use that tool properly, how to do some tricks to achieve the needed goals in efficient way. And that's why I am also really happy to have you here. And then maybe it's a very good moment to start the session.
Okay, great. Let me just start sharing my screen then.
Sure. I believe if there will be any question, we can take them after the presentation, or if you would like then to check the Q&A like anytime, that's also fine. I can support you here as well.
Okay, or you can just give me a sign if there are some questions during the session. Feel free to interrupt me, and it's completely fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, then good luck. I will just
thank you.
Okay, you are not sharing, but if you will share, then it should appear.
Is it now visible?
Give me a second.
Because I see the message that the StreamYard is sharing your screen, so.
And what are you sharing? Give me a second. I will just. I think this is not. Can you try to share again? I believe then it will work. I have removed my sharing, and maybe that's why.
Is it now visible?
Not yet. Wait a second. Okay, it's here. Yeah. Okay. Now we are on. So I will collapse our. Or I will just stop my camera, and right now your slide deck is visible, and as well as you. So the stage is yours, and good luck.
Thanks. Thank you so much. So hi everybody, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending in which part of the world you currently are, and welcome to Data Saturday Malta from my side. I'm extremely happy to be part of this great event, and many thanks to Dennis and other folks for giving me an opportunity to present here. Today we will have a lot of fun with Power BI. As you may recall from the session description, simple tricks are almost always the most effective. So welcome to session High 5 simple tricks that will make you a Power BI hero. Hope that you will enjoy and get some useful ideas to implement in your own Power BI work, and that in the end, those ideas will make you a real Power BI hero. Let's start with the good news. As the regular session High 5 I'm presenting is designed to last approximately 45 minutes, and we have 60 minutes today. I've decided to share with you 2 bonus tricks. So let's call this session High high five +2. Okay, so first, before we jump into an action, huge thanks to folks from Redgate for supporting the event. It is much appreciated by the whole data community. Big shout out goes to, as I said, to Dennis and his crew from Malta Microsoft Data Platform User Group for putting their time and effort in organizing this free learning event, and especially for doing their best to make this event unique in every possible way. Take your chance and follow them on social networks. I'm sure they will appreciate that. You can see all the links on your screens. Once again, thank you guys from Malta Microsoft Data Platform User Group for organizing this event. As you already had a nice introduction to who I am and what I'm doing, I'll simply skip this slide and let's jump straight into the action. Prerequisites, well, this is a 200 level session, which means intermediate level. Don't be scared and don't run away if you're new to Power BI, as I will walk you through step by step how everything is created. Of course, some basic knowledge and experience with Power BI can come in handy, but I would say you're not in trouble if you've never used Power BI before. Most of the topics relate to visualization techniques, so walking through the session with no programming background is completely fine. As I said, no Power BI experience is needed, but it would obviously help. And the most important for those of you who were asking themselves, can I sneak through the session without understanding any DAX? Yes, of course. So don't leave the session because of lack of DAX knowledge. There will be some DAX involved in few examples, but it will be on a really basic level so everyone can understand what we are doing here. In any case, if someone doesn't understand, feel free to interrupt me and ask a question, and I will try to answer the best I can. Let me quickly walk you through the agenda. First, we will learn how to turn plain old matrix visual to a custom-like visual. Then how to show your users what they selected within the slicer. After that, we will have fun with tooltip pages. And as a bonus tip, I will show you how to create an animated tooltip page. Then we will see how to establish dynamic filtering within your Power BI visuals. Next is building a custom slicer pane for an unforgettable filter experience. I will show you as a 2 bonus tips. I will show you different ways to handle blank values in your Power BI reports in a proper way. And last but not least, we will learn how to reset all your slicers with one single click. So let's start our journey. The first thing I want to show you is so simple yet powerful that I thought it's well worth including it in this presentation. So first of all, I have to admit that Power BI has extremely large collection of visuals, both built-in visuals and especially custom visuals from AppSource Marketplace. One of the built-in visuals that is frequently used is plain old matrix. For those of us who are old enough and used to work with SQL Server reporting services, yes, we have fond memories of matrix as it was a key ingredient of all of our reports. But matrix as a visual was underrated in Power BI for a long time. And even well-known expand collapse functionality, with plus and minus sign, was enabled somewhere in the end of 2019. So something more than, slightly more than a year ago. So I wanted to ask you, do you recognize this illustration here? For those of you who are not familiar, it's from Google Analytics dashboard. It's quite simple, but at the same time, it's powerful. It gives you quick insight in most relevant trends. However, believe it or not, Power BI doesn't offer out-of-the-box visual that would bring same experience. So now I will show you how you can transform plain old matrix visual to something like a heat map visual, but even more customized. So it should mimic the look and feel of this Google Analytics visual. As I like to say, when I'm demoing this trick, after we are done, you can freely say that you created your own custom visual. So enough talk, it's showtime. Let's head over to Power BI Desktop. Okay, so here I have a matrix that shows me sales amount I have brands in the rows and I have months as a columns. A lot of numbers, and it's really hard to spot any trends without taking some time to go deeper into data. So how do we solve this? I will go to formatting pane, And under conditional formatting, I will choose to, let me zoom it a little bit so you can follow easier, this background color property. I will turn that on, and you will see that Power BI automatically applied some gradual coloring on it. But I need more control over it, so I will click on Advanced Controls. And once I get here to this new window, I will choose, because my report is designed to be a blue, with blue colors, I will follow this same approach, and I will choose this blue color as a lowest value, and this one as a highest value of blue. Okay, so we changed background formatting, but numbers are still there. Now, how do we solve this? The next step you need to do is to go to font color property, toggle that on, and again go to advanced controls. I will choose exactly the same colors here and apply this formatting to my font color. I think these were the two. Yeah, exactly. So in literally 3 or 4 clicks, we managed to transform our plain old matrix to a custom-like visual. And now the main advantage of this trick is that you can easily spot, for example, that Contoso sales amount rocks between May and July. That's the highest amount of sales. And you can easily spot that the worst month of Contoso, for example, January, is better than any other month of any other brand except Fabricam. And you can get this insight in literally 3 seconds. Of course, if you need some specific numbers to check, tooltips will do the job, as they are still here. So if I hover over May, for example, I will see that sales amount was 18 million and something. And yeah, so basically that was the quite simple trick, but that can bring you a lot of good things. If you ask me when I would use this trick, not in every matrix, of course, but in a wide matrix with a lot of columns, it makes sense to apply this technique and yeah, to enable your users to get a quick insight into the underlying data. Okay. Sorry. The second one, this trick came out after I previously presented my session at one of the conferences. And one of the questions I received during the session was, is there a way to show the actual active filters as a result of the slicer choices on the page? While I'm preparing the answer, I realized that in fact, a lot of people were searching for the solution to this challenge. So I decided to explain in details today how you can achieve this. Basically, the problem we are trying to solve here is when we have multiple slicers in our report and multiple selection enabled within those slicers. Our users can easily get lost and don't know exactly what affects their numbers and charts. Therefore, we need to display in the report itself which values have been selected in the slicers. First and most important thing here, DAX is your friend. We will learn about iterator functions and how can you benefit from using them to solve specific challenges. In the end, I will also share with you a bonus tip which will even more improve your user's experience. Okay, enough talk. Let's go to Power BI Desktop and see how it's done. Okay, so you can notice 3 slicers on my report canvas, and let's say that I want to show my users which brands are selected within brands slicer. So at the moment, they only see these multiple selections. And if they expand, they will see that Contoso, Litware, and Northwind Traders were selected. So we need to display them, the selection within this brand slicer. The first step here is to create a DAX measure that will capture all selected values within these slicers. And you can use 2 different DAX functions to obtain distinct values from a column. Those 2 functions are values and distinct. Values function is more complex since you can use both table name and column name as an argument, but we will focus here on the column name as an argument. Basically, values function will return all distinct values from the column you pass as an argument, including blanks, if blanks exist. On the other hand, distinct function will return all distinct values, but ignoring blank values. Which one you want to use depends mostly on the business request if your users need to see numbers for blanks or not. Personally, I prefer to use values because it gives me the full picture anyway. So I will go to my table and let's create a new measure, which I will call selected brands. And I will use, as I said, values function. And I want to return brand name from my product table. Okay, because this is the column in this slicer. I want to return that. Okay, and let's put a table on our report and let's drag this measure selected brands, and that gives me an error. That gives me an error. But however strange it might sound, it's okay. I know you are now probably thinking, Nicola, are you crazy? How on earth can error be okay? But let's stop for a second and see what this error message specifies. I'll zoom it a little bit. So the message says a table of multiple values was supplied where a single value was expected. Okay. Basically, Power BI is telling us that values function return table. So both values and distinct functions, they return table. It's not a normal table like physical table. It's a virtual table that's created on the fly by DAX engine. So we need to apply some additional steps and calculations in order to extract single values from it. And here come iterator functions to the rescue. Iterator functions do what their name says. They iterate over the table and apply the calculation row by row. How do you recognize iterator functions? They have letter X in the end. So that's sum X, average X, count X, etc. In our scenario, we need to iterate over our distinct values and concatenate them into a string, which will be later displayed in the report. To achieve this, we will use concatenate X function. And let's go to our measure and modify it a little bit. So we will use a concatenate X function. And you see that IntelliSense is telling us what do we need to provide in this function. So there are 3 arguments. 2 of them are mandatory, table and expression. So first thing that we need to provide is a table. And as a table, we will provide this virtual table created by DAX containing distinct values from our slicer. Okay, so that's the first argument. The second argument is what we are trying to return. So what expression we are returning? We are returning brand name from our product table. And as a delimiter, I will use the comma as a delimiter. You can use whatever you want, so exclamation mark, semicolon, whatever. In my case, I'm using comma. Okay, so I will confirm this. And now, when I look into my visual, I see that Contoso, Northwind Traders, and Litware were selected in brand slicer. Let's check if that works. If I add Prosware here, yeah, it will add Prosware here to our visual. So that works fine. You can also combine multiple measures and capture selection from other slicers too. So let me show you, for example, for year, how you can achieve this. Let's go and create a new measure. And we will use the similar logic. So it's let's call it selected year equals. So we will use concatenate X function. And the first argument is a table. So we want to go and grab all distinct values from our year slicer. Okay. The second argument is the expression we want to return. So we want to return a year from our dates table. And finally, as a delimiter, let's use again comma. And if I confirm this, and let's wait for a few seconds, selected year, let's move it to a table. And you can see that 2008 and 2009 were selected in our slicer. If I deselect 2008, you will see that only 2009 left here in this table. Okay. Now I want to show you a little bonus tip that will even more improve your user's experience. So we need a help from bookmarks in this bonus tip. So I will go to View tab, and I will turn on bookmarks and selection panes. Okay, so I can control which visuals are visible or hidden on my report page. And I will also need. I prepared a button which will help me to navigate between bookmarks. So when I click on this button, the idea is to show which slicers, which selection, the slicer selection basically. And I will need one more thing. So I will insert one icon that I already prepared. Let me just grab it quickly, and I will show you how it's done. So it's a closing window icon. Let's do some scaling and make it smaller, of course. Okay, so the idea is when my user clicks on this button, show selected slicers, this table will be visible. When he clicks on this closing window icon, this table will disappear from the report canvas. Okay, so let's set that. First thing that I need to capture is the current state of the page when my slicers are displayed. So I will go to bookmarks, add a bookmark, and you might want to turn the data option off, because if you leave it checked, all your captured data within the visuals and slicers will be transferred when you're navigating between the bookmarks. So I will deselect that, and let's call this bookmark slicer selection displayed. Okay, and let's define action for our button. So I will go here to formatting pane for our button, action property, turn that on, and I will say type bookmark slicer selection displayed. Okay, now we need to define the look of the page when our slicer selection is hidden. So we need to hide those two, this table and this image. Okay, let's go and capture this within the bookmark. Again, I will turn off data property, and I will call this slicer selection hidden. Okay, and now when I click on this button, I will see my table showing me which selection are in the slicers. And now let's define action for closing this small tables, for removing it from our report page, and go to action, type bookmark, and slicer selection hidden. Now when I want to close this, I'll just click on this small X image, and it will disappear from the report page. So here I'm showing it, here I'm hiding it. And basically this way you saved more space on your report canvas, because basically this table is not directly related to data. It's more of an enhancement to your users, so they can see what affects their numbers. But you don't want to waste space on your report. You just close it here, and basically that's it. Okay, going back to our presentations, we are at topic number 3 already. Now I would like to show you some neat techniques on how you can enhance your report using tooltip pages. Well, first of all, I have to say that I really consider Power BI as an awesome tool. I talked with Slavomir before presentation started, and we agreed that Power BI gives you flexibility to tell the data story in multiple different ways. It's about your creativity, and with little tweaking here and there, you can give your users much better insight into the data, and they will appreciate that, I assure you. So tooltips are quite useful feature in the Power BI report. By default, when you hover over a visual, like in this example here, let's say data bar, you will see numbers for that specific portion of data. But what happens when default is not good enough, or when we want to give our users better insights into underlying data with just hovering over data bars? Again, I don't want to talk anymore. Let's go to Power BI Desktop, and I will show you how it's done. Okay. So, sorry. I've already prepared 2 tooltip pages in advance, so we don't waste time building everything from scratch, but I will walk you through all the necessary steps for building tooltip page, I promise. So basically my two tooltip pages at the moment. First, I will close this selection bookmarks. We don't need them. The first one is tooltip regions, which consists of one card visual showing me total sales quantity and top 5 regions by sales amount sorted in descending order. The other one is tooltip colors, which shows me sales amount broken down per specific color within the brand. Okay, so how do we create a tooltip page? We'll go here to this plus sign to create a new report page. And then we will go to formatting pane. First thing we need to set is page size. Instead of default 16 by 9, I will choose tooltip page size. And next thing I prefer to do, it's not mandatory, but I prefer that to do, I'm going to view tab, and under page view, I'm choosing actual size. Why I'm doing this? Because that will give me the actual size of the tooltip page, so I can, position my visuals according to that specific size. Okay. Next thing, and that's the key ingredient here for this to work, is that you need to go under page information, and you see this tooltip option here. You need to turn that on. This way, we instructed Power BI that we want to use this report page as a tooltip page. Without this, it won't work. Last step is to hide this page so it's not visible to our users when they open a report. Okay. Let me check if I did all the steps for my already prepared pages. This is tooltip. Here it's turned on, and page. Okay, here, so I forgot to do this. Okay, well, it's always good to double check. So let's go back to our main report. And let's say that in this table, instead of showing default tooltip, as you see now, I see that sales amount for March 2009 was 22.5 million. I want to show my tooltip regions. Okay, how do I set this? Going to formatting pane, and down the bottom you see tooltip option, so it's here. I will click on this, and instead of default, under type I will choose report page, and then tooltip regions. Now if I go back and let's again hover over May 2009, I will see my tooltip page showing me total sales quantity and top 5 regions for that month. If I continue hovering over other data points in my table, you will see that numbers are changing to reflect the specific month numbers. Let's do similar thing here for, first let me just uncheck this. So let's go here and define tooltip page for brands. We see that, so we can see which colors are the best performing ones within specific brand. So again, I will go to format pane, and tooltip, under type, I will choose report page, and I will choose tooltip colors. Okay. Now if we hover over, let's say, wide world importers, I can see that white was the best color, then black, etc., etc. For AdventureWorks, Litware, you see for Litware it's silver. For Fabricam is black. So you can check which colors performed best and brought most money for specific brand. Now you're probably asking yourself, why did he create 2 different tooltip pages? He could show us everything with one example, and that's a great question. So let me answer it. Choosing default tooltip page size is not the only option you have. You can create tooltip page using custom size, like I did here. Let me show you. If I go to format pane, and if I go to format pane and under page size, instead of choosing tooltip, you can also select custom, and then you can customize. You see that mine is 328 by 200 pixels. So it's up to you to choose the size you like, and you can definitely, for example, if you need like wider tooltip page, you can use 500 pixels or whatever. So you have a complete freedom to customize this tooltip page as your needs, to satisfy your business needs. Okay, now stick with me. I will give you one bonus tip, and it's really level pro. First of all, credits go to Jason Cockington from acceleratorbi.com. Jason explained this trick in details, and I was so impressed that I wanted to include in this presentation and show you quickly today. So what is all about? Many of our report users are often unaware of some capabilities within Power BI, and they need some kind of guidance in order to use the report in its full capacity. Previously, I was using this trick to instruct my users how to use drill through feature within Power BI. But since we got last year a specific button action for drill through, this trick can be adjusted to assist in some other scenarios. And let's say that I want to instruct my users how to use analyze feature of the visual. By default, this feature is not visible anywhere to users. So they need to right click here, and you see this analyze feature, and then explaining the increase or decrease depending on specific data point on your visual. So it's not easy to find it and to apply this feature in Power BI report. So what I did, I created a GIF containing all necessary steps, short GIF, short animation, which contains all necessary steps to perform analyze feature on the visual. There are a lot of free GIF creators on the web. I'm using ezgif.com. Of course, my GIF was already created before the session, so I will just walk you through the steps for creating an animated tooltip page, and you can use your own GIF. So basically, all necessary steps remain the same. You need to define page size as a tooltip. You need to instruct Power BI to use this report page as a tooltip. But the most important thing is we will go to page background. And instead of putting GIF as an image on the tooltip page, we will set it as a background here. So you see this option here. Let me zoom it, add image. I will click on add image, and I will put my GIF which I prepared. Nothing happened here. That's because our transparency is set to 100%. If I put it to 0 and set image fit to fill, you will see a nice little animation happening, and we will use this animation to instruct our users how to use analyze feature. Okay, going back here, and let's say that for this question mark, instead of showing me default tooltip, I want to insert this animated tooltip page. So how do I do this? All the way down at the bottom, you see this this visual header tooltip option. It's here, the last one, and we want to use this page one report page. Now when I hover over this question mark, I see my little animation showing me how to take advantage of analyze feature. That's pretty awesome, I would say. Shortly going back to presentation, before we conclude this topic, just one important remark from my side. Don't get crazy with creating too many tooltip pages, as that will affect overall report performance. As I often like to say, try to find the right balance between giving your users enhanced experience and additional overhead, which can be caused by overusing some of these non-standard techniques. Okay, let's continue our hopefully interesting journey on Power BI tips and tricks. Next topic is dynamic filtering in Power BI. The challenge we're trying to solve here is that our users need to have possibility to dynamically choose what they want to see in the report. Or to be more specific, they should be able to switch between different metrics on the same visual in most effective way. The first solution that came to my mind while trying to solve this was to play around with buttons and bookmarks. But then I thought, what if in the future, users wish to expand on this and include some additional measures? I mean, it's easy when you need to provide selection between 2 or 3 options and you can use bookmarks, but things quickly become more complex if you need to increase the number of possible outcomes. Therefore, even if I love them, I discarded bookmarks as a solution here, as I thought it would create a real headache when it comes to maintenance. I will show you now much more flexible solution which can be created pretty quick, and what is most important, can be quickly upgraded to support additional similar requests. So we are getting flexibility and scalability in one solution. Who doesn't want that? Okay, again, enough talking, let's go to Power BI Desktop. Okay, so I already prepared some basic stuff here. I will show you now. This is the visual we want to use for our metrics. And here I have a sales amount measure, which is just a simple sum over sales amount column from my fact table. And I'm using here, you see explicit measures. So I'm just a short digression. I know that we all like things that are automatically created for us, and Power BI does pretty well in that regard. But without going any deeper now, I would just say that you should avoid using implicit measures whenever possible and create explicit measures instead. So this is my first measure, sum, and the other one is sales amount year to date, which uses calculate function over this sales amount measure and built-in DAX time intelligence function dates year to date. This measure, let me drag it to this visual, will basically show the running totals for the selected year. So it accumulates all previous values and adding the current ones and showing running totals for this year. Okay, so we don't need any of them at the moment here. I will remove this and leave this empty. Now bear with me here where the party starts. We need to enable our users to see only one of these values, depending on their selection. So first thing we need to do is to create a new table which will hold data for our dynamic filtering. I will go to enter data and let's call this table calculation time frame. Okay, I need two columns, ID, and let's call this one period. Okay, ID1, ID2, and period we have monthly and year to date. Okay, I'll load this to my data model. And now I need to capture user selection so that I know which measure to display to my user. So let's go and create a measure that will capture user selection. New measure, and let's call this measure selected time frame, and it equals mean. So we will use mean aggregate function, and we will grab the minimum ID value from our table that we manually created a few minutes ago. So let me just explain what this measure does. This measure will return minimum ID value of the user selection. In case that no value is selected, the measure will return ID1 by default, which is monthly in our case. So that's the minimum value by default. Okay, let's confirm this measure, and now stick with me. Here is where the magic happens. So far we have captured user selection, but it's still in some way disconnected from our existing data model. Let's see how we can put user selection into the context of our whole data model. So I will go back to my fact table and create a new measure, and I will call this sales amount selected. I will say it equals switch, so we will use switch function. I will explain you everything. So it's selected time frame. That's the expression we want to return, selected time frame. And then if it's number 1, we want to return sales amount. If it's number 2, we want to return sales amount year to date. For the sake of proper naming, I will remove these table prefixes from our measure definitions. You can see that you can easily and quickly expand this selection. If you need to in the future to add some new measures, you can just add number 3, number 4, number 5, whatever you need. And just let me stop here for a second and explain what is so special about this measure. So it basically takes ID value from user selection, and based on that value, it will display respective calculation with help of switch function. In simple words, if user chooses ID1, which is monthly, return me sales amount value. If he chooses number 2, year to date, then return me sales amount year to date. Okay, let's confirm this. And final touch is to create a slicer on our report, and I will drag there this period column. Let's make it a little more nicer. I'll do horizontal here, and let's move it on the top. And now I will drag my sales amount selected measure in this visual. By default, you see that the numbers are broken down by month because our default minimum ID value is 1, and that's monthly. But if I click on this year to date, the visual will change and show me my running total for the selected year. Again, clicking on monthly will show me values broken down by monthly level. Year to date goes and show me running totals. Okay, so this was just a basic example of using this technique, but you can virtually implement it in multiple different scenarios and it will work perfectly, believe me. This pattern gives an amazing amount of flexibility to use the same visual over and over again and look at different metrics within the same visual. In the end, this removes the need for bookmarks and creating more visuals for each calculation. Okay, number 5, so far so good, I hope. Next thing I would like to talk about is using bookmarks to fulfill some specific business requests. For those of you who are not familiar, bookmarks are one of the favorite and most used features in Power BI. Basically what bookmark does, I think maybe I explained in one of the previous examples, but it's not bad to repeat. Bookmark captures the current state of the report, so you can use this captured state as a reference in your actions through buttons or images, shapes, whatever. And this will basically give you a possibility to create an app-like experience for your report and make it look more interactive. There are really dozens of use cases where you can apply bookmarks, but I want to focus on a specific challenge in this demo. And I would say it's a frequent challenge, and I assure you that sooner rather than later you will face this challenge during the report designing process. Okay, so you created your nice little Power BI report. Everything looks fine. We have our 3-4 slicers on the page. So far, so good. But one day, user walks to your office and wants to have additional slicer for, let's say, brand category. No problem, you will make existing slicers smaller and secure space for the new one. Then after a month or two, your user wants to have one more slicer. Then after a month or two, one more. I think you get the point. So what should we do when we can't accommodate all requested slicers on our report page? Well, first option, the most obvious one, is to tell our users to choose which slicers are the most important for them, and then to discard others. I'm just kidding. Of course, you shouldn't do that. We can create a separate report page which will contain slicers only. Or we can create a slicer pane which will hold all of our slicers on the existing report page. And we will be able to show or hide this slicer pane depending on user's choice. Okay, so if you don't trust me, let's go to Power BI Desktop and I will show you how clever usage of bookmarks and actions can make you a real Power BI hero. So I have a report page here, and I will multiply this slicer just to illustrate the magnitude of this challenge. And let's say that we have these 6 slicers, for example. Okay, I will stretch this rectangle a little bit. And when you're working with bookmarks, you need to, first step is to enable bookmarks and selection pane, so you have full control what is going on your report page. And I can see here that, for example, my sales amount will go below and sales amount will go there. Okay, my shape will go here, and I need to fix the order here so everything should be displayed in a proper way. Okay, so I need help of 2 icons here so that I can define actions for navigating between the bookmarks. And the first one I will insert is, let me just grab it, it's this menu icon. And I will use this to expand my slicer pane. Okay. So this is how my report page will look like. Sorry, I forgot one more thing, to insert closing window icon again. Okay, scaling to fit, and let's make it smaller, and let's put it here. Never mind. Of course, you will format your report to look much nicer than my. This is just for the demo purposes. So that's how my report page will look like when my slicer pane is expanded. So let's go to bookmarks and capture this state of the page. Again, I will turn off data properties, and I will call this slicer pane expanded. Okay. I need to define action for this menu icon that will basically navigate to this bookmark that we just created. So I will go here to action property, turn that on, bookmark under type, and slicer pane expanded. Okay. Now we need to define how the report page will look like when our slicer pane is hidden or collapsed, whatever you want. So I will go here to selection and hide, not this one, I will hide all those things that I don't want to see on my report page when my slicer pane is collapsed. So this is how the report page will look like when our slicers are not there. Let's go there and capture this in the bookmark, turn off data, and let's call this slicer pane collapsed. Okay. Now if I click on this button, on this image, sorry, it will show me my slicer pane. As the final step, we need to define action for our closing window icon. And I will say, I want to go to bookmark, slicer pane collapsed. And now if I click on this, slicer pane will disappear. Here I'm showing it to my users. So basically you can accommodate 12, 15 slicers in the report pane and just expanding and collapsing it with just one single click. As you saw, we pushed filtering experience to a whole new level by using bookmarks in our report. Your users will love you in the end. You supplied all slicers they wanted, but you also saved space on your report to accommodate more visuals or to give existing ones a little more space. Okay, so number 6 is trying to find a solution to one of the most common challenges in Power BI reports. Now the problem we are trying to solve, or it's not a problem, but more of enhancement to our users' experience. Well, let's say that we created a few measures in our report, that for some of the visuals will produce blank results. I would say it's a fairly common situation to have blanks in the visual as a result. And don't get me wrong, there is nothing bad with that, nothing wrong with having blanks in the report. But sometimes you maybe want to substitute those empty cells with more intuitive values, such as 0 if you're working with numbers, or not assigned, not applicable if you're dealing with text values. There are multiple different ways to handle these requests. Each of them will produce exactly the same outcome. So I wanted to share with you 3 possible solutions to a challenge called replace blank value with 0 in your report. Okay, so let me go to Power BI Desktop. And here you see that I will close this selection bookmarks. You don't need them for this demo. So you see that I have my brands and total sales amount for each brand. So first, let's create a measure that will calculate total sales amount for only one brand and display blank values for all the others. I will go here and create a new measure. Let's do this for Contoso because that's the biggest brand in our sample database. And I will call it Contoso sales amount. It equals, we will use calculate function, and we want to return our sales amount measure. And and we will then use keep filters function. So we want to find our product table here, and we want to keep filters on brand name equals Contoso. Okay. I have some problem here. Okay, then I'll switch to filter function. Never mind. Maybe I forgot the syntax for keep filters. That one, and then we don't need this one. Okay. Okay, I mess up something. Let me go again and check. So sales amount, and there are too many. Okay, well, let's go filter, products table. Okay, and product brand name equals Contoso. I think this should work now. Yeah, so I probably messed up something with the brackets. Okay, so here we have total sales amount for Contoso, and we have blanks for all the other brands. And now let's say that the idea is to show zeros instead of blanks here. Let me introduce a solution number one to handling these blank values and replacing them with zero. This is probably the most obvious choice, and I suppose that most of us use this formula when dealing with blanks. So let's call this measure blank version 1, and it equals, we will use if function, and I'll say if is blank, okay, Contoso sales amount. Okay, so I'm checking if it's blank, and it will return me true or false. If it's true, return me 0. If it's not true, return me sales amount. Okay, I'll remove this table prefix here, and that's it. That's the solution number one. So if I grab this and put here in my report, you will see that now I have zeros for all the other brands except for Contoso. And this was a pretty straightforward solution, but let's check the other option, which was introduced a few months ago, I think beginning of last year, when we got a brand new DEX function called Coalesce. For those coming from SQL world, this is a well-known function, but let me explain briefly for those of you who are not familiar with it. Basically, Coalesce function will walk through the values passed as arguments and return first non-blank value, not null in SQL. So let me show you how this works in Power BI. I'll create a new measure, and let's call it blanks version 2 or blank version 2, and it equals Coalesce. Okay, and I will check if sales amount Contoso sales amount. If Contoso sales amount is blank, return me 0. So you can put multiple arguments here, multiple values, and what Power BI will do, will go and check each of those values, and the first blank value, when it finds first blank value, it will return the default value you provide. I want to return 0 in my case, so I will confirm this, and let's go and put this measure in our table visual, and you will see that we are getting exactly the same results. Finally, the third one was an enlightenment for me. I saw this trick from Jeffrey Wang, who is one of the DEX creators. So let me show you what's the trick. In DEX, blank plus 0 is 0. Yes, I know for us coming from SQL environment who think of blank as null twin from SQL, it's completely unexpected behavior. So if I go to the SQL Server Management Studio and run command like this, select null plus 0, that returns me null. Okay, but in Power BI, null plus 0 is 0. So let me show you how it looks like in our report. I will go to create a new measure, and I'll call this blank version 3, and it equals, let's say, calculate. Okay, and I want to return sales amount, and or I already have these measures already. So Contoso sales amount. I don't need calculate, sorry about that. Contoso sales amount plus 0, okay? And now if you put this measure in the report, you will see that results are exactly the same. So in Power BI, blank plus 0 is 0. Keep that in mind. As you witnessed, we've learned 3 possible ways to deal with blank values in Power BI reports. Which one you want to use depends on your personal preference. If you ask me, Coalesce offers much more elegant syntax than if, and I prefer to use that one. Okay, so the last one, going back to slicers and bookmarks, which work perfectly in Synergy. Now the problem we are trying to solve, or again, it's not a problem per se, but more of enhancement to your user's experience. Well, let's say that we have many slicers in our report, which is a pretty common situation in real life. And our users have chosen different values in each of those slicers to filter the data. Now they want to go back where they started and clean slicer selection. Option number 1 is to go and clear selection in slicers one by one. But I think you should agree that's quite cumbersome and tedious. Therefore, I will show you now very, very simple trick how to reset all the slicers with one single click. So no matter how many of slicers you have in your report, 3, 5, 10, 15, one single click will be enough to revert them to a starting point. Okay, so let's go to Power BI Desktop. Okay, so you see here that I have 3 slicers on my report page, and the first thing you need to do, I'll go and put not file but insert. I will put a blank button on my report, and let's put it here and set button text to reset all slicers. Okay. Now what we need to do is to create a bookmark, and I will go to view pane, open bookmarks and selection, and I will add a new bookmark, which I will call slicer reset. Okay. Bear with me, now follows the most important thing for this to work. Previously, we were unchecking data option, this one. So we were unchecking that. Now we want to leave it checked. Why? Because all the selections within the slicers will be captured within this bookmark. So once we navigate to this state via bookmark, it will also transfer captured data state. In our case, that's the state where all slicers are in starting position, so where all of them are reset to default. Okay, so I need to define action for this button and turn that on, bookmark, slicer reset. Okay, and let's choose some values here in our brand slicers, first 4, for example, and let's say that I want to reset this. I will click on this button and it will reset my brand slicer. Let's try with multiple slicers. If I choose here 2008 to 2009, under month I will choose February and April and May and August, and under brand I will choose Contoso and Northwind and Prosver. And now just imagine that your users want to start fresh from the beginning. He would need to go and reset all of those slicers one by one. Now he just clicks on this button and everything is back to starting point. As you witnessed, with some basic knowledge of bookmarks, we were able to significantly improve users' experience. I've applied this technique in multiple reports, and every single time my users were truly grateful because they were now able to achieve with one click something that previously required multiple clicking here and there, and it was quite annoying for them. Okay, so that's it regarding tricks and tips. Feel free to drop a question, if any, and I'll try to answer.
me just put myself to the stream. So yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for the presentation. I found this like extremely practical because like I know like some of the issues that you have shown us today. I know that yeah, I was also trying to solve them in many different projects because they are very common. So of course some of them I try to overcome in many different ways, but I believe that your suggestions are very valid and yeah, and that was very practical. We have also the comment from Ryan that there is no questions, but thanks for the session.
You're welcome, Ryan.
So that was extremely practical. Also, what I saw that yeah, we can see that the bookmarks and the tooltips, that is really a thing in the Power BI, right? We really need to learn how to properly use them to, yeah, first of all to fill the gap for some features, but also to like do some tricks here and there, right? So probably that would be the biggest feature, or one of the most important one that we should learn currently to create good reports, right?
Exactly, especially bookmarks. They're truly powerful feature, but yeah, as I said, don't overcomplicate. Sometimes, yeah, you can get a counterproductive result if you put like many tooltip pages or create many bookmarks. This is hard for maintaining later, and especially with tooltip pages, it's another thing to render on your report, so that can affect performance. So just be careful and try to find a good balance when to use this, not for every single scenario, of course.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. I was also thinking because in many organizations we as a developers we are creating the reports, but also there is the so-called self-service BI. So we allow the users to create their own reports. And I was just wondering, because that's a challenge in every organization, what would be your approach, or do you have some suggestions how we could learn also non-developers inside the organization the knowledge of the Power BI, the use cases, so they can build the reports in a proper way? I mean, they will be good looking, but also they will create fast. Do you have maybe some like recipes or some suggestions in that field, how we can spread the knowledge about the Power BI also inside the organization?
Yeah, that's a great question, but I think that no one can give a proper and definitive answer. Yeah, as you mentioned, we should always talk to our users and share with them best practices, what they should do and especially what they shouldn't do. I saw in many examples that they are importing a lot of unnecessary data, a lot of unnecessary columns, like table with, I don't know, 50 columns. They use in report later like 7 or 8 of them, but other 40 are completely useless, and they are bloating the whole data model and yeah, decreasing the performance of the report. So I would say permanently talk with your users and yeah, as you say, try to instruct them what's good and what are good practices, and even more important, what needs to be avoided.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's our very good advices. And if we would stay with the development, yeah, like my impression is that the Power BI is very simple tool to create the simple reports. But then if we have a bit more data or some more complex scenarios, we need to yeah, we sometimes need to really put some effort to achieve some goals. You agree, right?
Yeah, completely. It has a really steep learning curve in the beginning, but after that, when you need to create some more complex stuff, like when you need to use DAX or M in Power Query, then it needs yeah, to put some effort and time in mastering, not mastering, but learning, let's say, basics of these languages, and also some additional stuff like data modeling, like some basic concepts that are generic for all data solutions, like data modeling, data profiling, how to clean your data, how to transform your data. That's also very important, and Power BI is good in this, but you need to know where to find it and how to apply this. But so
Yeah,
I
exactly.
completely agree with you.
And then what would be your approach to for example, learn Power BI? What would be your suggestion to perhaps someone who is not that advanced, not that Power BI hero yet? Would you more advise to read some books or yeah, attend the conferences? For me, that's always a good option. But in your opinion, is it better like practice on your own, or more you would suggest to read some books or read some articles? Yeah, from my side, I would recommend your blog. Probably you will also recommend that. But yeah, what would be your suggestion? Which way would you instruct the younger developer to improve his or her skills?
Yeah, yeah, it depends on the current level of the person and the current level of knowledge of Power BI. If someone is starting from scratch, I would suggest taking Dashboard in a Day workshop. That's a free workshop delivered by Microsoft and its partners. I think it's 4 hours, where you literally start from understanding what is Power BI, how you can import data, how to use some basic visuals, and etc. etc. So this is just a basic stuff. Then for more advanced concepts and approaches, there are really a lot of resources. Definitely SQLBI.com, Marco and Alberto, their blog, they cover everything, but it's more advanced, I would say. Also their book, if you want to learn DAX in a proper way, Definitive Guide to DAX, their book is also, yeah, like a Bible for DAX, let's call it that way. For Power Query, there are also Chris Webb's blog, Imke Feldman's blog, a lot of cool tricks for Power Query, especially related to Power Query. Guy in a Cube on YouTube, if you prefer to watch videos, they are also showing some nice tricks how to solve some challenges. Also highly recommended. So there are a lot of resources for everyone who prefers books, who prefers videos or reading articles. So that's the resources that I am checking on a regular basis. So that's my recommendation.
Yeah, I think another great bunch of advices. So I think now everyone can, yeah, if someone don't know those peoples and blogs and resources, yeah, I think there are really great advices. So everyone will be able to follow up. And yeah, we will slowly finish, but of course we need to remember that Power BI is a tool like it's just a piece of the software, so it also has some issues, perhaps missing features and so on. So of course we love the tool, but I'm always like trying to be honest and also name what is really missing or what you might think is not properly developed. So I would like to ask you, like, do you have any particular case, any particular feature that is currently missing in the Power BI at this moment, or any issue that you have on a daily basis that you wish that would be solved one day? Do you have anything in mind in particular?
I would focus on issue, not missing features. For an issue, the latest object level security feature that was announced, I think maybe 2 or 3 months ago, is a public preview, and it's generally available since last month. For example, in my opinion, it's not user friendly how they resolved it, because for row level security, for people who know what is row level security, I will not go broad into discussion. Just for row level security, you were not getting any error. You just simply don't see that data in the visuals. Object level security works in a different way, so that when you set object level security on specific column or object like table or something like that, it's completely excluded from data model, so it's not part of data model. And if you have a user that connects to your Power BI data model, he will get an error, but it's not an error specifying like you don't have access to this measure or whatever. It's just an error. So someone who doesn't have idea, normal business user who connects to Power BI report, he just see an error and the complete report is broken, so he can't see anything. And in my opinion, that should be communicated in a little more user-friendly way, just to give a hint what is happening basically in the background.
Very, very valid point. I think we should really need to keep that in mind. And yeah, let's only hope that they will maybe improve in one of the next releases and perhaps change a bit. Yeah, but overall, I think we both agreed that Power BI is once more again great, right?
Yeah, more than great, and the plans are great. You can see in this release wave plans which features comes, and they are pretty much sticking to their plan. So really great tool, really great tool.
Yeah, and yeah, probably that's a very great sentence that would end up this this block where with a positive message. I would really want to thank you, Nicola. It was a great session. I will emphasize this once more again. It was really practical. So I believe you will share the materials after the presentation. So later on, if someone will miss or would like to go slowly through the demos, then they could also take this knowledge. So once more again, thank you very much. It was very well presented, and yeah, it was really a great pleasure to have you with us, and great pleasure to talk to you, Nicola. Thank
you once again. Thank you, Slavomir. You were a great host. Really was a pleasure to talk to you, and real pleasure to present for Data Saturday Malta. Great, thank you, and yeah, hopefully see you one day, one place. Yeah, somewhere. Sure, definitely. Have a nice day and all the best. Enjoy the rest of Data Saturday Malta. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye. All right, so let's have a short break in between while we are waiting for the next speaker. So in the meantime, probably I will share a video that you most probably have already seen. So the promo video of the conference.
Hello, Andrea.
So you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well, and I can also see you.
Fine.
How are you?
Fine. Good, good. Thank you. That's a wonderful day here. So fine. Everything is fine. Yes.
That's awesome. I will step up just for a minute for a very short bio break, and I will come back, so we will continue. Okay.
Okay.
I will just. Okay. Then I believe we can hear each other once more again, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Yeah, I'm really happy for the next session. Very nice to meet you. I will just, from the organizational perspective, I'll just mention, probably you will already know that this will be like 90 minutes, more or less, that we will spend together. Yeah, first 15 minutes or so, we will start with some small introduction, with some small conversation. It might be a bit more technical or a bit less technical. We will see how it goes. Yeah, then there will be a session, and after the session, I hope that yeah, maybe there will be some questions. If not, then maybe we will follow up a bit together and have some more discussion on the topic. And I already need to tell you that I am really really happy about your session. I mean, that track is very close to my heart because that's analytics and that part of the data where we can really play a bit with the data, see some insight of the data. So I'm really happy. And especially the advanced analytics and the analytics in general, I'm really, really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm very happy to yeah, to participate in that.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Hope that I cannot deserve you.
Yeah, for sure it will be fine. But yeah, before we will start with the presentation, and even before we will start with the conversation, I would like to show you a small and short video that we have prepared. Let me just find the file. Just a second.
Sure.
Okay. It's already playing, so I will continue, and let's see what we have. Okay, so that was a small
Wow.
presentation.
I am speechless. Thank you very much. So you poked around in social networks, finding out some pictures and
Yes, last
about
couple
me.
of nights I was searching for your profiles, and that's the outcome, to be honest.
Oh. Wow,
And-
that was unexpected. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And actually, I would like to dig a bit more in that area, because you are Italian, right?
Yes,
you are
I
from
am.
Italy originally.
Yes, I am Italian. Yes.
And currently living in the Denmark.
Yes, that's correct.
And then two questions. How do you find the weather in Denmark fitting you as an Italian? Or maybe you are from the very far north of Italy, but still I believe in Denmark the weather is a bit worse than in Italy. How do you find this fitting you?
Yeah, it's challenging. One question from my side before. Do we have already people log the listening?
Yes, I mean we are online. I'm not sure how many. That there is a few people right now.
Okay.
Maybe after the break. I hope that more people will join soon. But yes, we are online, and
okay,
and everyone
right,
can see us as well.
So yes, actually, I was born in Italy, and I was born in Sicily, in Palermo.
Yeah,
so that is not that is not so far from Malta, by the way. And but I spent the last 25 years moving into the north of Italy. I lived many years in the north of Italy, where the weather is not so fine. And in the past 4 years, I moved to Denmark. So yes, I'm going northbound. I'm going up north, and finding some bad weather. The winter this year was cold, very cold. So not so happy for. I'm not so happy for it. But yeah, this is how it works. No, I think you cannot get used to it. Even local people are unhappy and are not used to it. So they every time there's a small ray of sun, they get outside, they get off all the clothes and try to catch as much sun as possible. By the way, today it's an awesome day. It's wonderful. It's not so warm yet, but yeah, today we have a good shining sun at least.
Yeah, that's good. But really, I'm impressed that you are doing great. Also with the yeah, like knowing Italian people, you are really open and loud as well. And I believe the northern countries are a bit different. So I'm really impressed. And speaking about Italian, I need to ask this place. I need to ask these questions.
Sure.
Did you find already a good number of good places in Denmark to have a proper pasta?
I did.
Don't you miss that part?
Yeah, and also there are some places where they prepare a good pizza. Yes. The problem is that the worst side of Denmark is not the weather. The worst side of Denmark it's the cost of life. Because Denmark it's very, 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 very expensive. So going out for having a dinner, it's quite challenging. You have to think about it. You're going to spend a lot of money, even if you just want to eat a pizza. Is going to cost for you. So yes, you do it, but you do not do it as much as you would if you were in Italy. Because this is the main issue for me. It's not the weather, it's not the people, but it's the cost of life, because it's very, very expensive. So you have to think about before doing some external going outside, having dinner, lunch, whatever, breakfast, whatever you can think about.
So that's
going to restaurants. It's very, very expensive.
So that's different than in Italy lifestyle, how to speak. Yeah, but I was actually traveling for a business trips to Stockholm. Maybe Stockholm is a bit cheaper, but still this is one of the most expensive places in Europe. So I know that part. And then can you cook? Do you cook also, or?
Honestly, I don't.
Oh.
I mean, I'm quite often alone here because my kids are grown up and they are studying in different town, and my partner is doing some up and down. She's spending most of her time in Italy, so I'm quite often alone here. So if I am alone, I have no will for cooking, honestly. If there is someone for sharing the meal, then it's fine. But when you are alone, you just open the fridge and eat what's inside, and that's all. I have no will. Today I'm alone, so I'm not having a proper lunch, just a sandwich.
Okay, but yeah, like if you are Italian, then it for sure won't be a standard sandwich. You for sure will manage. Sorry about those personal questions, but
no.
Yeah, speaking to Italian people about the food, wine, and coffee was always a pleasure for me, and
it is.
I know you. Yeah,
you know, we are very proud. We are very proud, and we are very proud of our roots. I'm coming from southern countries, so I'm very proud of my origin and my traditions, especially in terms of food. We have such many good dishes, recipes that I'm very proud of it. So yes, I'm happy. If you ask, I'm fully happy.
Great, but you also seems to be cycling a bit, right? That's what you do for a hobby.
Yes. That's my hobby. That's my hobby. And yes, this is the second worst part of Denmark. Actually, because I lived in Italy. I lived in Verona or into the Alps, so it's close to mountains, to Dolomites. So I used to climb. Now Denmark is pretty flat, so there's no way for climbing, biking. I mean, for having a good uphill by bike. So yeah, I'm a bit unhappy with it. But then you have some shores and coastal paths that are very, very, very nice, and that was something that I was missing actually. Living inside the mountains, I was missing the sea. So on the other side, I can see, I can go to the sea and I can see the sea at least.
Yeah.
Yes, the cycling is the main hobby over weekends, but in winter you cannot do here. At least I don't. It's too cold. Too cold. Now it's a good weather for going out cycling.
Yeah, I see. And yeah, speaking of cycling, but also moving a bit to your other hobby, I believe, like data and working with the data. Yeah, maybe the question I would have is, what do you find more challenging? Would be that like cycling in Dolomiti, or tuning the slow query, or applying the advanced analytics in Power BI? Yeah, that part maybe is a bit more easy than tuning the SQL query, right?
Yes, it is. Especially tuning Power BI files that you are not making, that you are not authoring. So because my current position, we are mainly exposed to front end in the current job that I'm covering now. So we are owning a platform, let's say, and we are publishing Power BI reports. But you get the reports that somebody else has prepared, and sometimes, quite often, you have performance issues. They are very slow. The data model is not fitted, all this kind of stuff. So right now, main challenge, I think, it's debugging and do the reverse engineering for all the objects that you get, all the artifacts that you get, for make them working properly, and for making them not eating all of the memory that you have. One of our highest issues right now is that we have visuals that are very, very, very slow, and they are eating all the available memory into the tenant, into the platform. That was the first time in my life since I worked with Power BI that we experienced the message from the service. There is a cap. I didn't know about it, but there is a cap for every visual, that a memory cap. So once the visual hits the memory cap, then it's over. It cannot render. And we are experiencing this issue quite often right now. People are giving us reports that on desktop are running. I'm not saying I'm running good, but they are running. But when you publish to the service, then you have some memory consumption issues. So you have to debug, you have to reverse engineer the DAXs, the DAX queries, and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, this is main challenge, I guess we are facing today.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we also have we are not dealing only with the issues, but we might also do some more nice things, like, for example, the advanced analytics in Power BI, right? That is perhaps much better than solving the issues. But of course, some people like dealing with the issues more. But yeah, then yeah, I really enjoy talking to you. It was a great pleasure, and I think also we have right now a better better feeling, like who are you, and how your life is looking right now. So yeah, with that being said, I think that yeah, now everyone would see the magic inside the Power BI from you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stavrin. Thank you for the introduction, for and for your commitment, for giving us support. So I assume that I have to share my screen, and please let me know once the screen it's shown.
Okay.
Okay. So now I have to figure out. So you can see my PowerPoint.
Yes, now I can see your PowerPoint. And do you want to appear also, or should I leave only the slide deck on during the presentation?
Please keep only the slide decks. Yes.
Sure. So that's done. And regarding the question, should we wait till the end if there will be any question, and then we will do the Q&A section? Is that fine for you?
Yes. I think it's better. Yes.
Perfect. Then yeah, once more again, welcome to Malta Data Saturday. It's a very great pleasure, and yeah, the stage is yours, Andrea.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody with this nice picture that actually makes me willing to get to Malta as soon as possible, maybe next year, hopefully. Okay, I skipped the presentation. We already talked about me. Just for you to know, maybe I didn't mention, but I'm working for a Danish company called Pandora, that hopefully everybody knows, because we are making jewels, and we are one of the world's major players in terms of jewelry. Feel free to reach out to me via Twitter. This is my email. Any questions is more than welcome anytime. I have contacts with many people after conferences and after events. So it's quite nice having a good and a constant relationship with you all. Thank you to our sponsors for sponsoring the event, and thank you for all the people that are involved into the organization and that are spending and volunteering their time for making this kind of event happen. So we are talking about advanced analytics and Power BI. I'm going to give you an overview of what are the options, what you can do using Power BI, and how can you connect to some external services that can give you the chance to expand the possibilities you have in Power BI to expand the power of Power BI for getting more insightful reports. I start from this slide that is coming from Radhakad. I hope that you all know Radhakad. There are a couple, and they are based in New Zealand, and they are doing a great job for spreading out knowledge about Power BI and analytics as well. So this slide is coming from Lila Itati, and I usually take it as a starting point because it's not recent. It has 1.5 years, I guess, but anyway, it covers all that we need to know about analytics and about the tools and the features that are available. And you can see we have some features on Power BI Desktop. Some are visuals, some are scripts that are calling external languages, and some are directly into Power BI service. Unfortunately, where you see the diamond it means that this is a premium license. So not available for pro customers, only for premium. So for instance, all the advanced analytics features related to the data flows are into premium capacity. So you need to have a premium. And yes, as I said 1 second ago, all these features are now available. Something were coming at the time of the preparation of this slide, but now everything is available. Let's start with the first topic. First topic is quick insights. Quick insights. Actually, Power BI does search into your data. We probably are not aware of it, but every time we use a data set, every time we publish a data set into Power BI service, so from Power BI Desktop to Power BI service, actually Power BI is looking into our data and is trying to find out some insights for us. That could be outliers, could be correlation between data, could be trends, could be seasonality, all these insights. Power BI, it's giving you this kind of out-of-the-box data analysis. Once we publish a report from Power BI Desktop to Power BI Service, there's this message. We get the window, the report has been published, and you get this message. I bet none of us is reading this message. Everybody is discarding this message. I'm pretty sure for it. But actually, if you click on it, you can get insights. But you can also get insights directly from the data set I'm showing you in a minute. So if you are missing the message, no problem. You can do it later on a later stage in Power BI service using your data set. By the way, I put all the references for every topic here, because these are all the topics are well documented into the Microsoft official documentation. And I'm using all the sample data that are coming from Microsoft, so you can also recreate the samples if you want on your own. And insights are also available for dashboard tiles too. You just open a dashboard tile and you get the view insights message, and you can read the same insights as you have in for your tile from the insight. I don't know why there's a white page here. Sorry for it. So first demo. Let's have a look on how quick insights are working. As I'm switching, can you see my desktop? Because I switched to a virtual machine, so I would like to have a confirmation that you.
Yes, we can see the Power BI, right?
Thank you. Yes, this is a Power BI report. Thank you very much for it. I wanted to be sure. So this is a simple Power BI report. I built it with some demo data. They are dummy data related to dummy companies and travel expenses data for companies that are in a fake group, just for having some data. So if I want to publish this report in, let's publish it in my workspace. This is what happens. This is the usual process for publishing a report. I have a disclaimer because this is a virtual machine, and this is a virtual machine that I use for demo, and this is my own virtual machine. I'm paying on my pocket for it, so it's not performing, because of course I need to keep costs low. So it is exactly not well performing, but it works, and for demos it's perfectly fitted. As you can see here, we have this get quick insights menu. So if I click here, I'm redirected to the Power BI service, where I can get these quick insights from. But this is exactly the same as I go here, and this is the account I used to publish the report. And if I go in my workspace, fine, over the data sets. So the insights are at a dataset level, okay, not at a report level. You click on the dots, and then you can you see this message: get quick insights. This is exactly the same as I clicked on the get quick insights message when I published the report. It redirecting me exactly on the same page. Okay, my insights are ready. Let's have a look on my insights. So Power BI is doing some analysis. I have no clue what kind of algorithms, what kind of search is doing over my data. I cannot be only I can be only see the output and how the data is shown. So I have some outliers. This is an outlier. So he's telling me you have a relationship for the kilometers done for travel reasons, and at the point in time there was an outlier. So in 2016 the data ramped up. And there are also some correlations. So is there a linear correlation between the company ID and destination? The company country, Poland, accounts for the majority of audit. Audit is a travel reason. So why are you traveling? You are traveling for sales. You are traveling for training. You are traveling for whatever. And the audit accounts for the majority of the travels into Poland. So maybe there is something we have to check about. And there are some other data, some other analysis. Login ID is trending upwards for country Denmark, and blah, blah, blah. So again, this is fully out of the box. You just click a button giving me insights, and you get this set of analysis, correlations, outliers, whatever you can think about out of the box. So maybe it's worth spending, taking a look on it, if it actually can give us some insight, something that we can use on a later stage for analyzing our data. It's free, it's out of the box, so why don't using it? And we have the same for dashboards. This is a dashboard, and we have the same for the dashboard tiles. Not all the tiles that are into a table, but in a dashboard, sorry. So if you click over the dots into a tile, and then you see you have this view insights. So again, it's performing an analysis over our data. So it's right now it's searching. Actually, this is exactly the same kind of analysis it did before. So the output it's the same, but it's limited on a more narrow range of data, because I am analyzing just a tile, not the full data set. So it's related to a small subset of data, but the output is exactly the same. So he's telling me, okay, I found out correlations, I found out outliers, whatever I found out, the data, how the data is concentrated or dispersed, and all this kind of information. Okay. Fine. That was the first topic, and it was the quick insights. So let's go over the next one. The next one is analytic lines. This is, again, out of the box. It's a feature you have directly in Power BI, and you can add to your visual dynamic reference lines. It means that you can add constant lines, you can add minimum, maximum, average, median, or also forecasting if the data is a time data, if you have an access with time data. So once you add the visual into your report, the last icon here, it's the analytic. It doesn't work for all the visuals you have. For some visuals it works. For some other it doesn't, because it depends on the visual. If you make sense to add a line to a visual. So, for instance, to a pie chart, you cannot add a line. You can add a line to histogram scattered chart, but not to a pie chart for sure. And then you can also you can add all the lines that you want, and we will have a look instantly. So let's go close this one and open this one. Let's move to the other page. Okay, so I have some charts here, and as you can see, I also already added some lines to this Instagram, to this line chart. For instance, let's see how it works. If I click over the chart, and if I go over analytics, then I find all my the available lines for this chart. I can add a constant line. A constant line means that I need to define a value for it. Maybe I want to add min and max lines that are coming from from the expenses amount. So I want to see the range of my expenses amount. Let's see that I'm adding this line, and as you can see, once I add the line, hopefully you can see. Please let me know if you don't see that I can zoom in into the report. So I have one line here. The visual is telling me you have added one line here, and here is it, my minimum line. I also want to add a maximum line based on a measure, and let's make it purple. Okay, so I have a maximum and a minimum line. This line is an average, so I can see the range of my data, and I can also, if I want, I can define a custom value for my lines, not from here, sorry, but from the constant line, because I want to say, okay, rise, for instance, an alert if some data are below a threshold. So I can put some thresholds here. So I want to see if the data falls below or above the threshold. And in this case, I have to add a constant value, and this is added by end. So if I put 7 million, let's see, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes. So this is my constant line. So I want to check about for every month if the data is above or below the threshold, the target. Let's say we have a target of sales, for instance. In these other cases, I'm using a visual which is having a date as a horizontal axis. So in this case, I can also add a forecast. Maybe it's easier to see here. I can add. Yeah, let's move over. So I can add both a trending line. I have data over the time. So now I can add a trending line. Trend line. Give me an idea of the trend of my data. So I have a growing trend for my data, but I can also add a forecast because this is based on a time series. So I have a forecast only when I have a time series. Then I want to see my data is is going on up to 2019 and the end of October, if I recall correctly. So I can add a forecast, give me a forecast of how my data will look like, and I can add a period. As you can see, if you don't see, please let me know. I will zoom in. But here I have time periods. I can add years, I can add the quarters, I can add the months, days, whatever you want. So let's say, give me the forecast for the next 6 months. Okay, and apply. This black line, let's make it of a different color. No, sorry, that was the confidence interval. Okay, no, it changed the color line as well. So this orange line is the forecast. It's telling me how my data is going to behave into the next 6 months, into the X period that I defined here. I can also say ignore last, don't know, 2, 3, 4 months. And I can also set the confidence interval. It means how large is this area, how confident I feel about the truth of my data. Okay, so I can narrow it down. I can make it larger if I don't feel so confident about the data. So you can add the forecast. You can add, in this case, we have a trend and we have a forecast. So we can display how the data is going and how the data will look like in the next X months. Again, this is out of the box. Keep in mind that you need a time series. So you need an horizontal axis with date time. Data that are in a date format. Power BI must know that this data is a date. So you see here I have all the date hierarchy because this field is formatted as a date. Okay, let's move over the next topic. And the next topic is R. We have native for many years or yet native support in for R into Power BI. There are many options for using R into Power BI. Actually, I don't know if you know, you can use R writing scripts and importing data. And I will show you a script that will call for external data directly into Power Query. So yes, actually this is this step, but we we can import data using an R script. And of course, we have R visuals. We can create both custom visuals using R, so writing R code, And we can also use visuals that are already available for us, and they are built using R packages into the background. And this is totally, again, this is totally available because there's native support for R. There is also native support for Python too. It came later, on a later stage, and I'm showing you R, only R, for two reasons. One, it's because I started working with R, and I'm all focused to R. I had to make a choice some time ago because you cannot learn everything. So I decided to stay focused on R because I started working in R many years ago. And the other is that all the visuals that I show you are based on R, actually. So all the custom visuals that you can import in Power BI that are available on the market, actually they are coming from R. There are R packages behind. So for me, it makes more sense having R. But what you can see for R works as well as for Python. When you use R, you can create directly your visual. You can write some R code, and then if you write the code directly into the R visual, then you have you have the visual. In this case, I'm just plotting a simple linear regression, simple regression model. But there are also some visuals available. They are you can import from the marketplace, so you can use a time series. There are a bunch of time series and forecast visuals. I show you some of them. And there are some other visuals as well for detecting outliers, or one that is called the correlation plot for giving you the correlation between all the measures in your data. Time for the demo using R. Before using R, you must be aware that you need to have R installed on your local machine. So you need a local version of R, and you need to set R into Power BI. So you need to tell to Power BI, okay, I have a local release of R, and I'm actually I think I have 3 releases, and I will explain you why later on. So this is the common R release coming from the open source release coming from CRAN. You can also tell Power BI use a Python release as well, but the point is that you need to have R, a local R installed on your personal machine, on the machine you are working on, actually. Okay, so once you define which release of R to be used, then you go over here and you have this R script visual, and this is native. You find it, you don't need to import anything. Just click, and what happens is that you have an empty box and a writing editor below. What you need to do is to add some data to pass some data. Hopefully this is the right data set. I don't recall, but let's see. So you need to pass the data. This is a key point, because you see the difference. This area is grayed out because you need to pass data to the visual. Then once you define some data to be passed to the visual, then you can write your code here. My suggestion is do not write any code. Sorry, do not write any code here, because it's not a good experience. It's gonna be not a good experience. This is not an editor actually. So the suggestion, the advice is use an external editor for writing your code. Our code, I'm using RStudio, and then copy and paste the code inside and run the script. Yes. So this is the script the visual I shown you before is just a linear regression. So I'm calling a plot, and I'm calculating the regression linear model. This one, the regression of two measures. The number of the amount of my expenses over versus the number of my visits. So there is a linear regression. It means that the more trips, the more I travel, the more I spend, the more money I spend. And this is something that I could expect. But there are also custom visuals, as I mentioned. So if you go over the marketplace here, and you say import visual, get more visuals, and you go over the marketplace, R is quite slow, unfortunately, into Power BI. There could be some performance tuning activities to do, because R unfortunately is quite slow. So if I go here, this is the marketplace. So I am in Power BI, I am in the marketplace, and if I go on advanced analytics, I see that there are many custom visuals available. There are many custom visuals for forecasting, as I said. But there are also some other custom visuals that allow you to create different visualizations. For instance, this one, clustering with the outliers, whether you can free violin plot, never used it, I don't know what it does. But spend some time looking at the visuals and trying to figure out which one could be suitable for you. If I click over any of these visual, this one, and I want to see more details about it, please pay attention. Let me know if you don't see, because I bet it's a very small font. But pay attention that all the visuals are based on packages, and you need to install the R packages that are behind the visual. In this case, it's telling me R package dependencies are Proto and Zoo. So you need to have these two visuals, these two packages installed into R. If you do not have, when you download the visual, then it will ask you, I need two packages, two R packages. Do you want to install them? My advice is don't do it, because it's gonna be very long. You're gonna wait a long time, and the report is gonna be stuck for a while, and sometimes it cannot do it. So check out what you need. Go over your R release, RStudio, whatever you want, install the packages, and then get the visual from the market. These are some visuals that I'm using for forecasting. So as you can see here, I have a date, and I have an expense amount. And if I go over the detail for the visual, I can zoom in, zoom out into the data. For instance, I can, come on, zoom out. I can focus on the forecast area, and I can define some settings for the forecast area, as I've shown you before, because if I go here, then I can say more or less what I I showed you before. So the forecast length, the length, what kind of period you want to add, and a bunch of other details related to the object. Yes, trying to figure out. Yeah. Oh, okay. So this is forecast length. It means that is forecasting 30. It's forecasting for 30 days, because the granularity for this the horizontal axis is at a single day level. If I'm telling him 180, then it's spamming over a 6-month period. Takes sometimes there is a wheel spinning out here. It takes some time because it's unfortunately, yes, it's a bit slow inside Power BI. So you see now I have a different time period I'm spanning over for my forecast over 6 months. These are exactly the same, not the same. These are forecast visuals as well, using a different algorithm. So I'm not going into all these details. You need to know what the algorithm that you are using is doing, and you know that using different algorithms, you can actually have different output, even though you are analyzing the same data. Same works here. In this case, I have a correlation coefficient for travel reasons. These are all the travel reasons. So I'm using a different visual. This one. This is again an external visual based on a package called CorePlot. You need to install this package, and then you can use the visual, passing some data to the visual. And this one is performing outlier detection. So I have country versus number of country visits versus travel reasons. And there is more or less a curve, but there is this point that is absolutely out of the range. So probably we need to investigate what's going on up there. Okay, and that was for R. Maybe could work. No, okay. Let's go. Let's move over. And by the way, time is running. Okay. Next topic: Azure machine learning. How to use machine learning, Azure machine learning inside Power BI? We can call Azure machine learning models directly from Power BI. It is not straightforward, but it's doable. So it means that you create Azure machine learning models in Azure Machine Learning Studio, and then you pass, for instance, for prediction. The example, it's the quite standard prediction model. You create a prediction model in Azure Machine Learning, then you pass some data from Power BI to the model, and you get a score as an output that you can reutilize into your report. For doing it, you need a subscription in Azure Machine Learning Studio, and you need an API key that you are passing through the service. It's needed for authentication. So let's go over the demo for this topic as well. You need to close this report actually. And I need to open another report. This one. This is an example that you can find out into the Microsoft documentation. This is a credit score, credit risk score. It means that we have customers that are classified, that are categorized in clusters. If you are owning a house, if you have a fixed income, there are different categories. So every user it's classified and it falls into a cluster, and then the data is passed through a Azure Learning Azure model that gives you the output about the credit score risk for that category of customer. So no one single person. So it's not telling Andrea is not trustable, but it's people that are falling into this category are scored as good customers, medium customers, bad customers, etc. This is the model here. Into Azure Machine Learning, we have, they are called experiments. So you are building an experiment, and once you are building an experiment, you have the full experiment that has two parts. The training part, because you know, once you define a model, then you have to train the model, a predictive model. You have to train the model with some data. So you have to pass some data for training the model, and the other component is the scoring model. So then you pass the data through to the scoring model, and the scoring model gives you back some outputs. And these are some steps we do not have time for doing into every step, how to build the model, whatever. It's just for giving you an overview that it's possible, and actually I'm more interested in showing how it works from Power BI, because you need to prepare the data set, and you need to tweak your data using some M scripts. So I think this is the most important part, and this is what I want to show to you. So you have a model, you have a predictive and experiment that is getting some data into input, and it's creating a web service. So the output of your model is a web service. You have this web service, and the web service is exposed according to your authorization key, the API you are calling, the authorization key, and the token that you are passing to the model. So you have this web service, and you have to call the web service from Power BI. So you have an API key, and you have to pass this API key to Power BI. How it works? It works in this way. So I am, let me go over transform data. So in Power Query, the original data set, it's an Excel file. It's just a simple Excel file. And this is, no, this I guess it's here. But this one, yes, it's a CSV file, actually. So the data source, it's a CSV file coming from my local file system. Then I'm applying some steps. Actually, I'm getting an error. Please pay attention to this error, because something that I wanted to highlight to you. So it's telling me there is no package called Azure ML. Because why? And this is an R script error, because I'm using R, but I'm using the open source release of R. There is also a Microsoft version of R. This is open source as well, but the Microsoft version has some different packages from the open source, from the common R release. So it means that in the Microsoft version, there is a package called Azure Machine Learning because it's fitted for calling the services. That is missing to the common release of R. So what I need to do is do not save it, and I need to change the R, not data source, sorry, the R version that I'm using. So options, R scripting, and I have to change. And you see, I also have the Microsoft release of R. Again, this is a local installation of R on my machine. Okay, tell Power BI to use the Microsoft version of R. I need to open it again. You need to close and open again the file, and then hopefully the trick is done. Okay, so go again on Power Query in transform data. I have no data here because I'm not interested. I have no visuals here. I'm not interested in showing any visual because what I'm interested in here is the preparation of data. And something is running, as you can see. Let's give, so now the dataset Power BI is calling the model, and it's performing some activities on the data. It's calling the web service, and is getting an output, exactly. So let's have a look here. This is my data source, and this is a CSV file, and that's fine. Then, okay, change type and nothing. This is the key point. Run R script. I have to write this data R script, and I want to be fully transparent to you. I found it into the documentation, so it's not me that is inventing something weird, but it's documented. You need to pass a couple of tokens, APIs, tokens that are coming from your ID into Azure Machine Learning Studio. Then you are calling the web service. This is the name of the web service. And then I call the package. So library, it's the common R command for calling for loading a model, and then pass some data and to the dataset, consume the service, get some data as an output into my dataset. So, and this is the next step is the output. So I'm passing some data to the model, and the model is giving to me as an output the score of every cluster of customers. My customer falls into a cluster based on some description that are some how to say, categories that are credit history, credit amount, present employment state, personal status, job, blah, 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 householding, age and years, whatever you can think about. And this is the output. So it's giving me a score in terms of percentage. And then I can assess the credit risk for the customer coming from this model. Okay, so again, I'm not visualizing anything here because I'm not interested in showing you some visual that actually are not telling us anything. What's important that you are calling through R. You are calling a web service directly in Machine Learning Studio, calling this R package. This could be also done directly using this feature here, but unfortunately, this feature, no, not here. Unfortunately, this feature works only for premium capacity. Yeah, I have no premium, so but this feature works only for premium capacity. So if you all these free options are working only for premium capacity, so you need to do some workarounds for making them works. I show you text analytics as well. Next topic. So Azure Machine Learning, you need to tweak the call through the R script, and you can add here an R script as a step of your transformation. And yes, that makes the trick. Okay, don't save, and let's switch over the next topic, that is cognitive services. So the other function that I want to show to you, calling an external Azure service. We can use cognitive services, that is an external Azure service. Again, in Power BI, it's more or less the same logic. You can call, in this case, you have APIs. So you can call the APIs for performing some activities on your dataset level. In this case, we are calling, there are many, plenty of cognitive services. Yes, well, cognitive services. We are calling a service for performing text analytics. Basically, if you call this service, you can perform 4 functions: sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, language detection, and entity recognition. So let me, yeah. So you have your Power BI. You call an external Azure service in Power Query. Again, we show you how to type down the query, and you call some functions that are doing something for you. This picture is coming from this guy, so it's not from me. You can refer to Kevin Chant too if you want to need something more about this topic. First of all, we need to create a resource in Azure inside text cognitive services. And please pay attention that these resources are not for free. Actually, if you want to test it, you can do it for free, because you have okay, 5,000 calls free for every month. So you can test it. If you need to perform, for instance, sentiment analysis, you want to perform sentiment analysis on your customers' feedback, then probably this is not enough, so you have to buy a license. Anyway, the first step is to start with a resource, creating a resource, and then selecting the function you want to use, and then you get some APIs to be passed over to your from Power BI to Azure. So you have to integrate them into the model. You can perform, yeah, I show you directly in Power BI. So we are performing free activities over our data using cognitive services. Get the list of the key phrases, or from our comments. Get the list of the most the word cloud that you see everywhere today. Then you can perform sentiment analysis. So you have a feedback. Is this feedback positive? Is this feedback negative? How are we doing? And there is another option that is language translation detection. Sorry. So you can from the feedback you can detect the language. Is it English? Is it Italian? Is it whatever, Danish? Whatever you can think. So there are many options, and I started investigating, but it's on paper right now. You can also perform entity translation. It means that we were asked to translate some of our Power BI reports, to localize some of our Power BI reports for specific markets. For instance, for China, for Brazil, and unfortunately for Italy. So it means that we are figuring out if we can translate all the metadata, the data structure, into a different language. Everything, of course, is in English, but then we want to translate the data into a different language. There is a function for doing it in cognitive services. Currently, it's on paper. So I started looking at it. I'm not so confident, to be honest, that it could be done in a smooth way. But this is something that you can think about. If you want to localize your Power BI report, then you can use cognitive services. This is an option, at least. Okay, cognitive services. So for cognitive services, we need to have a resource. So Azure portal, cognitive services. And inside cognitive services, you have to define a new resource. There is plenty of services that I have no clue of what most of these services are doing, to be honest. I'm using what I need, and that's all. But as you can see, there are a bunch of services, so you can create your resource with your I don't know, for your MATLAB data, if you need, whatever you can think about. And once you have created your resource, you can use it. So if I look for text analytics, this is the resource text analytics. And text analytics, this is giving me what this resource does, the plans that is, because you need to create a plan for it, that could be either for free or for payment, blah blah blah. That's all. I already have my resource here, so I don't need to create a new one. I have what I need from my resource is the function, and these are defined based on the type of resource that I'm calling, and I need keys. Somewhere there are my APIs. Keys, maybe here. There are my keys, my APIs. So I can use the APIs when I use Power BI. Because I have to go here. I need to switch again to our common R. Okay, so no, let's switch and restart again. Options and settings, options. R, and let's use the standard R. That's all. Then I have, unfortunately, I have to restart Power BI. Okay, customer feedback. This is my report, and it's based on customer feedback, Excel file. Well, actually, I don't know if I have Excel on this machine, but it's based on an Excel file that is giving me a list of Excel comments from customers. Over these comments, I can perform the following. The following activities. So these are my comments. No, I'm afraid that I open the wrong. Sorry for it. I'm afraid that I'm using the wrong file. Sorry, the wrong Power BI report. Come on. Come on. Yeah, cognitive services, this one. Okay, so if I go here, let's see what data I'm using. Enable, yes. So I'm reading some feedback data, comments for this dummy company. Fabricant comments. This is, yes, so this is the list of comments. I have some feedback from my users, and I want to perform activities on it. Could be extracting key phrases, could be sentiment analysis, could be language detection. How to do it? I have to go in Power Query, transform data, and on my data set, Fabricant comments, I created before using the data set, I need to create 3 functions, custom functions. Every function is related to one of the options that cognitive services gives to me. So this is the extraction of the key phrases. And if I go here, advanced editor, this is coming from documentation. I'm just using it, and I'm just passing the values that I need, because I'm customizing the API call for my service. The endpoint, it means that this is the API for my resource and the activity that I want to perform. So key phrases. So I extract key phrases, and then all the rest of the function, it's quite common for all the functions. So you need to prepare a function, a Power BI function, just changing what it has to be changed. Sentiment analysis is exactly the same, just having a different URL, a different endpoint, because I'm calling a different function. Same for language detection. The final part of my URL is different because I'm calling a different function. That's all. So if I go over my comment, this is what I'm doing. Apply the key phrases expression to the comment. So in this column, there's a comment. I'm just telling, okay, give me the key phrases from this column. And it works the same way into sentiment analysis. So give me the feeling of the comment. Is it a positive comment? Is it a negative comment? And give me the language detection based on this comment column. This, if I have premium capacity, can be done directly calling this the service directly from here. As I do not have premium capacity, I need to tweak the data using tweak a bit more using custom functions. The output is this one: a list of key phrases, a scoring of sentiment analysis. Is it negative? Is it positive? And the language detection. All the comments are in English, so the language is English. And the output could be, for instance, this is a custom visual. The word cloud, it's a custom visual. So I can import the word cloud, and I can pass to the word cloud the list of key phrases extracted. And it's giving me this, you already see the word cloud wherever. And the sentiment analysis is performed by passing the value of the score. So the higher the score, the more positive is the feedback, and the lower the negative is the comment. Okay. Yeah, I think we are, yes, wow, the time is over. So let me wrap up calling again this picture and showing you what we discussed. So we discussed about R and Python, actually not Python, but R visuals. No, key influencer visual, I have no time to show you, sorry for it. And we watched how to import custom visuals made with R, and how to add the package, the package that we need, cognitive services, Azure Machine Learning Services, free, the one that is free in Power BI, and call Azure Machine Learning inside Power Query using the script, as well as calling text analytics using a custom function inside Power Query, because we do not have all this free stuff below that is both on Power BI and on Dataflow, but unfortunately you need a premium capacity. Okay, then thank you for watching, listening. Hope you are still there. And if there is any question, it's more than welcome.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, we have seen a lot of great examples. I will try to ask my questions and share like my feedbacks, my thoughts about all that. So far, we don't have any questions on the chat, but
okay,
maybe they will appear. But yeah, first of all, like, thank you, because the presentation was really great. We have seen a lot of different stuff that we can actually try with sometimes with a limited effort. And actually, like, for me, this is great that it integrates very well with the Azure ML and the cognitive services. But actually, I would focus a bit on the Power BI, and that's, at least for me, maybe we'll agree, maybe not, that's one of the biggest advantage of Power BI as such, because really with the no code, with just importing the custom visuals and knowing just a bit about the analytics and how to get the insight of the data, with no code or very limited number of lines, we can really get a lot of insight about the data. So for me, that's one of the greatest features that we might have. Do you agree?
I absolutely agree. I outlined many times that most of the things are out of the box. So you just click a button, and that's all. Also, the quick insights, probably nobody is aware of the quick insights, but they are there. They are for free, and just hit a button, and and that's all. But yes, then if you think about all the custom visuals that you have, there's plenty of custom visuals available, and you can do some great stuff using all the visuals and with a very limited effort. Problem is that you have to know the data and you have to know what you are doing, but then the tools are available. And if you stay inside Power BI, then yes, you also the trend lines for me, the forecasting line, they are great because they are just giving you the feeling of how your data is going, and this is exactly what our manager wants to have. You put these trend lines into the sales trend, because of course the most important topic is daily sales, weekly sales, monthly sales, and they have the app on the mobile, so they can monitor worldwide sales. Is not real time, to be honest, but they can have instantly an overview of how the sales are going 3-4 times a day.
And yeah, maybe to continue a bit also more. Yeah, I really believe that we should have like more sessions about that and really show this even more, because I have an impression that if we are talking about the data science and advanced analytics, like the big companies, they most of them already have for many years the data science team. They use the Azure ML, Databricks, or some other tools. Yeah. But in my opinion, for example, the smaller teams or the smaller projects or the smaller companies, maybe they would have started with the data science or maybe advanced analytics, even without anything like Azure ML or the Databricks, because we can really do like forecasting. We can even have the decision trees, and even some more advanced. And maybe that would be already enough, at least to start, and to later on like buy the customers inside the organization, right? Probably at the very beginning that there is no need for like the Databricks or anything else, right? At the very beginning, at least.
This is exactly our experience. We are a very large company. We are a worldwide company, so we do have a pool of data scientists. I'm not in this area because I'm more always been a BI developer. But we do have something who is doing data science, who is performing deep analytics on the data, and this is based mostly for. Can you hear me? Because now
yes.
The line. Okay.
Yes.
And this is mainly because we want to understand how customers are behaving, and we want to create a customer-suited experience. So they are mainly focused on customers, a customer experience, navigation when you go to the website, what kind of data you're watching, and blah blah blah. So, and this is a dedicated pool for them. But we are doing BI, and we are doing Power BI, and we are creating many reports, and we are a team of developers doing Power BI for the company. So we do not have, at least not everyone has the same skills in terms of data analytics, in terms of data understanding as well. But we are creating good visuals using the simply Power BI because of the native features that we can exploit. I think in our reports we are embedding custom visuals. I'm not using any R code usually because then no one is able to debug it. But we are embedding. We are embedding custom visuals. We are performing forecasting. We are performing predictions using the data that we already have. Again, main area is for sales, sales data, but we also have other business areas we are working with, and for everybody we are creating Power BI reports, and we are using what's inside Power BI for doing data analytics.
Yeah, and if such a big company can benefit from that, I believe, like probably everyone could. Also, like exploratory data analysis comes into my mind as a first entry for more advanced, even business users to, dig a bit more into the data, maybe analyze the outliers. Maybe this will be also a good idea. So a great advice from your side as well.
Outliers detection, I think it's one of the most underestimated feature.
I completely agree. But but later on, probably, would you have an advice, because like using the custom visuals and playing a bit and putting some R code or Python code to Power BI desktop, I believe it's a good idea for start, but later on, probably one day we should stop, right? Like I wouldn't expect also like creating very advanced analytics inside the single Power BI report, although we probably could have done this with R, even connect to the data lake and do something bigger. Would you have any advice how to find a balance and where to move perhaps away from the Power BI desktop? Would you have an advice if this will be more oriented to the complexity of the code or the data volume, or what are your thoughts?
To be honest, my advice it's that you have to push as much as possible on the back end. This is the first advice. So again, the people that are doing analytics on a daily basis, they are using Azure services, and they are using Databricks. Actually, we are not at that stage, but my advice will be that once your data set becomes unmanageable, then that's the time for pushing something back. We are creating one single data set for every business domain. So we have one data set for finance, we have one data set for merchandising, for marketing, for production, blah, blah, blah. Once the data set is growing too much and is becoming too big, 1 gigabyte of data, then you have to stop, and you have to think about how to push all the data into the backend. There could be a database engine, could be an Azure service, could be whatever you can think about. But then you have to do something before, and then only consume the data.
That's a very valid point. And last question perhaps. I believe often when I see people talking about the usage of R scripts in Power BI or Python, that there are some discussions about the security. If we should pay a special attention if we are going to use the R scripts or the Python, and probably security is always a very important factor. But do you think that we should be really aware about using that, or could you in a very short way try to convince us that actually that should be secure?
No, I cannot. I cannot convince you to be honest. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not so expert into this topic. I know there are some open discussions. What can I say? The security is done by the fact that the service, what we are running, what you are running, is inside your network. It's inside your firewalls, and that then you are only exposing consumed data. But I have no final answer for it, to be honest.
Sure. So that's the thing that we need to keep in mind.
Yeah.
But anyhow, yeah, for starting with the advanced analytics, and not only starting, but because we can have a really great results, I think Power BI is really great. I will let David in a second, but first of all, Andrea, once more again, it was a great pleasure to have you here. I really enjoyed myself the session. It was very informative and really great knowledge, and also a good bunch of great advices. So yeah, well done. And
thank you.
Yeah, it was really a pleasure to meet you and to see your session.
Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you to you, Zvonimir, for kind words and for supporting me. And yes, keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
I'm David.
Hello. Sorry.
I think it's Malta local time. So my session is 6. It's in 1 hour. No, or now? The session.
Let me check. No, actually, it is in 5 minutes. Actually, right?
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay.
Is
that
okay?
Yeah, no problem. Because I look at local time. So in Israel, the local time it's 5 o'clock, and the schedule it's reading. Okay. Okay, it's okay. Yeah.
Yes, it should be now. I will just double check, but yeah, the 4:15. 4:15.
Okay, I will take water and come. Okay. And just I want to share my screen. You can see that you can see everything. Share.
You need to share, and then and we still have like 5 minutes, so we will start in 5 minutes.
You can see my screen.
All
the screen.
Not yet, but it's loading, I think. Yes, right now we can see the PowerPoint.
You can see. Fine.
Yes.
Okay, this is the other lecture. So 5 minutes of water.
Yes. Okay, I took over for a second, but now
Yeah.
we are back online.
Yeah, I'm back
It's-
online.
It's 15 past, but actually before we will start, we have like 90 minutes for your session, for like your slot. And actually before we will jump into your session, I would like to spend a few minutes with you to talk to you a bit, and so I can know you a bit better, and as well as our attendees. So if that is fine for you, before we jump into the presentation, we will talk a bit. And so first of all, welcome to Malta Data Saturday. I'm really happy to have you here. It's not the first time I will. It's not the first time I will say that, but I'm really happy that I am on that track, because the data and especially analytics, Power BI, and that kind of stuff is really close to my heart. So I'm really happy to talk to you, but also to check your sessions, and I'm really happy to have this opportunity to talk to you a bit more, because that's really a great fun for me. But yes, the first 15 minutes I would like to talk to you a bit, and actually before we do so, I will change this for that screen for a second. And actually we will start with a small video. I think you was there during the keynote, so probably you know what you can expect.
Yeah, because I know the organizer from Israel. He came to SQL Saturday. Dennis.
Yeah. Yes. But first, maybe before the video, short question: do you like cats? I was expecting yes, because to be honest, with your video, it was extremely hard. Like I couldn't find any photo of you on internet. Maybe I did something wrong, or you are hiding like the best security guy in the world. So your video will be a bit different, but I hope you like it still. So
my girl likes the cat. She put me in mail the cat.
Yeah, so then you will. Okay, so then you will share the video with them as well. Okay, let me find the file. Just a second. And actually, the other question about the video, because David is your last name, right?
Yeah, this is my family name, and my first name is Yitzhak. You know, like the Holy Father, Yitzhak, the second Holy Father. Abraham, Yitzhak, Yaakov.
Isha?
Isaac, like Isaac. You can say Isaac.
Isaac. Okay.
But you can call me David also.
Okay. Okay. Ready, steady, go. That one. Yeah, that's it. I was
Great
trying.
video. Great video. By the way, I live in Nahariya near the sea. Same like you know, like your country. I always live in the sea. I swim, you know, surf. So Jerusalem is more the heaviest way of Israel, but we live along the sea and we love to surf, you know, swim and the sun and everything. So
That's
great video,
that's-
but great video.
yeah, I was trying to find a photo, but I didn't manage, so I thought, and I even managed to put the cat conference. Hope you can see there was a bunch of cats, so there was you and colleagues probably from the other Data Saturday. So yeah, please tell us, you are living in Israel, and yeah, how is your life? How is the life of a data developer in Israel?
As you know, Israel got 1-2 number degree in the world in the happiness. You know, we are, so the life is very good. And as you can see, the corona, no more corona here. See, corona, we are all vacant. We go without mask. So I hope everybody in the world will be healthy the same way like here, because it's a miracle to get out this disease. On the other side, because this was year of corona, so all the world come together. I think I lecture in about 30 performances only this year. It's because of the corona, and I met a lot of good friends all over the world, all over the lands, you know, Asia, Africa, Europe, and the world is small.
Yeah, exactly.
So I encourage you to come to Israel, and I will also visit Malta. It's nearby Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And yeah, how it happened that that you became an IT guy, a data developer, or data engineer? Like it was always your passion, or what
Yeah,
found you most interesting?
I was learning in Technion, in the Israel Technion Institute in Israel, IT engineering. Then I began to work with. Then I got to work and began to work with SQL, the first version, Oracle, Sybase. And then, you know, I got around and around. I was IOLG Oracle North Region Administrator. I also lecture in Oracle Open World. By the way, it's tremendous. I also lecture in SPL and BI conference. And now I am a global Hebrew data, one of the global Hebrew data managers. I lecture all over the world. I also was lecturer in computer science department in Technion till the corona in database system. And also team leader of my group, which is specialist in SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, Redis, Hadoop, Cloudera, and Power BI, but infrastructure, and a little bit applicative. So also the last lectures was the week before in Redmond about Docker and Kubernetes. By the way, this session was this is the 5th time this session is given in the world, but I can encourage you, because then it asks us to be very unique, that each time I'm learning something new and I change the lecture. I change it every time.
That's great.
So you can see this is a mix of, I encourage you to pass. I will give you the materials, you know, the examples. I encourage you to pass immediately on the materials. And I hope you will learn something.
We will for sure share. And yeah, currently, like you more work with the analytics, like the Power BI analytics and big data a bit, because I also saw a lot of technologies like the Spark, NoSQL, and so on. So you also like currently focus on big data a bit. That's what you are focusing right now.
I'm especially working on SQL Server and all the tools around. Hadoop, Cloudera, Oracle, last versions, MongoDB last version. And therefore, in my lecture, we'll see I can integrate everything to simple pool of single SQL query, which the Power BI can use. I will show you how I can use R and Python to do very complicated things instead of Power Query. By the way, I'm one of the, I told you, manager of the Global Libra data platform. A week before, we interviewed Gil Raviv, which the leader of developing of Power Query. You're also from Israel, by the way.
Okay.
And I told you about this lecture. And he show us the other side of Power Query, in which you can use Power Query to do complicated transformation. But you can see here that in R and Python, which will be a lot of years with us, you can do complicated transformation and analytics in, simple code of line in very cheap. You can do, I will show you how can you build your data lake on your computer with Docker, with simple Docker installation, with Polybase and Power BI. Okay?
Yeah,
so,
and
the sky is
also,
the limit. You can see the sky is the limit because R and Python are limitless. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. But I need to ask you the question: do you have any preference, Python or R? Because mostly people are divided. Or do you have any preference?
No, because I'm an infrastructure DBA and BDA, and I give services to in big enterprise organization to a lot of people. So I have to know both. I have to both also C# at the basic, etc., etc. So no preference. Both are fine, and you can use either which. But R is more simple for statistician. Yeah, it's more simple. You can see it's more simple, but R is not a programming language because Python you can write everything in one single way. In R you cannot, and sometimes the compilation will not give you the same options. So
yes, that's
but in R you have the legacy of Revolution R and all the CRAN, etc., etc. A lot of libraries are being imported to Python. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Yeah, and before we will start, maybe last question or last thought. I'm really happy that you have mentioned the Docker. I'm also a huge fan of that for from development, testing, and then applying the software. This is a great tool. And don't you think, like in the case of data, the Docker became a thing in maybe the last years, but before it was more like in software development, right? So it is right now there is a change, and Docker now is becoming the thing on our field.
I tell you the story. I'm using Docker in my organization for 3 years. Only the last year it's code, but for what? Developer come tell me, I want SQL Server on my machine. Once you have to do it, install Express and all the version. Now, I will show you in the lecture only 3 lines to install SQL Express, SQL Developer, or SQL Linux. What amazing, I tell you that developers do not love SQL Linux Docker. Why? Because they became angry about all the slashes. So they prefer they prefer SQL 17 Developer or Express. And you will see for the demo, I will install Docker. It's very simple on Windows because this is what the developer likes. Again, I will show you how you can do everything in a single box in your laptop or in your local machine, and you can concern on the world.
Yeah, now you convinced me, and I cannot wait more. So yeah, I believe that's the way where we should start the presentation. So
okay,
I will change a bit the layout. Do you want to be visible like your camera and next to the slides?
No problem. Yeah, okay, no problem. I want to be visible.
Okay, so then it will be something like that. I will remove.
I hope the board. I hope you can see the board very well. Okay, You can see my screen. You can see all the screen. Hello? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very
No,
well.
okay.
Maybe I wasn't. Everything seems to be fine. So yeah, the stage is yours, and I will be nearby.
You can see my screen, all the screen, okay, no problem.
Yes, I can see the presentation.
Okay.
Everything is fine.
Okay, welcome to Analytics in Power BI with R and Python with SQL Server 19, ML Service and Polybase. My name is David Itzhak. This is my email. So what is the agenda? In the agenda, we will build our custom visual Power BI bubble chart ggplot. We will show you how to insert data into tables in SQL Server from Power BI. We will show you how to do advanced manipulation with Python. All the demos, these are all the demos. You can upload to your site. I can send you, no problem. And if the time permits, we'll talk about data visualization with SQL Server 19 Polybase and Power BI if the time permits. So let's start. So I think there was introduction by myself, so no use to return about my background. As I said, this was a Corona. There was a lot of bad effects, but one good effect that I have lecture all over the world. This lecture was given in 4 places in these 2 months. But as I said, the lecture is changed from time to time because I'm adding my experience and new experience. This is my other lecture in this year. The year before, I lectured in Redmond about SQL Server 19 container Kubernetes. Okay. At Italy, about TSQL Windows function. Okay. So this is all the lecture. This is recommending books and samples and demo. Most of them are from Apress. Okay. For our sample, we will use Worldwide Importer. This is the link to download this database. And I will also use AdventureWorks sample database. This is the link to load this database. Okay. You can restore all the database on Windows or Linux, containers, and Kubernetes on which SQL Server resides. So why should we use R and Python in Power BI? Of course, we have Dart expression. This is query language which help us to build our data model using complex business logics. We have Power Query, which help us to do data wrangling tool and to shape our data. We have VeriCap engine. We store data efficiently for reporting. We have interactive visualization to present your data easily. Okay. So why should you use R and Python in Power BI? R and Python come together. They are the most popular language. Okay. This is the most popular open language, open source language. We can create custom visualization very, very easy with Python and R. We can apply data science to Power BI model without the need of Power BI Premium. Also, if you heard, we have license of Power BI Premium, new license per user, but we can use data science with Power BI and R. We can do string manipulation, which is not available in Power Query or DAX. I'll show you. We can use third-party API with our Power BI data model. For example, if we look at the lecture before, we talked about the cognitive services. With Python and R, we can use cognitive services, not of Azure also of IBM, for example, with Python R from Power BI. So how do you have configure our Power BI environment for this demo? Okay. So Optimal way is to use Azure Data Science Virtual Machine. This is VM, but we will manually install the software in the cheapest way on our machine. For first, we have to download and install SQL Server Management Studio. Then we will install Microsoft Power BI Desktop or Microsoft Power BI Desktop optimized for Web Power BI Report Server to those who use Power BI Report Server. We will download the latest version, which is 4.0.0.5. We will, optional, we will use Microsoft R Open. We will install Python, okay, from this link. We will install RStudio, okay. Note that RStudio is good also for Python and R, so we use RStudio now for Python and R, the free edition, okay. We can install SQL Server 19 Developer Edition, but the better and the easy way is to use SQL 19 Linux Docker, SQL 17 Windows Docker, okay. So if you install Azure SSMS latest edition from version 1.8.7, Azure Data Studio is included. So if you install SSMS, the latest version, automatically you will install Azure Data Studio. Okay. So the easy way is to download and install it. Next, we'll install Microsoft Power BI Desktop, optimized for, in this example, optimized for Power BI Report Server. This is the link to download, and this is very easy installation. Okay, we'll install R, the latest version for Windows, R Open 4.0.5 for Windows. Okay, simply you download this file and run R, and we'll install R in this path. C program files R 4.0.5. Okay, so let's talk about RStudio Desktop, how we work with. Once we install RStudio Desktop, we simply open new session and we can write our code here. Okay, you can see the data here. Okay, the result will be shown here. Okay. So all the time, open RStudio as administrator from here. You should ensure that you're working with the latest version of R. So this you are doing from the menu option, and then R session, and then you go here, and you should ensure that you are going to C program file R4.0, okay, and 64-bit. Let's learn R very fast. R is very easy. You write 7 minus 3, and this is arithmetic operator 4. You can do here this. You can do also exercise. When you push enter, you will get a result. Function, for example, date. If you write date and this square, you will get a date. This is another function, help log, which means give us help about the log function. And here you will have the output of the log function, the help about the log function. You can create object, very simple. Let's create object with the name 8. Okay, this is the style name for object 8, and this is a number. If you want to view the result of the object, you simply write 8 and then enter. Okay. Then, if you want to operate a log operation on these objects, you simply write log, then square 8, and this is the result, log 8. This is the result. Okay. Let's do more complicated. 8 multiplied by this number, and then round. And put it in another object, which is 8 cm. Okay. This is object input to a function, very simple. String, this is a string, hello, no squares, put the string, and then to print it, you simply put type string and then push it. Okay. Note that all objects are case sensitive. We can create also vector with a special function named C. For example, this is the vector temperature, C, and this is all the values. If you type here temperature, this is the output of vector. We can operate length. We can put vector into function. Length temperature will give us the length of vector 5. We want the 40H object, so you write it temperature 4, and this is the 40H object. We want to operate experiment in all the objects in the vector, so X inside the vector, and this is the result for each object in the vector. Now you arrange, you have learned our graduations. So why should you use our external ID with Power BI? Because our editor is very limited in Power BI desktop. So we are going to File, Option, and Setting, Option, and then tell him detected our own directories, tell him to use this R open again, the C program file R405. Then we tell him to use RStudio here. So we told you that our editor is very limited Power BI desktop. You can see that the error message, we are not clear, and this is the RStudio editor. Okay. So sometimes we have to change the default library in RStudio. Okay, so we have to open RStudio administrator as administrator, or we can open our console. This is our console, C program file R451 exe. If you open RStudio or open RStudio, if you go to RStudio, you should go to install packages and see here that where is the library, the default library. How we change it? This is the code which do it. LibPath give you the default library. Here the default library is C user David documents, and then C program. We want to change the order. Why? Because we want this to be the default library. Why? Because we can copy all this library to another computer, which in disconnected network. So we want this to be the default library. So take the LibPath into the variable, and then we can change between them. Okay. So LibPath, my path, we assign them, and now C program files R500 library will be the default library. If we will go to the RStudio, we can view the result to install package, and we can see that this is the default library. We can do the same with our console, but it's more convenient than RStudio. We can add a new library path for the package. How do you do it? My LibPath, my path, and then we put here my path and the new path to this vector C, and then add the new path to LibPath, my path. Okay. How do you install and load our packages? We should do it once per computer. Okay. If we are connected to the internet, install package name. If we want to install multiple packages at once, see this is the vector, and this is all the package name, data table, declare, and then install packages. Okay, this is the example here. So know that this is vector, multi-dimension array. If we want to load the library in our code, we should use library and the package name. This is load the package into memory for using script. We should run in once per session. Okay. So we can also install our package from RStudio. Tool, install package from the menu, and then install from repository CRUN if you are connected to the internet, or you can download the zip tar.gz, install from archive file, zip tar.z from disconnected computer. Okay, you can download manually the package from available CRUN package by name in this. But again, if you change the default library, you can install it once per computer and then copy this library to all the computer. Okay. If in Power BI, if the library is not exist, and for example, Tidyverse, you will get this, can display this visual. Okay. How do you install it? Again, see, and here all the packages, and then to packages, then install packages. Let's install all the required packages and move into disconnected network. How do you do it? LibPath. Okay. This is the content of LibPath. Let's change the default order and move these C program files to the first place. You saw it. Okay. LibPath. Now we create an object package. See, this is a vector, and put here all the package we need for this demo. Okay. And then install packages near the vector. Then we can take C program file R505 library to our disconnected computer if you want to copy the other computer. Okay. So this is the screen. Power BI Desktop has two variations for our packages. For our visual, you can install any package, including our custom packages. For custom R visuals, which I will show you here, you can use only public C-run packages. How do I know it? If you go to this link, you can see, for example, for ggplot with the graphic library, you can use only these versions. Okay. So how do we install specific version of ggplot? We use DevTool package, install package DevTool, library DevTool to load the package, then install version ggplot. This is the version, and this is the repository. This is how we install a specific version which appear in the documentation of Power BI for our custom visual. Okay. We see example of package version error in Power BI Desktop is we need to install the specific version Power BI needs. Okay, this is for titles. So how do you run Python script in Power BI Desktop? We should install Power BI from Python website. Okay, Power BI Python integration. Power BI Desktop use the following libraries. It uses the following library: Pandra, which is a software library for data manipulation analysis; Metabolic, which is a plotting library, graphic library; NumPy, we provide an object-oriented API for embedding plots into application. So this we must install when you use Python in Power BI Desktop. So we download the latest version of Python. We install Python in here. I customize the install location in C Python 3.9. Okay. Then I install required packages in computer which is connected to internet. Okay. I'm going to this site, search for the package, and then install. How do you install it? I can do it with pip install and the name of the package. Pip install Panda, pip install Metabolic, pip install, for example, COVID. So this is pip install Panda, pip install Nathan, and Metabolic. Okay. All the package will be downloaded to C Python 3.9 lib site packages. Assuming this is your default directory. You can copy again all this to disconnected computer. By the way, there is a legacy version of installation. For example, for the COVID package, you can download the package and go to this, extract the zip, and then run Python set py install in the extracted directory. Not convenient, but to let you know. Okay, so RStudio is a single home for IPython. I don't have to use Anaconda and PySpark. Use the same with your developer. Use the same environment. Okay, so I choose to use Python, RStudio. So how? Tool, global option. In the global option, you put C Python 3.9 Python exec. You put the path to your Python interpreter. You can see it here. Okay. Okay, let's talk about Docker. It's about 3 minutes. Okay, we installed Docker Desktop for Windows. You need to enable virtualization in BIOS. Okay. You need to install Hyper-V option in your Windows. Then you should install Docker. After we install Docker, my developer switch Windows container of SQL. So here you're going into the whale, switch to Windows container, and then it will restart. Now you should open PowerShell. Optional, with one line, you can clear all your previous running container container. This is the command: docker stop, docker ps -a-q. Then you can move all the container in one command. This is the one command: docker rm, docker ps -a-q. Optional, you can remove all your previous images if you want to clean the environment. Okay, docker rmi, docker images -q. Then you pull the SQL Windows Developer image from Docker Hub. How do you do it? Docker pull Microsoft MS SQL Server Windows Developer latest. You'll pull down the latest developer SQL Docker on Windows, which is 1.7. Docker images to see the image. You can see it whole here, and then you can save the image locally. Why? Because we can copy this image to disconnected computer. We can reuse this image for faster operations. Okay, Docker save -o. This is the path to the image, and it is the image we have downloaded. Okay. Then we should create a volume for persistency. Very, very simple. Docker volume. This is tell you all the command of volume for persistency. Why? Because Docker are immutable. Okay. So you should create a path on your computer, which is outside the Docker. It will say your data. Okay. So Docker volume, RMM SQL volume will remove previous volume. Docker volume ls would show you that there is no volume. And then very simple, Docker volume create SQL volume. Docker volume ls will show you that this volume will create a volume for persistency. Docker volume inspect SQL volume will tell you that this is on your computer on C program data, Docker volume, SQL volume data. Very, very simple. Installation of SQL Server in 5 minutes. Then you should load the image. Docker load -output. I need to pass to the image you have downloaded, and then Docker images. And then you should run a start SQL Windows container on default port. So in this example, we will create a container with the name SQL container attached to the SQL volume we have created. Default port 1433, host name is WinSQL dev 01, container name SQL dev wincon fs1. Docker run, manually start and let's stop. This is magic because this tells Docker, if the computer starts, we start automatically. No need to start the container, okay? -name, this is the name. This is the name. This is the name of the container. Host name, this is the name of the host name. This is the mapping of the port of the container and the port will work, 1433. -c mean accept the license terms. -c, this is the password. -v, this is mean this SQL volume will be CDB data on this container. -d, this is the image we will run. Very, very simple. This is a screenshot. Now you can connect. How do you connect? Localhost, SA, and the password. Okay. Now, if you go to system program data, Docker volume, SQL data, you can put it adventure or whatever you want. And then from the SSMS, download the backup. Simply, you go to CDB data, which is mapped to this volume, which the volume we've created, and you can download. And that's all. You can see it here. Relocate all file to folder, overwritten, and that's all. Installation of SQL with AdventureWorks in 5 minutes with Docker on Windows. Okay, so let's talk about ggplot. So why do we use ggplot? ggplot is the most popular data visualizations. It's more sophisticated. It's more sophisticated than our graphic. Okay, it's based on the grammar of graphics. What is grammar of graphics? Very, very simple. One more layer of graphical objects, statistical transformation, position assessment and dataset, and then variable to ATStic. It means that it's layer of layer of layer. We'll see the example, it will be very clear. And it also a coordinate system. So what is the step to build our custom visual in Power BI? This is the recipe. You should use it all the time. This is the recipe to build our custom visual in Power BI. Whatever graph you want, whatever graph you don't have in the visual of Power BI, okay? You should configure your Power BI environment with C. We saw it install Power BI Desktop, R, Python, RIDE, SQL, Docker, if you want to connect to local SQL. You should install the required package. We saw it, okay? Now we show you how you get the data, load the data in the Power BI. We should create a filter slicer in this example on the data we want for the year. Then we should drag our custom visual icon to Power BI and we start our initial configuration. We'll export the data to our studio for development. We load all the required packages, data source, develop our code, and when we should add our code to our Power BI. Follow the guideline, it's very, very easy. Okay, so the first demo is to build this bubble chart demo. Okay, this is a scatter plot, okay, with 6 attributes or dimensions, okay. We will add layer for the point and the factor variable, okay. The data is taken for a fake basketball league, okay. So we have here X, it's the age, or the player. Y, it's the weight of each, okay. So we have X and Y. We have balls here, okay. So each bubble represents 2 dimensions. The field inside the bubble is the region. You see the region, okay? Region, the field, region, Asia, Africa, Africa, America, Asia, Europe, okay? The color of the bubble is the league, you can see, okay? This is the color league, so this is Second League, ABA, NBA. Apropos Super League. The size of the size of the ball is the number of baskets the player draw, you see here. Okay, the label is the name, which is combination of the first name of the last name. So we have 3 continuous and 3 discrete variables. Okay, you can see it here. So how do you build it? So this is in the demo, this is our CSV file. Okay, this is player basket CSV. You can see it, ID here, first name, last name, weight, age, basket, region, league, and here all the data. So first we do get data to the CSV player basket CSV. Okay, you can see it here, file, get data, text, CSV, player basket CSV, text CSV. Okay, this is how it's look. So the column is ID, 1 number, year, 1 number, first name text, last name text, weight, 1 number, age, 1 number, basket text, region text, league text. We should ensure that we should use do not summarize in summarizations here. Okay. Now we should drag a filter slicer on the year. Okay, this is the filter slicer on the year. So we want to select a slicer visual and drag it to the canvas. Okay, so this is the year. So let's do our first configuration. First, we drag the R to the canvas. It will ask us enable script visual. Yes, we enable. Here you see the code here, which was created by Power BI. Okay, so let's talk about the code which is created. Dataset in Power BI is assigned to data frame which is named dataset. You see here. Okay, this is all data of the file. ID, first name, last name, etc., etc. It should be unique. Okay, because Power BI and I allow only dataset with unique rows. So you can see the function unique dataset. Okay, so we take this code and we take this code. Okay, here you can push this arrow, add a script in external IDE. Okay, so this data frame is exported to R and R starter code to R Studio. We have configured before. Okay, this is the file. We should save it as R custom visual PBI bubble chart ggplot R, and we'll start develop. So let's talk about developing. By the way, you should open R Studio as administrator. You should have the following lines. Okay, CDW ER custom visual mean go to this direction, and then read CSV mean read the CSV file. Okay, read the CSV file and put it in this data set. You can see it here. So after I open the code in R Studio and save it as the file, okay, I should put this line in the header. Let's talk about the code. Very simple code. So this is a template code. You can do this for any graph you want. So CTW mean go to this directory. Okay, dataset mean read the file per player basket CSV. This I have edited manually. Okay. So we should load the required packages. So we load Tidyverse. Okay. So we will use the package dplayer and ggplot, but the easy way to load these packages is to load the world package, which is Tidyverse. So this is Tidyverse. We will use ggRepl, okay, package. ggRepl will help us to position non-overlapping test level with ggplot, and ggtemps. Okay, and ggtemps is package is used to change the display of non-data component of the visual. We'll see it. Here dataset mean give us the first line of the data. Okay, so after we get the dataset, column name dataset mean give us the column names in the file. Okay, and store them alphabetically and put it in this object. Okay, now we'll create a name of the object with the required columns. So see, this is in a vector. This is the data we need: basket, first name, height, ID, last name, legal, region, weight, years. This is the vector, and put it Power BI columns. Then we should compare between what we get in the file and what we have created. They should be equal, all equal, source column, Power BI column. If it's true, put it in this variable, okay? Slice here, how do we build a slice here? We simply go to our dataset we have read, and we read only the year, the unique year. How do you do it? Unique dataset $year, okay, and put it here. So the visual will start only if we have, only 1 year. See it, length actually 1 year, okay, in the dataset. And the column compare it true. It means that what we have wrote from the file is really the required columns. So this compare was true. So let's start our visual data. Okay. If length Sasser is 1 and column compare is true, let's start our visual data. This means take this data set and pipe it. Pipe. This is pipe. The mutate means create another column. Mutate will create another column, which the name of the column is name. How do you collect it? We simply take the first character of the first name, substitute first name 1, 1, then concatenate it to the last name, paste mean concatenate the string, this, and put it in name. Mutate mean create another column. Now we want to paint our graph. How do you do it? Region color, we create a vector. Region color C. We'll go to the site. This is the site. Yes, this is the site. We choose a color, and then we have decimal value. Okay, put it here. For us, we will choose this, Africa this, and Europe this. We'll choose, we build another color vector for our legal color, C color, and from the side, we use this color. Okay, so we have 2 vectors of column for region color or legal colors. Now we should build our chart item. So how do you do it? Our custom visual ggplot bubble plot 4, and then slice here, separated is this. Okay, paste mean concatenate and put in chart title. Now let's put the visual. P-ggplot, ggplot mean use the ggplot function. Our visual data, this is create the visual data set. Now set a dimension. Remember, we have 6 dimensions in one plot. So IS mean use the IS function to create a dimension. X, it's the weight. Y, it's the weight. Size, it's the basket. Color, it's the legal. Fill, it's the region. Okay. Stroke, 2. Stroke argument control the size of each border of point. Label name. Okay. This is the dimension. Okay. So this means scale color medium, change the color of the bubble using the predefined color. Remember that we've created vector with the color of the league. So put it in scale color medium. Shape fill manual value, P the region color. Okay. Change the color of the bubble filled by the region color name character vector. Okay. But we can use this trick only with ground point with the shape is with only shape 21. We can define the border and the side fit. Therefore, we put here gem point shape 21. Okay. Gem text size real mean this is the size of the font, but this function tries to prevent overlapping when it adds the label. No, the label is the name. Okay, the name. So this is the size of the text. Now we create a title, GG title, chart title. Okay. Know that we have all the plus sign. Okay, now draw the visual. But if the circumstances are not good, then you should plot empty chart. So this else plot new title input data does not support visualization. This is the final result you see here. You see the final result. You can see all the dimension. You can see the title here. You can see the name here. you can see okay. Let's move to another example. How do you insert data into table in SQL Server from Power BI? You may be wondering how do you do it, because Power BI is read only. Okay, why should you do it? In this example, we need to monitor the amount of data being loaded into data mart. So remember, we've created SQL Server on Docker, very simple 5-minute installation. So let's create a DSM with ODBC to this SQL Server, or you can do it to remote SQL Server. Okay. So here you can see we create ODBC to the local SQL Docker, ODBC. You put here SA, do not use SA, it is not secure, but it's for the example, SA and password, SQL 17 server.min the local host, successfully. Now create this table for the SMS. Know the syntax of SQL Server 17, drop table if it exists, create table DBO ETL log. This is the load date, date time default date, table name, and number of records. Okay. So we'll develop the R script in RStudio, and then we'll copy the R code into Power BI via get data. The script is insert data into table SQL from Power BI. This is in the demo. Okay, we have two data frames, df read and record insert. Okay, we'll rename the df read to dim account in the properties section, and we will use close and apply to load the data into Power BI model. Let's see the example be more clear. So library type diverse, library ODBC, min, and library Lulgate. Okay. So we have to load this library. Okay. This is the table we have created before. Now, table name. This means create this structure table name. This is table name. You can use any table you want in data warehouse. In this example, dim account. SQL query paste 0 min concatenate. Select star from DBO dot table name. This is the name of the table. With this, we create select count from DBO dot table. This table dim account. Con ODBC connect. This is the DSN. This is the DSN we have created before. UID. This is the user ID. This is the password. Okay. This is the connection. This is the connection object we have created, and then we should put the data we have read into the read data frame. So SQL query, channel con, this is the connection we created, and this is the query, SQL query we have created. Okay. But know that we have a large amount of data, we'll get the following error. Okay. We don't allocate memory, because if we will try to read a big table, this read data frame will blow. Okay. We will check the current date. This is current date. Now mean give the current date to this variable. Number of record, we can take it by n row read data frame. This is data frame which read the record in the table or the record in the table. N row means select count from this data frame. Okay. Then we'll convert it to list, record insert list, load date, current date, table name, number of record, and then we should convert it to TBLDF class as TBL record insert. This is record insert, and then we should put it in the table. I will put it in the table SQL Server channel connection that record insert table name ETL. This is a table we have created to count the number of rows. Append true mean do not create any new column if not exist. So append mean append to the table. Row names means do not create a new column if they do not exist. And then we should close the connection. Otherwise, we'll have this message, warning message that we didn't close unused ODBC ended. Okay, so now we'll go to the Power BI. Don't load the R Python script, the R script. We have two data set, readdf and record insert. Okay, we'll go to readdf and change it to our table, which is dim account or whatever. Record insert, this is number of record. This is the record we insert to the ETL table. You can see it here, table and dim account, load table and number of records. And you can see the result here. Every time we run the report, it will put into the ETL table the number of first code we have loaded into DIM account. Note that the script is very flexible. We can load, we can change it to any table we want. Okay, let's show us how we can do advanced string manipulation with Python. Okay, Power Query, of course, supports string processing and pattern matching, but it's great for simple manipulation. But R in Python enable us advanced string manipulation and present in several lines of code, unlike Power Query. In this example, we show you how you can immerse sensitive data using Python in Power BI. For example, it's good for cognitive services. So we'll match the ID and phone number. For example, I told you that it's good for Microsoft Cognitive Services. Again, we install Python, we install Python, we install the required package, we have installed it. Okay, we'll enable Python scripting in Power BI. You can see it here, Python scripting. This is C Python 3.9. And then we choose RStudio because RStudio can handle R in Python now. Okay, select file option and setting option Python scripting. You can see it here. Okay, let's prepare our Python script. So here, run the Python script and import data, get data other Python script. This is, you load the Python script. Okay, this is a Python script. You can see it here. A minute, okay. This is just a minute, sorry. This is a Python script. You can see that if you load the file, this is the result. So let's see how we do it. Okay. This is the Python script which you do masking, very, very simple. String manipulation is Python py. Okay. So first we have to import Panda. How do you import Panda? To use Panda library, import Panda as PD, mean import Panda library as PD. Import RE, mean import regular expression library, which is named RE. Import AS, mean import OS operating system library. Okay, this is our very, very tiny line function. Def mask stem. This is the input, clear text. We have several patterns. So the pattern I choose is the phone number in Israel. Of course, you can do more complicated pattern. You can find any regular pattern you want in the internet, but here it's mean you have, for the simplicity, 9 number between 1 and 10. This is mean. This is the phone pattern. This is a D pattern. In Israel, it's only 9 numbers. So this is D9. Okay. Of course, you can do more complicated pattern. This is the function. So, so let's call the function clean text resub mean. Now in the function clean text resub mean, find this pattern of find the pattern of phone and then put x66 in this pattern. If you find a number with a phone number with 9 number, put x6, and the result should be put in the clean text. Resub mean ID pattern. If you find ID pattern which is 9 number, put x66 in the clean text. Okay, and then return the clean text. This is the function. This is the only several lines to do the manipulation. Again, you can find any manipulation, crazy manipulation in the internet. Here are more examples. Now, all exchange dir mean go to this directory. Now, mean PD read CSV mean read the customer feedback CSV file. In the customer feedback CSV file to this data frame. Print it mean print on the file. You can print only these 5 records, df head. Df remark apply mask task mean go to the field remark in the file and apply the function of the mask. What happened in the function of the mask? You will go to the phone number and the ID number and mask them. Okay? And if you print the result df, you can see the result here. So you can see that the phone number is masked and the ID is masked, and this is the result. And you can move this text forward. Only several lines of codes to do this manipulation. I encourage you to do it in Power Query. Okay, so let's move to the, I have another time, so let's talk about Polybase and and Power BI. So I don't pass on the material, but I pass on what is more important. Okay. Why Polybase is so important? Polybase in SQL 719, Polybase enable us to integrate SQL query. It's like it's distributed computed engine. It enables us to query data anywhere without geographic boundaries, only with TSQL. Okay. You have also the ability to do distributed scalable query performance. Why? Because they push the predicate to the source, for example, Oracle Hadoop, and give and statistic on the external table and give only the required data and do it automatically. Okay. For example, if I push a query to Hadoop, we will not bring all the data. You only bring the data we want with push predicate because we'll tell Hadoop do it automatically. Okay. Filter the rows also with Oracle. Know that we can do Polybase on standalone SQL Server, Linux, Windows, or we can use scale-up groups, okay? And it's supported on Windows only. It's also supported in Big Data Cluster, but this is for another lecture. What is more important that Polybase is now enabled in SQL Server Standard Edition, okay? You can use Polybase in the Standard Edition of SQL Server, okay, on Windows. So you can see here the Polybase. You can see that Polybase can use TSQL to query external table. By the way, know that there is a, so we by default, Polybase can, without any installation query, Cloudera, Hadoop, Cloudera and Autonomous. By the way, Cloudera and Autonomous, now they are a single company, they are united, okay? They can query national database, Terra, Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle, NoSQL database like MongoDB and Cosmos DB, but the most lazy thing that if on Windows I install ODBC and go to this company see data, I have driver to everything in the world. This is C data company, they have ODBC driver for anything you want in the world. You then can query from Polybase with TSQL. You can see the site here, okay? So again, query. It enables us to create table on external data source with permission like regular table. Okay, it's moved the complexity of implementation of data source from the application. Okay, you can query it with Transact SQL. So if everybody know Power Query or SSIS, you have to do data movement. Why? Because you do it ETL. Okay, you have to take the data ETL or ETL and create a copy of the data and then manipulate the data. But Polybase say no, leave the data where it lives. Query it at real time. Okay. No need to replicate move data. Okay. So with Polybase, no boundaries, no geographic or relational geographic technology boundaries. Okay. So this is not interesting, but what is more interesting, what I want to show you, what is the process of create Polybase? You should create database components. It means create your secret, which is username and password. External database, this is location of the data source. This is the location of the data source. It means SQL, Oracle, Hadoop, this location. External table means this is, you create external table on the remote data source. If you use Hadoop, you create your external data format. Let's, for example, create links, okay. And in this example, I show you the process. No, you don't have to write any code. This is the code. You create master key. You create a master key. Then you create a remote user on SQL Server. For example, in this example, Polybase user. Okay. Then you create the credentials, which is the user and the password. Okay. Then you put here the name of the SQL server. Then you create the external table. Again, if you're installing SSMS, the latest version, it automatically install Azure Data Studio. Azure Data Studio have a wizard to do all these things automatically. You can see it here. If you go to the server, to the remote, to the server, click here, virtualize data, you can here select SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, Teradata. This is currently what is supported from Azure Data Studio. Other sources you have to do it manually, okay, by code, but this is you can do it. So in this you can check virtual data, and here you select the data source, you select the table, you select the mapping, and then this table in the remote server appear like a local table, okay? And then you can query it. What I want to show you, what's amazing that Polybase has built-in connector for SQL Server, Oracle, Teradata, and MongoDB. You don't have to install anything. I'll show you how you do it. Here is my Oracle latest version. I created a user HR, and then you go here, Oracle, create master key. Here, the details of the Oracle, okay? Port, Oracle seed. Then you select the table. Then you map the table to, this is the table, okay? Then you can query the table of Oracle like it was a regular table in SQL Server. Here, HR employee with TSQL, I can query the table from SSMS. So this is another connector to Oracle, okay? Now we can connect to MongoDB. How do we do it? So MongoDB, they use documents. It's different than SQL Server, okay, because it's not a table. So this is how do I connect to MongoDB with NoSQL Booster. Show DB, show database, show database. You can see that here I create a collection which is like a table, collection with name person, okay? Then I do insert to a single document. DB person insert one, this is the ID of the user, this is name, this is the age, okay? Insert. How do I can insert many records. DB person insert many, this is all the records. Okay, you can see that we have, you can see that we can do DB person find to find all the record in person. Okay, I can find a specific name, which is named Stephen. DB person find name Stephen King. Okay, I can specify condition, specific name John, Joe, and age. Okay, this is the condition, name John, age is greater than 6. Okay, I can specify all condition, specify find, this is all, name Guy, and age is equal to 8. Okay, so how do I integrate with MongoDB? Again, I don't have to write all this. Why? Because it's very easy. Because if I go to Azure Data Studio, operate the wizard, here, MongoDB, put here the server name, the port, the database name in MongoDB, okay? Give a name to the external data source. I can map all the collection I have created in MongoDB to tables. You can see it here. No need to write any code. Okay, you can see the map here. Okay, wizard. Okay, know that if I'm working with MongoDB and Oracle, I should have create statistic with full scan only. How do I do it? I go to SSMS, right-click statistic for optimization. Why full scan? Because this is not a SQL database. It's work only with full scan statistics. Okay, and the magic is because with TSQL, I query the person document from MongoDB with SQL. Select ID, name, age, form one reported, Polybase person. Note that this collection in MongoDB appear like a regular table in SQL Server, okay? And I queries with SQL. The same syntax to query the table with NoSQL Booster, which is trying to connect to MongoDB, is DB-person fine. You can see it here. But I query it like select ID, name, age, worldwide importer, polybase person. This is like a regular table. I can give permission to this table. Okay, this is the statistics. Okay, this is the select person find ID equal 100, and this is a TSQL query which is equivalent to this. Select ID. Again, on a simple SQL query, you can see it Oracle, SQL, Oracle, SQL, and MongoDB like simple table in SQL Server. Okay, but where come the problems? The problem comes, for example, if I have a collection with, like example, with employee details, which is the name and the project. For example, this user John have project like MongoDB, Hadoop, Sparks, and he have several scores, 25, 28, 29. How do you map it to SQL Server? So there are several tricks. Create external table, then you put here the fields, and you see according to the error message what to map. Okay, and then you map it. For example, create external table. You see Polybase demo this database. Employee this is the table. This is ID and varchar name. Employee project. Employee score. Note that employee project is n varchar max. Okay, and employee scores it's float. Okay, with location this is the data source, which is the MongoDB. Okay, and now I can query. But if you query this collection, you can see that the user is clear ID, name, employee project, and employee scores, because it took the collection with the project and break it into more and more rows. Okay, but here comes the tricks. How do you take all these projects and show them in SQL like it was a one document? Okay, so this is the tricks for Power BI. Select top 1000 ID name, string aggregate mean take all the project fields and put this sign between them, employee projects. Scores, string aggregate employee scores as employee scores. Forward important Polybase demo employee details. Know that again, MongoDB is like a regular table in SQL. It's mapped a regular table. If you look at the result here, okay, you can see that all the employee detail projects appear like one column. All the scope, same like MongoDB with SQL. If you look at MongoDB, okay, this is the way to build MongoDB. Name, James, project, and this is nested document. This is nested score. Okay. You should create statistics on the external table of MongoDB for statistics, of course. If you have datetime, you should also cast datetime columns in MongoDB as datetime. And now I can build my data lake to Power BI. Why? Because with single query, now you see it, the magic. I can join between HR employees, which is HR employee in Oracle, and join it with the Polybase person, which is document in MongoDB, which name person we've seen before. We can join it between this employee ID and PID. This is a join between MongoDB and Oracle in SQL. So Power BI can connect directly to SQL. The developer can connect to SQL. Through Polybase, he can create query that join between SQL remote server, Oracle remote server, and MongoDB remote server. Very, very easy. You don't have to know JSON, documents, whatever. Okay, so this is another example of how we use what is the format to use the syntax of SQL with third-party application external table. Okay, why? Because we use string aggregate. We take the document and concatenate it like, you can see it here, concatenate it. Power BI will use this query. Okay. I have more time or not exactly on time? Hello?
Okay, here you go. Yeah, we still have 15 minutes, so yeah, if you would like to finish right now, that's completely fine. If you would like to continue a bit more, then we have 15 minutes, then yeah, you can also do the same. It's up to you.
If you enjoy, I can continue. Okay.
Yeah, I enjoy it a lot, so yeah.
So
give us more then.
Okay. So what we saw here is how you can build zero money, zero cost data lake. Okay, you see on your computer with Polybase. Okay, so let's continue with the lecture. Okay. So let's continue if you have more time. So now let's see all the example talking about how do you integrate Hortonworks. But again, there is no more Hortonworks. Hortonworks was united with Cloudera. Now they're one company. So we can see here how we can do integration with Polybase and Cloudera. Again, this will be input for the Power BI. Okay, so the demo is named demo py, and the script is named data virtualization with ESX719 Polybase and Cloudera.sql. Okay. So Polybase supports several file formats. Okay, I don't want to come into this, but RC file, ORC, and Parquet. Okay, the limited file. The limited file are easy to use, but less efficient. The slow formless. Okay, RC file, we don't use it. ORC can aggregate for performance. Okay. Parquet also can get aggregate performance, but column are not always good fit to the Parquet. Okay, this you can use it. So let's see another example. So let's download the SSA flood inlet statistic for Kaggle. You can see this. You can download from this site. This is the document. This is how the the Excel looks. Okay. If you go to Cloudera Manager, this is Cloudera Manager. Okay. This is my Power BI developer do not know Cloudera Manager because I'm an administrator. Okay. You go to you here. Okay. And here you can upload very, very easy the file. Okay. You can upload the file. Why? Because in Cloudera, they have Hive, but they also have Impala query. Okay. So use for upload file, use Impala query. Impala query, it's like Hive. You can use SQL to query the Hadoop. Okay. So let's create a file in HDFS to upload the file to HDFS. It's very simple. You go there, sudo user add pdw user. Okay. Okay. Then you give him all the permission. Sudo minus u HDFS Hadoop FS make dir. This means create the directory to upload the file. So this is directory of a pdw user. cdu minus HDFS Hadoop FS mean in the HDFS Hadoop create directory which is named user pdw Hadoop stage. Okay. Now create directory for the CSV file. sudo u minus HDFS Hadoop sv make dir CSV for the Parquet. Okay. Now give real permission to the user. How do you do it? Sudo minus u HDFS Hadoop FS minus shown rpdw user. Give all the permission to this user on this directory. Very, very simple. Okay. Now this means take the sudo minus u HDFS Hadoop FS put mean take the file and put it in this stage. This is the stage. Okay, take the CSV file we have downloaded the flight latencies and put it in the stage. Okay, and then you can use the cat command to see the header of the flight. Okay, so This is the, for example, the first line. Okay, this is how the flights looks in the data node in the Hadoop. You see the flight CSV. You can see all the command. You can see the content here. Okay, before we work this. This is the PW user. If you go to you in the Cloudera, you can see the file. Okay, very simple. This is the flight. Okay, you can do it very easily with you of Cloudera and upload the file. Okay. This is Mobotum Extreme, which you connect to this Linux system. Okay, and this is the magic. Why? Because with several line in PySpark, which is embedded in the Cloudera, you can create from the CSV a Parquet file using Spark code. I encourage you to write you in SQL, Power Query, whatever you want. It's very complicated. This is the only 2 line of code. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to take the file, operate to Parquet, which Parquet is very optimal to use for aggregation, very fast. Okay. From PySpark.sql function import, this is meant import the function from PySpark. dflight Spark read format CSV mean take the file. This is the file as the header. This is take the schema from the header, and this is the file. The file we have uploaded from, remember, from you to the Cloudera. This is the flight CSV we have uploaded from Kaggle. Remember, this can be an enormous file, teras of files. Okay. dflight select mean give us only these headers. Okay. Remember that we have headers is true. Okay. dflight write format CSV option header true. Mode override save CSV. Okay. This means this take all this complicated file and write a CSV file only this header. But look at the other magic. dflight write format Parquet more write, save a table, and save it as Parquet file. That's all. Okay. Now let's go to Polybase. Again, this should be the DBA, and we create external data source to Hadoop. Again, this is the location. Here we give the location of the name node with the pod. Okay, this is the resource managers. You can get it from the Cloudera manager. And this is the credential. What is the credentials? This is credentials of Hadoop Polybase users we have created. Okay. Now we can create external CSV file in SQL Server. How do you do it? Very simple. Create external table CSV. You can do it also from the GUI. This is feeds. This is the location of Cloudera. This is data source on Cloudera. This is the format. Okay. You can also create Parquet file table. Very, very simple. Create external table Parquet file. This is the column. This is the location. This is data source. This is format. Okay. And now we can go to SSMS and select from CSV or Parquet table. Select from CSV file or Parquet file. Note, this is external table. They are not on SQL Server because we are talking about tera of zeta of data, which Power Query cannot eat. Power Query can eat tera of data, but from more and more it will break down. Here you can see from SQL Server Standard Edition, external table to the Cloudera. You can do a simple select on this file. Okay. Again, you can see also our Oracle and MongoDB in the same external table, like external table in SQL Server. Okay. And this can be used by Power Query. If I will continue, I can show you that how can I do external sources to Redis from CData, okay, and then query Redis from Power BI using CData or DBC. And I think, okay, so I think it's enough material. I don't hear you.
Yes, right now it should be fine. Yes, actually, actually, yes, we have just 5 minutes, and yeah, perhaps I would like to ask you, yeah, maybe one question. But yeah, first of all, yeah, impressive presentation. I mean, we have seen so many different technologies and so many different possibilities to get the data from many different sources to the Power BI. So yeah, I really like that you have all of the steps inside the presentation. So once you will share them, probably we could repeat, like every attendee will be able to repeat the steps on their local environments. So that is, yeah, that is really impressive. And yeah, maybe one question, if you can agree that Polybase is actually one of the features that the data engineer currently, like, perhaps should really focus on and put some more effort to learn that, because also Polybase can be also extensively used in Azure when we are talking about the signups, Azure signups as well, right?
I don't show. Why I don't show? Because I told you that the inventor of Power Query was in my lecture. Next week, he told me that in beta there is also a component of Power Query in Azure Data Factory in SSIS. So
Okay.
as you can see here, we should know both. We should know Polybase. We should know Power Query. Power Query is good. Don't say not good. You should know all the material. But I show you how you can save money, how you can write in several lines of code. You can do, customization, which is in the open source community. On the other, you should know all the technologies. You can see that in Docker, in 3 lines, you install SQL. Okay, so Polybase is going behind the scene of Synapses, but the user cannot see it. But if someone on premise, you can use Polybase. So you should know all the technologies and make it very simple to people. That's the issue. Make it very simple.
That's a very valid points. Yeah, maybe last questions, because we are running out of time. Maybe because also you have shown us some R and Python. Do you have any particular, perhaps a book or a blog or resource so someone can get some more knowledge? Do you have anything in particular that you can recommend, or maybe later on could you share with some resources?
Currently, you can download all the lecture. I should do a blog because everybody told me upload in the lecture. You can download, all the material from our data platform Global Hebrew. Okay, here.
Okay.
But I should do some blog or some site. My company tell me make a site. So meanwhile, I will gladly send you all the material, including the lecture from the week before about Docker. You could put it on your site. But remember, the material change every time because you ask me a question. I meet people.
Yes.
Another idea. Yeah, it changes every time. But I will gladly send you all the example. I encourage you to do the example because the next example, for example, I will show you how to do AI with Power BI. For example, with Power BI, this. Okay.
Yeah.
If I create the lecture before to do cognitive services, not with Azure, with IBM with Power BI. Okay, I don't have, for example, or Google or whatever with Power BI. So
yeah, that's amazing. All right. Yeah, I have really enjoyed that session. It was even a bit longer than 60 minutes, so we got even more knowledge and more insight on those topics. So I'm really glad. And yeah, David,
send me your email, whatever email, so I can give you all the examples you can upload to your site. Okay.
Yes,
This lecture was given. This lecture was given 5 times in 2 months. Yeah.
Sure, I will do so. So once more again, David, thanks a lot. I really appreciate that you have joined the Malta Data Saturday, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you also. Wish you good health to everybody and to your nation. I will come to visit. Malta is beautiful. Yeah, I saw that I should visit.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, hopefully see you one day. See you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and then Thomas.
Yes, hello, Slawomir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Then perhaps I will yeah, I have changed the layout of the stream so we can see each other, we can hear each other, and yeah, probably we will start soon. Very nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you. Nice to be
Thanks
here.
for our pleasure. Thanks for finding a time to provide your session. And yeah, I will repeat a bit myself, but you wasn't here. I'm really happy that you will share with some knowledge from the area that our attendees, but also myself, I am really interested in. I'm also doing the similar stuff on a daily basis, so I am looking forward to your presentation, especially yeah, I saw your previous materials, and yeah, I expect a lot, and I'm sure that that it will be a great session.
I hope not to disappoint.
For sure not.
But,
Yes, but if yeah, before we will go to the presentation, I believe you already know, but the entire study is around 90 minutes. The first 15 minutes, I will try to drive the conversation so we can get to know each other a bit better, and also the attendees will get a better idea of like what is your biggest focus on the data right now, what are you doing, but also perhaps we will talk about some less technical stuff as well. We'll see how it goes. So this will be more or less around 15 minutes, and then we will have 60 minutes for the session.
yes.
And after that, hopefully there will be some questions and maybe some more time to follow up, and maybe to have some more discussions. But also, if you would like to spend a couple of minutes more on the presentation, that's also fine.
We should be arriving in around 60 minutes, maybe take or give a few, but normally it's 60 minutes, okay.
That's great, but you have 50 different, more or less, things to show. So
well, not exactly. I mean, I think in the abstract, I said they don't end up to 50 exactly. So, yeah.
Yeah, but still, probably there will be a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe I will start with a small video. I'm not sure if you have already joined the other sessions on the conference or not.
I only was at the keynote this morning, and then I had
Okay.
weekend shopping to do and this and that, and then people came and sorry, I hope to catch up with some of the recordings though.
Sure, understood. But yeah, maybe if you have seen the keynote, maybe you know what will happen. But I will show you a small video about yourself with some of the photos. Yeah, I hope that you will like it. So I will try to find the file right now to share with you. Just a second. It should be that one.
Yeah, that was nice.
Good to hear
Where
that.
did you
Yeah.
get all those photographs? The one photograph that had me in a big room with a white shirt on, that was actually the first time I spoke on an international stage, and that was in a cinema theater even. So I had this cinema room in front of me, and I was like, whoa. That was in Copenhagen for the SQL Nexus event, which doesn't exist anymore.
SQL Next, I remember
Yeah,
that
I
one.
think
So
that
how
they
many
did
years?
They did 2 editions, I think, and then it stopped already. And then there was another, what was that? The Intelligent Cloud Conference also in Copenhagen. They also did 2 editions also, and then it stopped. So I don't know what is it with Copenhagen. I'm not very lucky to continue with their events. So.
Yeah, but they were great events. I remember some. I wasn't there, but I think I saw the recordings or the agenda. But I heard about the Nexus for sure. And how many? Yeah, it was a few years ago, a good few years ago.
It was like it was 2016, I think it was. Yes, 2016.
Yeah, so already a few years. Yeah, but there is so many questions that I would like to ask you. But maybe first things first. Yeah, maybe regarding those pictures, it might sound a bit weird, but that's basically what I did last night. So I was checking Yuri and the other speakers' profiles on Facebook, Twitter, everywhere possible to try to find their pictures. So maybe it's a bit weird, but yeah.
No problem. They're all public, and no problem. If you want to collect them for a thing like that, I'm always okay with it.
Great. So then also the question I have is on Twitter, I believe you have a Fredo
Yes.
in the nickname, and that's not your name. So how come?
It's really an old nickname. When I was like in my teenager years, it was at some party, and then someone met me for the first time, and then he said, "Well, you look like Fredo." I don't even know which Fredo he meant. And then a friend of mine caught that, and from the next, hey, Fredo. And I said, yeah, well. And then the next friend, oh, Fredo, yeah, you're Fredo. From now on, you're Fredo. So from that time on, I was known as Fredo. So when I needed a nickname for the Twitter, first I had silly like characters and numbers, like everyone has the first. And then I thought, why not take your own nickname? And the Der Fredo, it's the German, it means the Fredo. So because Fredo, just Fredo alone, the name was taken already. So I had to put up something else there.
Nice.
So that's all the story. That was like,
okay.
Let me think, at least 40 years now ago, 42 or something.
A few years sounds better.
So my old friends all really know me as Fredo still, and they call me that when we meet.
And now everyone knows you as Fredo as well,
Well,
right?
now everyone that sees me on Twitter knows who Fredo is. Yeah, probably.
and yeah, what's the story like? What happened that from the party where you get the nickname of Fredo, you became a famous data engineer and the well-known speakers? Why data? And I know that you had some background with programming, like Pascal.
Yes.
So why data? Why that path?
Well, at some point in time, when I was a smart company, we started using a SQL Server. It was like the version 6.5 or something. And then I thought, yeah, it's a great product. And it kept on growing with every version and then new features. And I always thought that's great to work with. So I kind of focused on that. And wherever I worked, I was the guy that was supposed to know as much as possible about the SQL Server. So even if I kept on doing software development, still, if anything went wrong with the SQL Server, hey, Thomas, can you look at what's going on? And so I joined the PASS German chapter at some point in time. I don't even remember, like 15 years ago or something like that. And I went to meetings, and I always sat there and listened, and okay, I talked to other people. And they kept on asking me, of course, when are you going to do a session or a presentation or whatever? And I thought, well, the SQL Server topics, they were the real specialists. So I couldn't teach them anything really new. Then I was doing software development in the software called Navision, which is now Microsoft Business Central. But there were very few people that were interested in that. There was one guy that was interested, but he would only come once a year to the meeting. So just for him, it would be silly. So I kept on pushing it in front of me, and sometime I will do it, and sometime. And then actually, it was in Copenhagen again. I went to SQL Saturday in Copenhagen, which was purely coincidence because I missed the German SQL Saturday that year. So I said I'd do one other. I did Copenhagen. And then I volunteered, and then there was Regis Beccaro, one of the organizers. And at some point during the event, he told me, well, next year I want to see you speak. And so at that moment I thought, yeah, you're going to see me speak. And I had begun to look into the R language, and then I thought maybe I can combine it, a bit of R for the SQL folks. And so I came out with a session. And the next event he organized actually was that SQL Nexus event, not the SQL Saturday. So I submitted my session. It was, I had only one session. I submitted it for the SQL Nexus, and it was selected. So
and boom.
That's how I started speaking, actually. And then I practiced at my local user group. I did a rehearsal session once before, actually, on it. And then really the picture you had with the white shirt on, that was the first time I really spoke to a public, at a public event, so to speak. And that was in Copenhagen. And yeah, it was fun. I mean, the first time I was nervous that the shirt was soaking wet afterwards and all the things like that. I mean, it was dark in the cinema room, so I couldn't see that there were people actually watching me and all that sort of stuff. And when the lights came on, only then I noticed I had Steve Jones, the chief editor of SQL Server Central, sitting in the front row in my session. I was like,
Wow.
my section, hey, that's something. And yeah, from then on, I submitted to more and more events on SQL Saturdays and then others like SQL Conference, and I went to SQL Bits and so on. And yeah, it's great fun, and it's always like a family reunion when you go someplace and then meet the other speakers that you know, and hey, it's a great like party time. And also, it's giving back to the community. I went to the meetings so often and just sat there and listened and had content for me to remember, and so I can give something back to the community also.
Yeah, I think you have raised a very valid reason also why to attend the community events, because one of them is, of course, the knowledge, but also I found this really nice to like integrate, to talk to the other people. If you are a speaker, but even if you are not a speaker, like if you are going to the conference one day, most probably you will become speaker, because then you know, at least that's what I see, that more and more people you just attend, and many people just later on try to deliver a session as well. So yeah, the community is a great initiative, right? We can get a lot of things from it.
Yes, that's at least half of the fun, meeting all the people and then talking to them. When in the early days, before I started speaking, when I went to a conference, I wanted to have the content. I went to every session and then not miss a slot. And it was only when I started speaking that I was like, well, what are the sessions? Go to one or two if they're really interesting, and in between meet the other people, talk to them. Not only the speakers, but all the attendees. There's always someone gathering on the floor somewhere, and have experience exchange and so on. That's really a big part of going to those events then.
Yeah, that is great. Before we will jump into the presentation, I will go back to what you said a bit before, that you have choose R as one of the first presentation, and also like to focus on some other area perhaps. And yeah, like the thing I am going to ask you is why you have chosen R, and for example not the Python. I believe currently, not only currently, but there is like a war and
Yes.
there is like a half
Always.
of the population is using R, and the other half is using Python. And of course, they are a
Yes.
bit different. But what's your point? And why R?
Well, it was not on purpose actually, so it was sort of a coincidence. I took some online courses from Coursera, like process mining and geospatial stuff, and from that I came to the data mining, data science corner there, and there was one university that had this series of courses, and they based on R. So I took them and I found it very interesting. It's quite interesting how much you can achieve with a very few lines of code in R, and it's vector based, like SQL is set based. So that was an OG, and then you can do very compact development, very compact code, and achieve quite a lot. So I'm not part of this call it faith war or whatever you want to call it, power against Python. But then I heard that Python is a language where the structure is dictated by the white space. So I think R was the right decision to do, not Python. I never seriously tried Python, so no, I don't really, I can't say anything against it. It was just, I started with R by coincidence, and I stayed with that. No specific reason, though.
Sure, I was just curious because like in every data conference, people are split into the two divisions. So I always like to understand why some people are preferring one over the other.
I think data science, that they are similar. You can achieve most things you can achieve with one, you can also achieve with the other. Maybe in some, of course, the syntax is different, and then maybe in some detail you can do maybe like 10% of possibilities you can do in one language that you can't do in the other, and then vice versa. But I don't think that's really so much different. Probably once you start with one, you stick with it, and then don't change to the other because it's not necessary.
That's a very valid conclusion, and I completely agree with that. Yeah, so I believe in the next 60 minutes we will see some R, a lot of R, right?
Yes, sir, definitely. So
shall we?
Screen already, or?
I think we are not sharing.
I'm not yet sharing. Let me see. Yes. Where is it? I need this one. Share it here.
I will remove my screen. Okay, now I see. I will only ask you if you want to see only the slide deck, or you want to also be visible on the part of the screen. What's your preference? You have any?
I don't know. I think people have seen me now. They know what I look. So maybe during the presentation, we could just have the screen deck, or the screen that I share with you, and yeah, like that.
Okay, then we will see you and see us again in more or less 60 minutes. So yeah, once more again, welcome. It's great to have you here, and
thank you.
Yeah, the stage is yours, Thomas.
Okay, then I'll start. Thank you. Okay, so this is one of the beautiful screens the Malta group prepared to chime into the session. Welcome to this, I think it's the last session for today. This one's called 50 Ways to Show Your Data. And usually, okay, we have some housekeeping as always. A big thank you to our sponsor, Redgate. They have great products and services, and they have some awesome employees also who are busy in the community. So go check them out, what they have to offer. And a big thank you from my place here to the Malta Data Platform User Group, who organized this event, bring it to you and make this all possible. And well, thank you for inviting me to speak at your event. Get in touch with them also if you haven't already. Okay, so that's what my slides usually look like for those who have been around for a while. That's the old SQL Saturday design. And here we go. I usually introduce myself briefly. My name is Thomas Hütter. There's an umlaut in my name, you see, so you can tell I'm from a German-speaking country, Germany actually. I have a degree in economic matters, but I have been an application developer for most of my professional life, with the occasional gig as consultant and on the accidental DBA task. And I wrote some articles, so maybe I can call myself an author. I don't know. I worked at consultancies, ISVs. I'm at the moment at an end user company. We sell Volvo construction machinery in most of the part of Germany. So that's like wheel loaders and excavators and all of that. Right. I've been dealing with SQL Server from the version 6.5. And my daily job is to mingle with the software formerly known as Navision. It had several names during the time. And currently it's called Microsoft Business Central version 18. Well, maybe next year it'll be called differently. And I've been playing around with R from the version 3.1.2 as a, well, sidekick project. I don't do much in production with it yet. I always plan to have something, but yeah, that'll be in the future. And I'm a speaker at SQL or data-related events around Europe. At the bottom, you see some of them, like the SQL Bits or the Joint Conference in Warsaw. And here you got my social media contact details. So if you'd like to stay in touch, please go ahead. Okay, briefly the agenda. What are we going to do? First, a short introduction. What's the fuss about the R language? Why is it there? How it works, the flow of your data in a data science project. And then I introduce you briefly to the grammar of graphics, which is the basics for the ggplot package and the basics for those nice looking graphics and visualizations. And from there on, I'll introduce you to a couple of graphs and fancy fans of that ggplot, facets, waterfalls, and so on. And if you, I think it was in the abstract, it's not exactly 50 visualizations I'm going to show you. It is more like 15, I guess. At the end, I have a roundup. I share my resources, and we have time for Q&A, of course. Okay, so what's the fuss? Well, I don't know if it's fuss anymore about this R language. The R language is a programming language that has been created by the two gentlemen, Ross and Robert, from New Zealand over 25 years ago as a successor to the S language, which was proprietary. It was expensive. It was not very extensible. It was clumsy. So the two guys thought we can do it better and make it fit our needs better if we do it ourselves. So they created the language, then made it to a GNU project. It's maintained by the R Foundation now. You can have builds for all the major operating systems like Windows, Linux, and macOS. And it's for a couple of years now supported by the R Consortium, which has members with big names like Microsoft and Oracle, and I think Google are even part of it, and some other big names, which make sure the development continues and the R language stays alive. One of the key success factors, I would say, is that the language is extensible through the so-called user-created packages. Think of that as, well, how would you say it? Libraries or extended packages that anyone who uses the R language can create and then compile it into a package and load it up to the, for example, the CRAN mirror, so that everyone can profit from it. So everyone can download those packages, install it on them, the system, and then use the functionality that's in there. At the moment, there are more than 17,400 of those packages available on the central CRAN mirror. So probably for every task you can think of, there's a package. And well, if there isn't, you can build your own and make it available for others to use. There has been commercial support, at least since 2007, by a company called Revolution Analytics, but they have been acquired by Microsoft in 2015, and that's the team around David Smith. They are now no, not a division, they're more like a department in Microsoft. They provide Microsoft R Open, R Server, and so on. There are several IDEs you can use for developing in the R language. Well, I call it naked R app that nobody uses. There's the RStudio environment, which is the de facto standard, I would say, and that's what you'll see in my presentation. There has been a thing called MS Art Tools for Visual Studio, which has been deprecated again from the version 2019 on. But you can add some add-ons to the Visual Studio Code to also develop in R by now. So I have to actually amend my presentation there. I haven't tried that one myself yet. And well, in the Microsoft world, there's support for R now in SQL Server, in Power BI. You can have R visuals. There's an Azure Machine Learning, and there's a whole data science VM in the Azure world that utilizes the power of R. Right. So in a typical data analysis or data science project, the flow of your data, what does it look like? Usually, you start by importing data from somewhere. That can be from a database, from flat files, from the web, or whatever. And then you go through a process of tidying, transforming. Most often you want to visualize what's behind your data, the insights you can get out of your data. Maybe you want to model predictive models and something like that. So you can even do like artificial intelligence, asking questions and getting prediction into the future. And usually you turn around in circles here to improve your model, then have to transform again, visualize, and so on. And that goes to understand what's inside your data, the insights you can get out of your data without seeing them at the first glance. Usually then you need to communicate your results to customers, internal external customers or colleagues or superiors. And all that is within the bracket of programming with the R language. Okay, so, and then there was one name you have to have heard when you're dealing with R, that's Hadley Wickham. And he is the founder of the so-called Tidyverse, which is on the one hand, a philosophy of handling data within R projects, and on the other side, a collection of packages of components. And ggplot, the one I'm talking about here mainly, is one of them. And the whole Tidyverse covers these tasks and helps you to accomplish them in a concise manner, so you don't have to worry about data formats in between. You bring your data into a tidy format, and then all the components can work with it. Okay, so the ggplot package, which is part of the Tidyverse, what does it contain? It's based on a book by Wilkinson, which was called The Grammar of Graphics, and that's the name ggplot. And the book served as a foundation for the implementation of that R package. Well, my simple approach is what's needed to describe a graph. So you need like 3 or 4 things. First, the data. What do you want to show? So that's you have a data frame or a table or whatever. Second, the aesthetic mappings, which relations are there. So that usually boils down to which data you want on the x-axis and which goes on the y-axis or something like that. Then you have to determine your geometries, how you want to show it. Do you want to show a scatter plot or a bar graph or a radar chart or whatever? And then at the 4th place, you got lots of extras. You can play around with axes and scales and labels and annotations. You can do faceting. You can use different coordinate systems. You can have colors and themes added on, and you name it, you can do it. So, but still, you always start with these 3 up here, and that's basically how you determine how to show a visualization on your data with the help of ggplot. And now, What follows here is a lineup of the graphics. And well, if you read the abstract, it's clear there won't be 50 within 1 hour of presentation. And also, I don't have a continuous story to tell from A to Z. It's more of a collection of graphics, which either I have seen somewhere and asked myself, how do I do it? And then one time at one point in time, I wanted to be able to do it myself. Or if someone came after one of my other presentation and then asked, hey, there's this and that visualization, how can you do it in R? And then I promised them I compile a session with just visualizations. And what I did here, I always name one of the visualizations and have like one and a half or 2 sentences what it's all about. And if you need more packages than the standard, I put it in the square brackets like here. So this is the list of, I'm not going to read to you all the list, but I'm going to switch over to the RStudio. So for those of you not familiar, this is the RStudio environment I've already mentioned. So a quick walkthrough here. On the top left, we have the source code window, which can have multiple source files open and has it has like code tools, and you can run your script in ones and so on. Down here we have the console, which is there for interactive action. You can enter like this function called square root of this, or I don't know, any calculation, and it gives you back the result. And also if we call the source code on the top, it gives the result down here in the console window. There's a terminal window if you have any task to accomplish on the OS level. There is a jobs window. If you have like long-running R scripts, you can start that as a job and continue working on something else in the foreground. Okay. On the top right, there's the environment, which is empty at the moment, but we'll see all the variables that we create will be listed up here. We have a history function of the command history. We have a tab for connections, and you also see if I use databases, usually I use the SQL Server and I have some Docker running for it, right? Pretty new is the tutorial tab. So that enables you to start tutorials from within the RStudio environment to learn more about the R language and the R components and so on. The RStudio, by the way, is also available free. So if you want to try it out, it costs you nothing in the first place. So in the bottom, there's a multi-purpose window. I have a small file explorer here. We have a window there where the plots will show. That will bring up a list of all the packages that are installed on this machine right now. We have a help window for the basic R functions for the RStudio environment, and every package is supposed to bring its own help pages, so you can look up the functions that are contained and how they work. And we got a viewer, for instance, that is where interactive visualizations happen that for some reason don't go into the plot window. All right, so I have one demo file, and we can invoke it line by line. On the Mac where I am, you use the Command Enter combination. On Windows, that will be Control Enter. And you see down here, it gives back any messages and results. So I loaded this so-called Tidyverse packages, which is made up of some other packages here, and it already tells us which version it is. It says here in some overloaded functions, no problem. So that's what we need all the time. And then we go in and dig in here and start right away. We'll need another package. Although that's red, it's not a problem. It's not an error message. It's just a hint of what's going on. And for the first visualizations, I'm going to fetch some data. Let me see if you can see this probably. This is result data from the Formula One racing series. And yeah, I'm stuck with the 2016 season. Why is that? Well, pardon me, but that was the last season a German won. Okay, German Nico Rosberg on first place. And I'm interested in this data. This has all the results, all the points from the whole season. But you see, it's a bit cluttered here. There's menus here, there's buttons there, there's lots of advertising around it. And I'm just interested in the data here in the middle of this window. So I can go and just read that from the HTML construct and extract it from the table that we saw there. So I'm going to do that. I have it like down here. And you see, that's the data we just saw. Let me see if I can make that a bit bigger for you. Yeah, there you go. We got all the drivers' name. There are 40 more. It just cuts off here to not clutter the screen. There's the points that everyone won. You see here, there was these little flags. There are no labels to the columns. And you see here where they had no points, there's a little dash, and yeah, that's not very useful if you want to calculate something, if you want to do analysis on it. So we have to do a little bit of tidying and then formatting. Let me see, and by that I also filter it down. Where are we? So what did I miss? Yeah. No, it does not work. Where's my arrow? Oh, yeah, there you go. So now we got the columns properly named. It goes from R01, which means race 1, all the way. There's race 19, but there are two more to follow here. There's still all the points, and where there are 0 points, it now shows a proper 0 here. And it says all those are integer values, with the exception of the names, of course. That still is not good enough to do tidyverse work on it. The tidyverse packages like to have the so-called long format, which is this one. So here we got all the races spread out to the right in the columns. Now here I've got one column that has the race number, and I've got one column that has the points in it. There's the same bit of information in there, just a different format. Plus, I added two columns here, the accumulated points and the average points. So to make some visualizations on it. And right there's our first call to the ggplot function. And if I hit this, it gives me this gray area here, if you notice. And that's already that's a plot, really. Would you believe it? I called the plot function and told it, take the data from my F1 long data set. Well, if you kept good attention, we are missing something. We are missing the aesthetics, for example. So I tell my plot function I want the races on the x-axis and the points on the y-axis, like this. And it already noticed there are 21 races. There's 25 points together, maximum. But still, yeah, something's missing here. The geometry, that was the third point I thought that I said that we would need. We can do a point graph, or we can do a line graph. Probably that's still not what you expect, of course. So for the first proper visualization, it looks like this. So what did I do? I have the race in the x-axis. I have cumulated points on the y-axis, but I have to group by the driver. Otherwise, the plot function doesn't know which points belong together. And I also colored by driver and did a line geometry. And then I cleaned up my X scale, added a title and so on. And it would look like this. So there you can see how the points for each driver, and I filtered for the 9 best drivers. You'll see in a moment why I did that. And you can see how the points develop. So that's the first visualization I want to show you. Let me see what we have there. Okay, not one there. In between, yes, there you go. That's the whole picture, and I'm going to even zoom into this here. That's the whole picture in one of points per race. So you see, even with only 9 best drivers, this is sort of a mess on your screen. You can only see here at the top where they stick out probably who is who, but down here you can't get any meaningful interpretation out of this. So what you do in this here, the first trick I want to apply here is do the so-called faceting. So this one, no, come on, that one has exactly the same data or information content as this graph, but it looks very much nicer because every driver has got his own sub graph here, and still they are comparable because there are some auxiliary lines. I hope you can see them on the screen. The white lines in the gray field that makes you make the subgraphs comparable. So like here, when that's race 6, so that's probably race 5. You see the both Mercedes drivers 0 points, yeah, because they crashed into each other. And that was when I have Dutch people in the audience. They usually raise their hands and, yeah, Max Verstappen won. And right, you see here, Max Verstappen in that race, he got the only victory of the season in this race, of course. So here you got every driver on his own, and it is very much clearer to see per driver what was going on. Okay. I do clear the plots from time to time because otherwise it tends to clutter my graphic memory. I'm not sure why. Don't worry. So what else? Let me see. To make it look a bit more data sciencey, we can do something like this. Usually when I stand in front of the audience, I ask how many people know what that is, what it's called. So for of you, this is called the box plot. We have a box here, and what does it comply? It tells something about the distribution of your data. So in this case, the distribution of points. Let me see if we go to Mr. Ricciardo. We have this box and the rigid line in the middle. That's the so-called median. That means in 50% of the cases, he gained whatever it is, 12 points or less. And in 50% of the cases, he gained 12 points or more than 12 points. I never can remember if the 12 points is included or not, whatever. The edges of the box are the 25% line and the 75% line. So if that one is here at 10 points, it means in 25% of the cases, you got less than 10 points. And in the rest, it was more, and that was like 75. So 75%, you got 15 points or less. Then we got these whiskers that go to a maximum. I think in this case, this is 1.5 box heights up and down, where there are data points present. And if there are any points outside of that, they are drawn on their own. So this one down here, 0 points, is an outlier for Mr. Ricciardo. And the 25 up there also is an outlier. And if we look at the 2 Mercedes drivers, Rosberg and Hamilton, those 2 graphics here look exactly the same. They have the median line at the same, they have the box at the same position and size, and also the line down here. But still, Rosberg won. So what's the difference here? Well, if we just call on the screen the values that are behind that graph. We have the minimum that is both the same. We have the quartile that's the same. We have the median that's for both the same, and so on. The only statistic value here that's different between the 2 drivers is the mean value, but that's not part of this representation of the data. So from this one, you can't tell who won or who got more points because, yeah, it's not in the representation. Okay, one more representation of those, and yeah, if you look down here at Mr. Hugenberg, you know why that is called a violin part, of course. And yeah, it's also about the distribution. And you can tell if you look very carefully down here, the graph of Rosberg is not as wide down here as it is for Hamilton. So that means he has less of the 0-point entries, and Hamilton has more 0 points. And if you look maybe around here, where the Rosberg graph is a bit wider at the 20-pointers than it is for Hamilton, that means he had some more 20-point scores than Hamilton had. So he had more of the big ones, and Hamilton had a bit more of the lower ones, and that made Rosberg win the season in the end. But yeah, here you have to look very carefully, of course. Okay, right, going on. Then there's a thing, oh, let me see. I have, yeah, that's a built-in data set. You have several sample data sets in the ARP packages. That's a data set about MPGs or the mileage from car models. Like here you got car models like Audi A4 with different engines and then different transmissions. And you got here the city mileage and the highway mileage. And what can we do about it? We can maybe, yeah, give the average mileage per brand. So Lincoln has like 11 miles to the gallon, while Honda reaches 24 miles to the gallon. And then if you want to compare this, that's rather primitive. If you do it just like without any playing around with themes and colors, it looks like that. That's really boring. And also, if you look at it as it might have some optical distortions, you just look at it on the screen. If you want to print that, you need lots of ink for basically very little information. Yeah, if you make it colored, it doesn't get any better. So I think it was a lady who asked me how to do that. You can do something like that called the lollipop chart. I've got two variants where they look almost the same because one is self-made because here I got the point on top of a segment, and there I got the geom lollipop, which is actually a geometry of its own. Is just there for the lollipop graph. Yeah, very nice to see. We'd stick around the MPG data for a bit. Let me see. Okay, here we have the mileage over the engine displacement or the engine size. That's the engine size in liters, and we got the city mileage here. And we brought a third dimension using colors. That's the cylinder of the engine. And the reddish one are 4 cylinders, and here the purple ones are 8 cylinders, and we got some 5 and 6 cylinders. And well, if it's difficult to spot the few 5-cylinder model, what can you do about it? Well, you can encircle the area where they reside. So you see that the 5 cylinders are within this. You can play around with the sizes, of course. So they are here. The 6 cylinders are there. All the 8 cylinders are down here, which is really low on the mileage. You know, yeah, the bigger the engine, the lower the mileage. And for comparison, I had another data set. That's this one. This is cars of 1974, actually, and what we had before is cars of the 2000s. And what I found quite interesting is that the maximum of the 4-cylinder things is around 35 miles to the gallon in the 2000, and it has already been there in 1974. So where's the improvement in technology, I ask myself, if that stayed the same? And the gasoline gases, of course, down here like 10 miles per gallon. Well, there are still the lowest here are 10 miles. There's not much improvement to see in terms of the mileage, is there? All right. Still sticking with the mileage data. Let me see. Here we got the highway against the city mileage. And when we look at this, we got 234 actually data points. And if you look at this, you don't need to count them. You can tell that those are not 234. That's way less. And why is that? So let's take a look at the data. That is because the mileage here is made to be integer type. So it looks like here's 18, 18, 18, which in fact, it may be like one is 18.1, one is maybe 17.9 and something like that, but they are rounded to the next integers. So that, yeah, actually, if we look at that point down here, that's not only one data pair that's behind this, that's several. And what do? We can add some jitter. Let me. Yes. So that was the original picture. The two ones up here, they are okay. But look at the one down here. That's apparently one data point. And if you do a jitter, you see that actually there are 5 points that are in that position. So with the help of the jitter, you lose a bit of the precision of the exact position, but you gain the insight that there are more than one data points at that position, which is not visible otherwise. Also, if you look at here, some points in there are multiple points in one position. When they are jittered, you can see how many there are actually. But of course, it's not that precise to the exact value. Okay, so one other way of making that visible would be to have the counts chart where, yeah, again, up here, those are real single points. And you see where the diameter grows here. That is exactly, well, more than 1 point in this position. So the bigger the circle is, the more points are hidden behind one value. Okay, right. Let's see. We are still with yeah, mileage stuff, and I'm not sure if that works when I zoom into here. Oh yeah, so when you just tell the plot to label the points, you can see that, yeah, it's always across the point, the label, and then sometimes they run into each other. So those are two different things. Those are one Toyota and one Volvo. And to get rid of that is a very useful package is the repel, and you can just by calling one additional line, you can have it like this. Zoom in. And you see that the labels are either beneath or above the point, and they don't run into each other. And even if necessary, I think I'll have it in that one. Yeah, if necessary, there's a small pointing line pointing from the label to the point that is actually meant here, if it would be too cluttered otherwise. So repel, or you can even have one more dimension even in this representation. And here again we have the cylinders represented by different colors, and yeah, there you see there the system thought it would be too close otherwise, and put it a bit away and have a pointing line there. And yeah, by the background colors I have represented the third dimension, the cylinders. Okay, so next up, parliament diagrams. Well, everyone knows when there's an election night and everybody's sitting in front of the TV and waiting for the results, they usually show how many seats or how the distribution is in the future parliament, and then it gets updated all the time until all the other votes are counted. Well, there's a package to also show this. Let me see. Yeah, that's a message that comes to light. Never mind. And I'll do it like this. And that's the representation of the Maltese, I hope I pronounce it right, it's the Camera Deputati. Well, I don't know. Let me see, how did I go about it? I looked this up in Wikipedia, to be honest. And you see here we got two bright blue things that are independent seats from the opposition side. Then there are several from the PN party. We got one independent that used to be with the red ones, I think, and then we got all the red seats that are from the PL party. So that's the actual seat distribution in the Maltese parliament. And yeah, it's very easy. You just have to get your data somewhere. Here are hard-coded the seats because I just took it from Wikipedia. Of course, you can do some scraping from the web or getting it from a current data source, and then in the evening always hit refresh and have the current representation of the seats while the counting goes. Or the other alternative to show this, of course, is this. So you see that's the so-called arc bar. You see the representation of the parts of the parliament, not really the number of seats, but maybe from this it's better to see where the 50% is where you can have a proper government and winning all the votes. Okay, right. Now, next up, well, a thing called tree maps. If you are like me, you would expect to see something different here, but I can assure you what you see here is a tree map. And I'm gonna take the European version. I pulled the cell phone subscription data per region and per country, and this is for the Europe part of the world. And you see that the area size of the data points represents the part of the whole. So you can see that, well, it's maybe well, almost half of it is in Eastern Europe, and that divides itself in, well, I would say more than half of Eastern Europe lies in the Russian Federation and so on. And you see, let me see if I can find Malta. Malta is down there. Yeah, Malta is this small part of Southern Europe. To be honest, I cannot say who is the small part besides Malta. I have to find that out. What I found astonishing was in this representation that the United Kingdom is part of Northern Europe. I would put that to Western Europe, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong with that. So that's the tree data. Well, probably what you expect on the tree data is called a dendrogram, and that's not part of my presentation here today. Right. Next up, that's a very nice case because that's one example where the community really works well. The so-called waterfalls diagram. There are two different libraries, two different packages. One is the waterfalls with S at the end, and one is waterfall without the S at the end. I found the one with S first, and I tried to come up with an example, some simple figures like this. And what it gave me was, let me see, and I can get it over to this screen. Can I not? I cannot. Why can't I? Okay, doesn't let me move. Well, the picture had a really. Let me see. I'm gonna show you what it does here, like that. So the other picture what I had the first version, it had a really big wide space, like almost a third of the picture down here below the zero line, which I couldn't get rid of. And so I couldn't explain it, and I thought, well, maybe there's an error in the package. So I found the guy who wrote the package by the name of Huge Parsonage, and I followed him on Twitter, and I tweeted him. I said, hey, look here, I got this sample of your package and I tried to do this and it shows me that maybe, I think that's wrong what it shows me. And it was like 2 weeks later, then there was a new version of this package actually on the CRAN mirror, and that error was gone. So now it has this representation where there's only a small margin here below the 0 line. And really, he fixed it within 2 weeks, and that was great community work to have it on a single a message from me. He gave it back to the CRAN mirror already, so I could use it in my presentation. So what does it all about? Well, the waterfall package is, yeah, like you start here with 100 of inventory, and the starting point for the next part is always the baseline. So the baseline here is 100. You start from there. You have to scrap 20, it goes down. Then the baseline is here. You purchase another one, it goes up here. You produce some, your baseline is here. From there, you sell quite a lot here, and then you purchase again. And that last value, that is the result, of course, of the up and downs, and that's calculated automatically. So you end up with this block here as your final result. Waterfalls. And just to show you the alternative that I found while waiting for the error correction is the waterfall without an S, which I thought was not quite as appealing in the default look here. Okay, right. I have to watch how we're doing on time. Okay. Next up, correlations. We have still what have we here? The MTCast data set. That has a lot of numeric values like mileage and cylinders and displacement and so on. And so you can calculate correlation factors between all of those measures that are displayed here. So what's the correlation all about? It can go from -1 to +1. The closer it is to 1, the stronger the correlation is. So correlation means that one variable can be explained by the other. So if one rises, the other rises also. If it's close to -1, it is like if one rises, the other goes down. And the closer it is to the plus and minus 1 values, the closer it is to well, being 100% explainable by each other. Let me see if an example makes it clear. That's the ggplot version that also that didn't appeal to me very much, so I found another one that's the non-ggplot version. You see here, you got all the measures, and you see here we got a scale. So if it's dark blue, it's +1. If it's dark red, it's -1. And where the color gets brighter, it goes closer to 0. And what have we got? Let me see. Well, maybe this one. It's really dark blue, so the correlation between cylinders and engine displacement is close to +1. So the tendency is the more cylinders, the bigger your engine, or vice versa. The bigger your engine, probably the more cylinders you have. Let me see. We can have this, and there are different ways of showing this. You can have it like this. There you have the coefficients built in, or you can have this. That is all you can get here. They got the coefficient like, well, okay, the gear and the gear is self-explaining, so that gets a 1 on the diagonal line. But you see, where were we? Like horsepowers, yeah, horsepowers and maybe engine displacement. It has a factor of 0.79, so it's a rather strong correlation. The more horsepowers, the more engine displacement. And you see here still the blue ones are the positives, the red ones are the negatives. And if the line is very sharp, it is really 1.0. And if it's more circle formed, it's close to 0. Okay. And if it goes from bottom left to top right, it's positive. If it goes the other way, it's negative. Plus you have the value printed in there. So that visualization really gives you everything it's got. I'm not sure if that's if that's good for every occasion, but you can have it. Let me see. Oopsie. Give me back. Okay. Then we have a thing called marginal plots. Okay. Now, if you get a data set to analyze, let's see, probably like this, and you have the X against the Y plotted in a scatter plot. Well, can you tell where the action is here? What's going on? Where are the points that are related to each other? Well, I can't from this. So to help you, you can have a marginal like a density curve where you can tell, well, yeah, there's a maximum here. Probably you would have told that. But you see there's two maxima on the y-axis. So I wasn't able to spot that. So that around here, there's a gathering of more points, and around here, whereas there are less points. Or you can have a marginal histogram, which also shows in more detail about the distribution of your values. Or you already saw that you can have a box plot even, and that tells you across the whole graph that the median of all your points in the x direction would be here. The median of the points in the y direction would be here, and you see like, well, 50% of the points are between the box lines, and there are some outliers here. So that goes more into the statistical representation of things. Okay. Right. Next up is one of my favorite, actually. We stay with a car data set, and I've got only 5 cars, and I got like, I think it's 8 measures, and I normalize them here to make the biggest measure be 1.0 and the smallest 0. And all the others are scaled between those two values. And then you could go and do like this and have this radar plot. And there you can do 2 things. Either you go along the axis and look like here, displacement. You can see that the yellow car, which is the Ford Pantera, has the biggest displacement. Then comes the Maserati, then comes the Ferrari, the Volvo, and the Lotus with the smallest displacement. Or what you can do is you can follow one of the colored lines. And what shall we do? Take the whatever. The Ferrari. Where's the Ferrari? Is the red one? No, let's take the Maserati, green one. So you see the Maserati is the top on cylinders. Because how many cylinders does it have? I don't know, probably 8 or 12 or whatever. It's second on engine displacement. It is top on horsepower. Whatever that is, some axle ratio, I don't know. It's top on weight, actually, also. It's one of the 2 best regarding the quarter mile, quarter mile, how do you say it? The quarter mile, the seconds per quarter mile. It is top on carburetors. They didn't even, oh, that's the old one. They didn't even have injectors. They had carburetors. And well, you can tell that car, of course, is the worst on the MPG value. So you can have all these in one radar, but yeah, I would say don't take more than 8 measure points, and probably not much more than like 5 cars, as in this case. Otherwise, of course, that gets cluttered also very easily. Okay, and presentation about visualization would not be complete without a map in it. So I have, what have I? I have a map of a, I have data of the German city of Kleve, and this concerns public parking lots. They publish the data on their website, very current all the time. So you can see they got 10 public parking lots. It's a small city. and they have the capacity, they have how many slots are taken at the moment, and so on, the status if it's open, and they have the coordinates. So what we can do here is fetch a map from Google Map or whatever you name it. You can fetch it, and then we can plot the actual parking lots onto the map. So you see here is the city called Kleve, and there are some green circles. Green means they're all open right now. So all the green circles are one public parking lot. And the bigger the circles are, the more free places there are, for instance. So let me see, there's rather a small one that has very small number of free places, and that's a big circle. It has like around 600 free places. Okay, at the moment they are open. If there was one that was closed, it would have a red color, and if it was the data wasn't clear or this some distortion, it would be in a blue color. And you see the data is right current from 2 minutes ago or something like that. So you can always pull it freshly from the internet and just put it onto the map. Okay, right. I have to watch my time. Yeah, next up, a bit of an animation. I again have cell phone data from Europe. This one is gonna calculate and do a bit of, that should start in a second. And then that usually gives me time to take something to drink, and we have to wait a few seconds for the rendering here. And once that is done, we see a map of Europe. And if you see here, we scroll automatically through the years. And what's represented here is the number of cell phone subscriptions per 100 inhabitants. And you see it goes into the 200 region, 200 and 300 even. So that's 300 subscriptions per 100 inhabitants. Those are the crazy people like I was in earlier years that would have more than one cell phone subscription. Well, you could always get a new phone with a new subscription. So if you wanted a new phone, what will you do? Get a new subscription. But also you can see that it came to the Nordic countries first. There you go. They turn dark first, and then it got around here. And a bit later, it only was in Eastern Europe. And the animation goes on endlessly. That's why I kill it here. Okay. Right. So, well, then something else. Yeah. There was a guy called Chanov who invented these Chanov faces. So you could have, again, one more dimension within your graphic, which is not the color, which is not the axis, but it's the face if it smiles more or if it doesn't smile. Because we have seen already, we can have the cylinders made into different colors. And here, one more dimension, we got the MPG made into different faces. So if it's a high MPG, there's a smiling face. And the lower it gets, the more it frowns at you. Because like here, down there, the gasoline guzzlers, brr, they really lead lots of petrol and doesn't get you so far. Chernoff faces, proper name of this representation. Okay, one more useful thing in the toolbox would be this. Yeah, by now you know this representation of mileage and displacement. And if you want to take a closer look at, let's say, the 6-cylinder data points, you can do something like this. It's called a facet zoom. So you can zoom out the area that is taken by 6-cylinder models to be over the whole width of the screen, to take a closer look at what's going on with those points. You can have that in the X and the Y direction at the same time, I think. But you'll need a bigger screen, of course, to make sense of that. Okay, and then we have lots of things that you can play on top with. Like I said, with different themes. You see, like LibreOffice, how would LibreOffice represent the graphic? There's the Economist journal that usually has a design like this. There's a guy called Stephen Few who would produce a graph like that. Google Docs, yeah, okay. There's a Solos theme or more. The starter software by default would look like this. The Wall Street Journal has its own design of graphics, of course. What is that one? Yeah, the Google theme. So I think you have to install the font actually. And if you look at my source code here, I created the plot up here. And what I did then, I just gave the plot into a new line and added the theme. And then I did some scaling color stuff, of course, and the proper label. But the basic plot, it always stays the same. It's just adding the theme and it makes it look totally different. So lots and lots of possibilities to play around with. All right. And oh yeah, we're through almost. Finally, let me see one more. Oh yeah, interactive thing, because that goes not in the plot window, that goes in the view window. And that is sort of interactive. You can move your mouse pointer to one of the points and it shows you which car actually is behind this data point. There's a Volkswagen, there's a Nissan, there's a Toyota, and so on. Oh, there's a Range Rover even. So pointing at, showing the tooltips. You can have different variants of that. You can even make it as interactive as clicking on a point and then opening a website or something like that, or calling some other script or some other function. Okay, right. So that's the end of my demo script. So there's my presentation. There you go. So yeah, I lined them up. As I said, I'm not going to read all of them. You saw all of those graphs that are described here. And yeah, by that we are at the roundup. So I hope I could give you an impression that with R, a lot is possible in terms of analysis, of course, but especially also the visualizations. And they got the ggplot package and the several extensions that we had. And the graphs can be constructed in a very concise manner. Like in that last example, I can construct the graph in one go and then add themes and make it look totally different every time. And that all follows the so-called grammar of graphics. Yeah, but of course, don't overdo and overload your visualizations. As we saw just at the beginning, I had only 9 drivers, and if you put all the data in, it just totally clutters your screen, and you have to be careful how to show it and divide it maybe into subgraphics and so on. Yeah, number and choice of colors and shapes, of course. And yet general faces are not for every occasion. So yeah, they may be funny when demonstrating something to your colleagues, but yeah, if you go to your C-level superiors, maybe you can make it look a bit more serious like that. Okay, right. So yeah, I was inspired mostly by the top 50 ggplot visualization and the extensions to ggplot that are listed here. You can follow that if you want. There's the reference, and there are some books I can recommend. I still read books on paper mostly, so the graphics cookbook, I'm not sure if they have an online version of that. And the R for data science, which is the basic introduction to the R language and how to handle it, that definitely has an online version. So if you want to dig in deeper, I would recommend starting with those. Yeah, those are the few sites I took my data from. A couple of the data, like the MPG data set, is built into the R packages, so you can start right away. And well, if you want to follow up on that, you can start right away, because our Studio and all the packages I use are freely available for download, and they work on all the major operating systems. So give it a go. And eventually, then you can have R scripts also running inside the SQL Server, but that's a bit more of friendly work to do. That's not part of this session today. Right. So with that, I'm through. I thank you for your interest and your time. How do you say in Maltese? Grazie for everything. I will upload the materials, and it will be available from this address on my GitHub. And yeah, there again is my social media data. If you'd like to stay in touch, please do so. Well, and now, yeah, thanks again for having me here. And we have some time for Q&A.
Oh my goodness, Thomas, what have you done?
What did I do?
Yeah, I won't sleep tonight. I will think about all of this.
Well, okay, I see that I can upload the script just at once, so you can have something to play around with then.
Yeah, I mean, this was absolutely amazing. Yeah, the number of things that you have shown is really like outstanding, and yeah, now I see why you love R, because yeah, you really need to know the stuff to build such a graphs and visualization. So like, really well done, Thomas.
Thank you very much. Thank you. But it's, well, if you follow the script, it always is very few codes of very few lines of code, and then you can produce stunning graphics. It's not really very much work. Once you got the hang of it and you understand the principle of the ggplot, it's not that complicated. It's then, well, to do the special stuff, of course, you have to find the packages that do it for you. So that there's lots of other people in the community that did the really hard work of providing those packages that I only needed to download and then find some data set sample to build a visualization on that. So it was not so much my work, it was the work of many other people that provide us with those packages.
Yes, but to combine and also to show, yeah, it was really well presented and delivered. So yeah, once more again, yeah, great work. The only issue I see, because I really like the presentation than all of them. Of course, some of the charts are more like great for the community or for some more funny presentation or some like infographics, and that is shared maybe not to the head count or to the sales directors, but for the infographics that they will be great. But yes. Also the challenge I could see is also to train and educate the business users if we are in the organization, so they will really want to use the more advanced graphics visualizations, because unfortunately, yeah, in most of the cases they will stick to the table or the matrix and perhaps the pie chart, right? So that's also a key challenge.
Yes, it is. Yeah, unfortunately, pie chart is still very, very widespread.
Yeah, I was going to ask you from 1 to 10, how much do you hate the pie chart?
Probably 11. Now there are some very small use cases for it, really. So it's not that it's not at all usable, but usually you find a better visualization for your data than a pie chart. Yes.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So I mean, people are doing it wrong so often, most of the time. Like even the parts of it not adding up to 100% and stuff like that, and where the biggest slice is not over 50% or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah,
It
that's
has a-
even, it became a manipulation, right?
yes, yes, really.
And
It is,
that's a very valid point, because I could see even in my previous projects by some yeah, maybe not the developers, but the really the analytics, I could see some really big errors when presenting the data, like yeah, the pie chart's not summing up to 100, or if you have a bar chart, then if you won't see the entire scale, but you will see only the upper part of the bar chart, then of course you will get the wrong insight of the data, and that's very, very common,
yes,
unfortunately.
yes, and if it's on purpose, it's even worse. I mean, I don't remember. Just the day before yesterday, I had a bar chart like that, and there were two data items. One would look like 10 times as big as the other one, and then the next moment I noticed they started the scale at 1,500 something. So in practice, it was only double as much, but it looks like it was 10 times as much. So it's totally off. I mean, you shouldn't do that.
Exactly. But the funny thing is that once you get dirty with the visualization and so on, then if you are watching the television or reading the newspapers and you see the graph, then you are instantly like looking for the mistakes, and you are trying to find an error and
Yes.
like incorrectness. So then, yeah, you have the same, right?
Yes, and it's really surprising how often you see that then in a, even on the television or in the newspaper. That really is, yeah, it shouldn't be so.
Yeah, but I think that after your presentation, if everyone will see your presentation and also check your script, yeah, I believe that the number of errors in every place, in the newspapers, television, and on the blog posts, they become smaller, because I believe you, again, did a great job. And yeah, if you will keep educating the people, then the world of data will be much, much nicer and more correct. And
If I can play my little part, then yeah, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
yeah, so that being said, I would like to, yeah, thank you again. I really enjoy talking to you, and I really enjoy watching the session. I really find this interesting and educative. I'm also really happy that you have put the scripts, but also some more like books and articles, so everyone could learn more about R eventually. So yeah, thank you that you have joined the Malta Data Saturday. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for delivering such a great session, Thomas.
Well, thank you. It was my pleasure, and yeah, I do hope that maybe next year we can do an in-person event on Malta, which I was hoping for this year, but yeah, sadly it did not take place yet. But we're hoping.
Yeah, let's
Thank
hope
you very
next year
much.
it will be all back to normal. Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Thomas.
I'll see you around.
See you. Okay, then. Then to everyone that is still with us, thank you for joining the conference. Actually, there will be a small break currently once we have finished the first day of the conference. Actually, we will repeat the sessions in the different time zones, so everyone that perhaps skipped some sessions or will join later on, and there will be still a chance to do so. In a few minutes or maybe half an hour, that particular stream will end, but I encourage and I invite everyone to join the track number 2 that will stay online, and at 2 hours at 9 p.m. there will be a big Kahoot session. So then there will be again a chance to discuss, again a chance to get some more knowledge, and there will be also a chance to get the prize that we have from our sponsor from Redgate. So I hope that you have enjoyed the sessions that we had today, especially the ones from the Power BI/analytics track. And I hope you had a great day. And I hope also to see you soon later on the Kahoot quiz. Thanks a lot. Thank you for being with us. Please remember to go to the track number 2. Please also check the Eventbrite conference page, and please also remember to share the news that the conference is not ending, but this is still ongoing. Once more again, thank you, and see you later.